Good morning, everyone. Hope you are here. Welcome to the alternate point of view. We are live streaming Sarah Boone. Welcome to the channel. We are here for Sarah Boone, and they are live. We are going to the courtroom right now. So welcome. Yep, here we are. Make sure we got our volume up. Day 4, you guys. Let's see what kind of shenanigans the defense will have today. We never know. Never know. Good morning. Welcome. Say hello in the chat. Get your coffee, whatever you need to get through this circus of a trial, because it is one. Oh my gosh, she has a bunch of people on her side today. She's probably always had them, I guess. We just don't get to see them all the time. Good morning. Welcome, everyone. Welcome if you are new. I'm Tracy Lee. Welcome to the alternate point of view. We are live streaming Sarah Boone. So say hello. This is day 4 of Sarah. She is doing her best to win this with her I'm not sure with her ways. She has done her best to show that Jorge was not a very good guy. And I will say, I think she has definitely painted that picture that Jorge is not a very good guy. So but did he deserve to be put in a suitcase? Now, I mean, did he deserve to go the way he did? Because he got himself in a suitcase. Let's not forget, he did willingly get in a suitcase. There is that. He got in the suitcase on his very own. But was he that bad? And anyone can chime in on that one. You guys, if you've ever been in that kind of a relationship, Sarah Boone does not seem very upset about the situation. No remorse. Good morning. Welcome to the alternate point of view. My name is Tracy Lee, and you are watching the Sarah Boone trial. This is day 4. Grab your coffee, join the chat if you can. Say hello. We are just waiting for them to get started. But we are live. Oh.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and call the case to order.
Case number 20-109,
the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Becker, we have Sarah.
Ms. Boone, raise your right hand to be sworn. Please be swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
Ms. Boone is seated at council's table wearing a dark gray suit jacket and a maroon blouse. She is in custody.
Oh, she's got a
However,
different
she's not
jacket on today, you guys.
in any restraints. So we will be continuing to stand as our jury enters and exits. State, are there any housekeeping matters we need to address this morning before we bring in our panel? Defense.
Judge, I don't know if you got the email last night of the potential.
Of course.
We're going to call.
In addition to the one I received this morning. Yes, sir.
Dr. Harper did get in last night after midnight. She's over at the hotel, but in addition, we may recall the phone extraction expert. She's not on the list.
Okay, understood. All right. Are we ready to bring in our panel?
Yes.
Okay. All right, very good. Let's go ahead and stand and bring in our panel.
Go. All right, welcome everyone. Say hello if you want to in the chat. You're getting this ball rolling. Good morning. So the defense is going to be bringing on the doctors, I guess psychiatrists and psychologists that she has spoken to, that they had review her. And then they're going to, their plan is to recall some police officers and impeach them. So we'll see how that goes for them.
All right, jury's entering.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, good morning. Welcome back to 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse. I hope you had a great evening.
Morning, everyone who's joining.
If you could, again, just by a show of hands, you complied with the court's instructions for the overnight break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Members of the jury, at this point in time, the defense is going to continue with their evidence and testimony presentation. And I'm going to ask them to call their first witness at this time. Mr. Owens, you may proceed, sir.
At this time, the defense calls Deputy Ramirez Delgado.
Hi, Brandy. Good morning. So these are the officers they're going to call in to, but they're basically trying to impeach them. I'm not sure why. That's okay. As long as you're not doing core math. I hated
Good
core
morning.
math.
You can be seated, and can
I
you
hate
please
all
state
math.
and spell your name for the record for me?
Yes, sir. My name is Jessica, first name Jessica, Jessica. First last name is Ramirez, Ramirez. Second last name is Delgado, Delgado.
Fourth last
Thank you, ma'am.
name.
You may inquire, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
I am a reserve deputy with the Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been employed with the sheriff's?
7 years.
Back on July the 25th of 2018, how were you employed at that time?
I was a full-time deputy sheriff for the agency.
On that date, ma'am, did you have the occasion, due to your duties, to report or to go to 4748 Franks Lane, apartment number 3?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what you were going there for? The purpose?
Yes, sir. I was a backup deputy for a call involving a male kicking a female in the face. So it came out as a domestic call.
And was it another officer who also responded?
He was the primary.
Ma'am, while you were there, did you have contact with Sarah Boone?
Yes, sir.
While having contact with Miss Boone, were you able to observe any injuries?
Yes, sir.
to her person?
Yes, sir. She had swelling and bruising in her right eye.
And ma'am, were you able to make contact with Mr. George Torres?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to notice any injuries on his person?
Yes, sir. He had red markings and some abrasions around his neck.
Ma'am, at a certain point in time, did you place Miss Boone under arrest?
Yes, sir. I detained her and placed her in my vehicle.
Ma'am, at that time, do you recall or remember Miss Boone asking you, "Why am I in trouble?"
Yes, sir.
And without saying what you said, but did you respond to her?
Yes, sir.
After that, ma'am, do you remember Miss Boone asking you why? Because I fucking fought back.
Yes, sir.
I can have one more.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
During the course of your investigation, you or the other responding deputies spoke to Mr. Torres as well.
Yes, sir.
After concluding all of your investigation, which involved talking to both Mr. Torres and to Ms. Boone and making your observations of the two of them, did you all make final decisions about how to handle your investigation?
The other deputy, which at the time was Deputy Zito, was the one that made that determination.
But that's collectively what you all looked at was statements from Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your physical observations of both persons?
Yes.
And then whatever else you may have observed on scene?
Yes, sir.
And do you take into account people's demeanor when they are giving you statements, when assessing their credibility?
Yes, sir.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Oh my word. You like took this officer off the street. This poor itty bitty officer.
Defense, call your next witness.
At this time, the defense calls Deputy John Alden.
Usually in domestics, both parties get arrested because they don't know who started it. It's their word, each word against the other. So usually, unless the other one is like incapacitated and has to go to the hospital.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I don't know if there's any cops on here
Can
that
you
want to
state
chime
and spell your
in.
name for
Please
the
feel
record?
free.
John Alden, John.
All right, thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Henderson, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, how are you employed? How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office as a corporal.
Back on August the 28th of 2019, how were you employed?
I was a deputy in Uniform Patrol Division in Sector 2.
As a part of your job duties that day, did you have the occasion to respond to 4748 France Lane, number 3?
Yes.
What was the purpose?
There ended up being a battery call.
And sir, were you the lead officer on this case?
Yes,
Were there any other backup officers there with you?
I believe so.
Sir, on that date, August the 28th of 2019, did you come in contact with Sarah Boone?
Yes,
Sir, on that date, did you observe any injuries on Sarah Boone?
I observed redness on the left side of her neck and what to be an old injury to her right eye.
Sir, on August 28th of 2019, did you come in contact with George Torres?
Yes,
And did you notice any injuries on Mr. Torres?
yes, he had some redness on it by his left eye.
Sir, on that day, was Mr. Torres placed under arrest?
Yes,
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yes. Is it fair to say that Mr. Torres had quite a few marks on him?
from my report, I remember marking the left by redness by his left eye.
And did you have your body worn camera activated when you responded to this call?
I believe so.
And so that would be the best evidence of both video and audio as to what occurred while you were on scene.
It would, especially since this happened 4 years ago now.
5 years ago.
And did Mr. Torres refuse to say what happened that day?
He did.
Based on the conclusion of your investigation, which involved talking to Ms. Boone and attempting to talk to Mr. Torres, as well as your visual observations of both them in the scene, is that how you all reach your conclusions?
Yes.
No other questions?
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Jay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, now remember, Brandy, Jorge
Defense?
was not a
Call your next
very
witness.
good person. He was an abusive man. And he did get in the suitcase willingly. I mean, granted, I don't believe there was imminent danger at that moment. Did I think she took the opportunity to be like, this is my chance? Probably.
Judge, may we approach him?
Yes.
Yeah, those one question witnesses went faster than you thought, didn't they? I mean, at the end of the day, she's culpable, right? And you have to take responsibility for your actions. That's like saying, this guy, that's like saying in the George Floyd situation that he deserved it because he had a criminal background. That's not cool.
Defense,
That's
you can
not
call your
nice.
next witness.
So, people may not be the best people in the world or may not make the best choices in the world, but that doesn't mean they deserve to go the way they
Judge, at this
they
time,
went.
the defense calls Deputy Cosper.
Or detective, excuse me.
That's one of the things I can't stand to hear is that people are like, well, they were this, they were that, they did this, they did that. But does that, it may be justifiable to the person that they harmed, but it's not justifiable to, I guess, moral.
Good morning again. Could you state your full name and date of birth for the record? Or, I'm sorry, full name and spell it for us.
It's Chelsea Ketzel, CHELCEY.
Oh, it's this chick again.
Last name is KOEPSELL.
Thank you.
Oh,
Counselor, you may inquire.
Lordy.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In relation to this case, on February the 26th of 2020, did you have the occasion to interview Abraham Marino?
Yes, I did.
Was that interview recorded, ma'am?
Yes, it was.
You remember as part of that interview that Mr. Marino tell you that he had contact with Sarah Boone on February the 24th of 2020?
Are you asking the night of the incident when police were called out?
Yes, the next morning.
The day that we were called.
That you were called out.
Okay.
The 24th.
So yes, he did have contact with her, but it wasn't in the morning. It was while we were there.
While you were there.
Yes.
What time did you get there? That's probably what's going.
I got there around 14:20 hours, which would be 2:20 in the afternoon.
Okay. So the afternoon on the 24th.
No, it was later. I recall, I believe I was doing paperwork in my vehicle. So it would have been at some point during the investigation, but it wasn't, I didn't notice him until, I'm not sure if I noticed him until before or after Sarah was interviewed.
All right. But to his interview part, the interview, did he tell you in the interview that he had contact with Miss Boone on that day?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you at that time that Miss Boone had made a statement to him?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember what that statement was?
I don't wish to quote what he stated. So I don't know the exact verbiage, but he basically replayed what, I'm not sure if he replayed what exactly occurred that day, but I do know he mentioned something about, she mentioned being dragged down the stairs a couple days prior.
Did he say to you during that interview that Sarah Boone told us that a couple of days ago they had gotten into a fight where he grabbed her by her hair and dragged her down the steps?
I would assume that he's reading my report, and that does
Gwen.
sound similar to what my report should say.
Trial Junkies is here too. For some reason, she's invisible.
So this
I don't know what's
statement
going on.
was given on the 27th of February. I'm sorry, the 26th of February. Would you
Yes.
agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. The contact and the statement that Ms. Boone made.
She's like John
to
Cena.
Mr. Moreno.
Can't see her.
Was on the 24th of February. Is that correct?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
When
sorry,
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Moreno is saying that Ms. Boone came up to him and made this statement that we just talked about,
Yes,
that was on February the 24th. Is that correct?
that is correct.
So when she said a couple of days ago, that would have brought it back to February the 22nd. Is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
Ma'am, during that interview with you, did Mr. Marino ever indicate to you that when he had contact with Ms. Boone on the 24th, that Sarah Boone told him what happened was an accident. Did he say that Sarah Boone stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
I don't recall the entirety of that being accurate. Yeah, I don't recall the entirety of what he just said being accurate.
Do you remember him saying that at all?
He did say that she had, I believe he said on the recording, passed out. So that's why, like, part of the statements might be accurate, but
Ma'am, would it refresh your memory if you were to see the recorded statement?
his recorded statement,
Yes.
transcription?
Yes.
Sure, yeah, great.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Now take your time. Wait for that.
Okay,
When you are ready, just let me know.
okay. I don't recall all the statements that you asked or the way you asked it, but
Would it help if I repeat it?
sure, yeah.
Okay.
You asked, like, you said multiple statements, so
Yes, ma'am.
this was a like 11-minute interview.
All right. The statement would be that Sarah Boone stated to Mr. Marino that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep. And I'm wanting to know if
Did you say, okay, I thought I heard you say passed out the first time. I'm not sure if you said passed out or fell asleep.
fell asleep.
Fell
No.
asleep, okay.
And what I'm asking is there any indication that he told you that statement on the date of that interview on the 26th?
Sorry, I'm trying to go to the part where we talked about that.
Yes, ma'am. Take your time.
Okay, so like I had stated, there were certain things that I thought was accurate from your statement. He stated, do I just read exactly what it says? Do you need like the number next to it or anything?
Yes, I have no problem if you read what he said.
Okay, then she,
I would object.
Approach. Ma'am, you cannot read the statement at this time.
okay.
Thank you. You may continue, Mr. Henderson.
He described,
Hang on.
No.
Just wait for a
Oh,
question,
so
okay?
sorry.
It's okay.
yes, sorry.
Ma'am, anywhere in that interview, do you see reference to this statement that Sarah stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
No to the first two parts of your question. I heard passed out the first time you asked me this question, and that's why I said that part of it was accurate, because he did say that she passed out in his statement. That was what Sarah told him.
Okay, did she say she was teaching him a lesson? Is that in there?
No,
And things got out of hand. Is that in there?
no, I don't recall that.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
And again, ma'am, this interview was on February the 26th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Okay, was it an accident or was it? Which one was it? I'm super confused.
Defense? Call the next witness.
I believe Dr. Brandon is here.
All right.
Making sure.
Or was she getting back at him? Because that's not cool if she's saying that she was getting back at him. Are they trying to say she was actually getting back at him? This is wild. Then that's not self-defense. That's red rum. Then that's premeditated red rum.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes, sir.
I mean, so he's saying it wasn't an accident, that she was basically trying to get back at him. So if that's the case, then he just said that she did this on purpose. This defense is terrible. They're not doing a good job of making this seem.
Members of the jury, we're just waiting on a witness. They are using the facilities outside. So as soon as they're done, we'll bring in our next witness. Thank you for your patience.
Ooh, what if they take a really long time? Then you know that they're doing which number they're doing. That'd be embarrassing. Sorry, I took 30 minutes. Woo. It was actually a number 4 is a big one. I didn't know what to do. I don't know what I ate last night. It was really bad. Oh my gosh. I wouldn't want anyone to say that. They're just running behind traffic. Blame the traffic, for God's sake. Hi, Kirsten. Good morning. No, don't be frustrated. It's just strategy, Kirsten. It's just part of their defense strategy. Don't be frustrated. I mean, obviously Jorge was not the best person, so we have to just face that.
Very good.
But I mean, this morning was what he said this morning was basically that she was getting back at him. So that the defense just admitted right there that she did this on purpose. So that I don't know if the jury caught that, but I think that's pretty damning.
Doctor, good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Michael Brannon, Brannon.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Dr. Brannon, good morning.
Good morning.
Spry, having just traveled from Miami to Orlando.
Yes,
Is that not correct? Okay.
it was a good drive.
Oh, that's a
Would you
long
please
drive.
describe for the jury your background, training, and experience, both in forensic psychology as well as battered women syndrome?
Sure. So I'm a psychologist licensed in the state of Florida. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology. That's from a university called Nova University. I also have a master's degree in psychology. I received that in 1980, also in psychology. And I received my doctoral degree in psychology after a year internship where I worked with severely mentally ill individuals in Hialeah, Florida. In 1988, I finished my degree requirements for my doctorate in psychology. And in 1990, I was licensed as a psychologist. I've been operating as a psychologist since then, since 1990. Originally, I started off doing the work that most people kind of think about when they think about psychologists, doing therapy, counseling with people, helping them through with their problems, things like that. In 1994, I began on a career almost quite accidentally as a forensic psychologist when I testified in my first case in front of a jury. And from that time on, I've been doing mostly forensic psychology. My practice very quickly changed from that time on. I'm currently the co-director of the Institute for Behavioral Sciences and the Law. And anywhere between 80 and 90% of all my work now is related to some legal or court-related matter in the ways in which mental health interfaces or impacts or helps to give opinions about various legal issues. I've taught rather extensively in the area of forensic psychology. I teach to mostly legal audiences, but oftentimes too, I speak to groups of psychology students wanting to sit up here and do what I'm doing as well. I make long drives and then come up here and talk to people about cases. I also currently on the staff, the adjunct faculty staff for the School of Psychiatry at Florida Atlantic University. I help to train their forensic psychiatrists, so not just psychologists, but psychiatrists in terms of doing this work as a psychologist or as a psychiatrist, a mental health professional who gives opinions in the courtroom.
And
She did not come
you also
across well,
required to
Kirsten. I can
update
say
your
that.
educational background and knowledge.
Jorge did
as
not
a
look like a very good
psychologist.
person.
Yes, sir. So sure. So every 2 years, we're required to get 40 continuing education credits to maintain our license. And part of that is we have to, on a regular basis, update our work in domestic violence or battered women syndrome. So we have to take those courses. We're all required, whether you're a forensic psychologist or not, to take that coursework. So as part of our requirements, we also have to take separate coursework in regards to domestic violence as a general term, or intimate partner violence. But along with that comes discussion as well with battered spouse, or what's oftentimes called battered person syndrome now.
And I apologize. I'm kind of bouncing around here, Doctor. I apologize again. For the uninitiated, just exactly what do you mean by forensic psychology?
So forensic psychology is a division of psychology. And most people don't think about that as often when they think about psychologists. But forensic psychologists are individuals who have degrees in psychology who are working to help to answer questions that come up in the legal system. It could be in criminal cases like we're here for today, answering various criminal questions, giving opinions about those questions. Or it could be in other settings like family settings, divorce proceedings, or sometimes civil settings like personal injury. Someone's claiming some emotional damage or something has happened to them. So forensic psychology is really the way that we use the science of psychology to help give opinions about various legal matters.
Now, what is the DSM or the DSM-5?
So the DSM it stands for Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's kind of our code book, if you will, to help us to know what the different symptoms are for different mental health disorders, whether it's major depression or schizophrenia or anxiety. So it gives us a code book of here's the criteria you have to meet in order to have that diagnosis. And then we're able to utilize that in terms of either treatment, so even insurance billing, but being able to inform patients too about what condition we think that they're suffering from. It's been updated many times over the years. It started at just DSM, and now it's at the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, text revised. So we've gone through a lot of revisions over the years to try to fine tune in an empirical or scientific way what the elements are, if you will, of various mental health conditions.
Now, you've been asked to testify today in regards to battered women's syndrome. Is the battered women's syndrome identified or located within the DSM-5?
So it is not. It is not a diagnostic category in the DSM-5 or other coding books as well. There's others besides the DSM. That's just the most popular one. But it's not a formal diagnosis that it is contained within that book, that classification manual that I just told you about.
Within your field of forensic psychology, however, is there a subcategory that is located within the DSM-5 that experts would recognize as a DSM diagnosis?
Yes, sir.
And what is that, sir?
So that category would be in the trauma section of the DSM-5 TR. There's a whole category on trauma disorders, and it's most closely related to something that we call post-traumatic stress disorder. That isn't the only trauma disorder, but that's the one that what used to be called battered women's syndrome. Now I refer to it as battered person syndrome, but all of it really is more connected to a trauma disorder like post-traumatic stress disorder.
Now, testify that you testify on criminal matters. Do you also testify? You indicated also on personal injury cases and emotional. Well, that would be civil, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your experience, you've testified as an expert, as a forensic psychologist. You testified for, and today you're testifying for the defense or were called by the defense. Do you also testify for the state of Florida or other states within this country?
Yes to both of those. I've testified in other states, but I also testify for both the prosecution, the state or government, depending if it's federal or if it's a state case, and also for the defense. So I really get appointments and hired by both sides.
But how many times have you testified?
Wow. At last count, it was about 1,500 times. It's over that, way over that now. That was from a few years ago. I testify in a lot of different kinds of hearings and trials over the course of mostly in Florida, but in other states as well.
Now, you're familiar with the fact that there is a special jury instruction that's been recognized by the Florida Supreme Court.
Approach.
Yeah, so as far as you're saying, Kirsten, with Sarah Boone, so I don't know if she was this violent with her ex-husband, but apparently, I mean, I'm telling you, I think her ex-husband swings for the same team. If you saw him on the stand the first day. So I think that's why they get along. But Jorge was clearly quite possessive, and he was an alcoholic, obviously. And Sarah was going through a bad time in her life, and she too had become an alcoholic. And the two together was not a good combination.
I apologize. Doctor, you testified as to battered women's syndrome, battered person syndrome. Are there other synonyms or similar names for what you're describing, in particular battered spouse syndrome?
Well, we talk about it in terms of trauma disorders like post-traumatic stress disorder, but the way when it's applied to the legal system, it's called battered wife, or that was the original terminology for it, battered wife syndrome or battered person syndrome. So really depends on your setting. So in this setting, we oftentimes talk about this particular condition that I've been asked to talk about today, is really referred to as battered spouse syndrome.
And have you been asked to give your opinion as a legal expert and on battered spouse syndrome?
Yes, sir.
How frequently have you been asked to do that?
I've been involved in about 100 cases of just that alone. I've been involved in some sort of testimony about 50 times.
And you indicated that you testified for the state. You testified for the defense. You testified in state cases, federal cases.
It happens a lot, actually.
Percentage basis,
It's
the number of times you testified for the
more
state
common than
versus
people
testifying
think.
for the defense.
It's really close in terms of the last time we looked at it, it was about 50-50. On most cases, like for instance, if there's a case that involves battered spouse, potentially battered spouse or battered wife syndrome, I'm usually called by the defense first because they raise the issue. If you're called by the prosecution, whether it be federal or state, what oftentimes happens is it's in response to a defense expert that's been called. So do I agree or disagree with that other expert? So I'm usually, the call usually comes first from the defense, but in terms of who I'm hired by, it's pretty even. It's about 50-50.
Now, this time, Your Honor, I would proffer the witness as an expert in the field of forensic psychology.
Yes, approach.
So again, with Sarah, Kirsten, I know you say someone said that she wouldn't be a danger to anyone else. I don't know. Like if she ever got into another relationship like that.
Objection is sustained. Wait.
I don't know if she got into another relationship like that, if that would happen again. If she would be triggered, the trauma.
Objection is still sustained. Mr. Beck, you may continue.
I don't know. There are things that are very triggering for me. So I couldn't tell you. You can't determine what a person will
Has
do.
battered spouse syndrome been accepted, to your knowledge, in the Florida court system?
Yes, sir.
Objection, legal conclusion?
Sustained.
Can you describe the classic system or systemology wherein an individual might necessarily suffer and then exhibit symptoms of battered women syndrome?
Yes. So battered spouse syndrome is a woman, usually a woman's response. Doesn't have to be, but that's a classic historical research went into how women respond in situations in which there's intimate partner violence when they've been the victim of violence. Now we know, of course, in other kinds of relationships, men can be a victim of it as well, or whether it's a heterosexual or homosexual relationship, that both men and women can be victims. But we still know the majority of those individuals that are diagnosed with that condition or given that condition, classified with that condition, are women.
Bless you.
We do know that it's a reaction, a strategy that's developed by the person who's being abused to someone who's abusing them in an intimate partner situation. And essentially what they're doing is they've made a determination that they can't effectively escape from the abuse. They can't just leave for some reason. They feel in danger or they've been threatened if they leave that something bad will happen to them. So it's a cognitive or thinking strategy on the part of the person being abused that I have to develop some coping skills or ways of protecting myself or maybe even loved ones as well from some form of imminent violence or danger or lethality. Something bad will happen to me if I don't develop a way of handling this abuse, this constant abuse that's coming towards me. So the battered wife syndrome is really a way of thinking. It's a psychological change that happens with a victim in terms of the way they cope and strategize to stay safe for themselves and other loved ones as well, oftentimes.
I'm going to ask a really silly question, if I may, Doctor. I don't know if you've noticed a bruise across the bridge of my nose this morning.
I did see that when I come in. Yes, sir.
Okay. This weekend, hypothetically, if an individual was digging around in the garbage, the lid fell down and cut his nose, the bridge of his nose wide open, would you as a forensic psychologist anticipate, or a psychologist in general, anticipate that there might be a physical or a psychological reaction or response to that degree of trauma?
So I don't know if it would be trauma or not. It could be, depending on the degree of the injury and the pain and things like that. But certainly you'd view that garbage can differently as you approached it. So it changes your psychology or the way that you look at that particular situation or that particular object. So by viewing it differently, you may engage in different behaviors. You may approach it differently. You may have somebody else approach it. You may approach it with both hands up. So it changes your behavior and your thinking about that garbage can.
Does that also apply to interpersonal relationships?
So it certainly can. No two people always react the same way to every situation. Trauma, one person's trauma is not a trauma to another person. But for people who do develop battered spouse syndrome, they do begin to change the way they view the person who's abusing them and what they have to do in order to maintain either their life or their safety, their physical safety in terms of their behavior and interactions with that person.
Now, is there a specific set of criteria that a psychologist, forensic psychologist would necessarily rely upon in attempting to make a diagnosis or an assessment of battered women's syndrome?
Yes, sir.
And what are those criteria?
Well, you'd want to see one, if some type of abuse has occurred. That abuse can be physical, it can be sexual, it can be emotional, or it can just be the threat of abuse or bad things that's going to happen to you. So there has to be something bad that's happened or that's threatened to be happening over a period of time. So abuse has to be present in order for this to be underway. Without abuse, there's no battered wife syndrome. But that's not enough. There also has to be what's called coercive control. Coercive control is really keeping the person's social interactions, overseen on a regular basis, controlling money, controlling preferences, even TV preferences, sometimes social media, looking at social media that the person is accessing or looking at, who they're talking to on Facebook, who they're texting. So it's a combination of abuse and coercive control that results in a person feeling victimized, but that's still not enough. That person then has to feel like they can't escape from that. They've either been told, if you leave me, you're going to die, or a family member is going to be harmed, your children, your mother, whatever it might be. And as a result of that, they develop strategies to cope with that, acquiescing, pleasing, doing anything they're asked to do, demeaning themselves, allowing themselves to be controlled. All of the things that would fend off, if you will, some abuse or attack or threat to them or someone who surrounds them. So those would be the components that you would need to have, and that dance continues to go on usually repeatedly throughout the course of that relationship.
So I think what you're describing is, in a sense, a subjective nature to the syndrome that's being described.
It's both objective and subjective. So objective in terms of the facts, like what's really happening. A person's being abused, they're being told certain things, there's control over them. But then a subjective part is the person's interpretation of that, their perception of that. So there's really both going on, and they have to kind of work together in order for this syndrome to be formalized and properly diagnosed.
You indicated that there's sometimes maybe some defense mechanisms that are, or strategies that are devised by the battered individual, the abused individual.
Yes, sir.
In your experience and your training, do controlled substances, alcohol, drugs frequently appear in your analysis or assessment?
Yes. And the way they appear is they can appear either from the abuser or the abused or both. What can happen from the abuser standpoint is they may only be abusive, or the abuse may become worse if they abuse substances. From the abused standpoint, it may be self-medication. It may be a way of coping with the anxiety that there's going to be something bad that potentially could happen to them or somebody else. It's kind of a way of dealing with walking on the eggshells. So if I use substances, that can deaden the pain, if you will, for me, or help me to forget about it. So it's oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes part of either the abuser's behavior or the abused behavior.
Do they, in your experience, do they on occasion actually defend the individual that is abusing them?
That's a very frequent part of this syndrome. Not always, but it's very frequent. It's why interviewing them becomes difficult sometimes, because they're used to explaining away their behavior, the abuser's behavior, my black eye, my missing tooth, his screaming and yelling in the background while I'm talking to mom on the phone. So they're used to making excuses for it. It's part of the coping strategy, trying to explain away this behavior. He's had a bad day. She's, really upset about something else that's going on. She's really never like this at any other time. So defending that person is oftentimes a part of the battered spouse syndrome, and getting the person who's been abused to get them to stop defending them so they can talk about the actual abuse becomes a challenge.
Now, the DSM makes reference on occasion to rule outs, I assume for the diagnosis that's being applied. What is a rule
A rule out in our parlance says that we should consider these things before we look at other diagnoses. So, for instance, if we're going to consider schizophrenia, we should rule out substance abuse first, because oftentimes some drugs can create hallucinations and delusions and psychotic symptoms. So there's always rule out, just like there are for medical conditions. So look for this before you consider this, is really what a rule out is.
Are there specific rule outs for battered women syndrome or PTSD?
Sure. So there's rule outs for everything, because you're considering a number of different conditions before you make a differential diagnosis, or you pick that's the one that I think best fits this person. So yes, there's rule outs for both of those.
For my sake, what is a differential diagnosis?
That's how you decide which ones, whether it's your medical doctor, your psychologist, whoever, it's how they pick the right diagnosis. So you're going through kind of a card catalog in your head and you're saying, all right, there's symptoms of this, but that's also consistent with symptoms of that. So is it schizophrenia? Is it bipolar disorder? Now I have to ask more questions. It's a decision tree. And that decision tree helps you to inform the person and either make a diagnosis in a legal setting or help to treat them clinically.
Now, if the individual, the psychologist who's doing the evaluation, identifies the presence of certain rule outs, what is their response professionally to those rule outs in establishing or assessing the patient?
You have to go down a decision tree. And we all kind of do decision trees in our mind every day about what we should do or shouldn't do in certain situations. It happens automatically. It's more structured when you're doing it professionally. So if you have a concern about substances, then you would kind of take that track and you'd have to ask a lot of questions in that area. So you'd want to know what kind of substances, how often are they using those substances, what kind of effect have those substances had on them before. I just picked one of many possible rule outs there. But every one of them you'd have to explore or ask additional questions because, of course, you don't want to come up with a wrong diagnosis, because in a legal setting, that leads you to a bad opinion. In a clinical setting, it leads to bad treatment.
Now, I want to go back just a second. We talked about the subjective nature of the abused individual's understanding of what's happening. Does this subjective or does the experience that they have suffered result in, on occasion, their experiencing or they're anticipating or assuming or imagining a threat that others may not?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So, like I was saying about Sarah, like anything triggering, like you don't know with people what will be their trigger and what could make them like snap. So just because somebody said like, oh, I've done my time, oh, I've done this, I know what my trigger is. Like if it happens to me, I don't know if I could stop. I don't know. I honest to God don't know. But every single human on this planet is capable of red rum. I don't give a darn what anyone says, because if it comes down to your kid, if it comes down to you, your life, your family, something like that, every single person is capable of red rum. I do not care what anyone says. You could be capable. Everyone's capable. It just depends on what your trigger is, what your back it up. What is your back up against the wall thing? So if her trigger could be someone doing this to her again, that could be something that could make her a danger to society. So I don't know. I mean, I know what my trigger is, and
Objection is sustained.
that happens, you done. I don't know. I don't know. So it could be anybody.
Doctor, from what you described this morning, I think we're talking about a complex,
I'm not on trial.
Sophisticated process for assessing and diagnosing PTSD, battered women, the matters that you described. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And in this instance, this particular matter regarding the state versus Sarah Boone, were you approached about the possibility of doing an assessment as to Sarah Boone?
Approach.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it can be something like that. It can be something as small as like what if her trigger is a baseball bat to a TV? I mean, it could be something like that. It could be what if a baseball bat is her trigger? I mean, you just don't know. It could be something that literally takes you back. There are movies that I cannot watch because something could come up in the film that I don't know is in the film until it's already there. And then when it happens, it just takes me to a place that I can't, I can't come back from that. So there's a lot of times when you are watching a movie or you're watching something or something and you don't know it's there until it already happens. And then you're like back in time. So you just don't know. It's terrible. I hate to use the word trigger too, because I think it's so overused, but there are things that happen and that things that pop up. Yeah. So, there are things that, exactly, Kirsten, like there's things that happen. And if you don't know what's happening, you don't know before it happens, you don't have a warning, you don't have I mean, and it sucks that we have so many trigger warnings for everything, like every single thing. Like you have to put a disclaimer, you have to put a warning, like flashing lights, cursing, smoking, self-harm, all this kind of stuff. But, you can't put a trigger warning for everything because you don't know what's going to trigger someone. But that's just, it is what it is. I mean, and especially, anyone who has been abused in any way, think about just anything. I mean, anything you've ever lived through in your life, and things that you don't want to talk about, especially to like your partner, you want to have a good relationship. You don't want to bring up old stuff, but there are things that bother you, but you don't want to talk about that and ruin your relationship, like ruin the moment, something like that. You don't want to bring that into your relationship or bring that into your whatever's happening in your life that's going so well. You just kind of push it down. But people can only do that for so long,
Doctor, when you are retained to do an evaluation in these matters, what is your practice in regards to the assessment proceedings, the assessment efforts?
Well, I'd first want to know what type of an assessment that it is, because there's different methods of approach that you'd use to analyze and be able to give an opinion on whatever question's being asked of you. So the very first goal for me as a forensic psychologist is to isolate what the question is. So what are they asking me to do? Because I want to know, A, can I do that? Am I qualified to do that? Or should I refer that to somebody else? Or B, is that something I'm going to have enough time to do and enough resources to do?
Hi, Melty Man.
The next thing I would do is start asking questions about specifically what do you already have or what can you get to help me answer this question. So right away, I'd start to find out what's available. As forensic psychologists, we're supposed to do comprehensive evaluations of whatever the legal issue or question is. And it's supposed to rely on multiple sources of information. So depending again upon the question, I'm trying to then define early on what are those multiple pieces of information I'm going to need to help to try to give an opinion and an educated opinion about that matter.
Have you done an assessment?
You missed the detective again. They brought her back up.
Can you tell us very briefly whether that was your decision?
Objection, relevance.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Move on.
Objection sustained.
In your experience, doctor,
Thank you very much.
can battered women syndrome rear its ugly head? For instance, when there are threats to other members of the family, two-legged or four?
So yes, that's very common, that it's not just the person. It increases the terror from someone who's doing the abuse to mention other family members that they might also suffer abuse. So whether it's emotional or physical, those type of things are very common. Not always, but it's very common in the course of domestic violence cases or intimate partner violence cases.
And that
We're
fear,
also talking about things that
that's
will
developed by the abused
trigger, for
individual,
lack of a better term,
may exist.
people to possibly do
contemporaneously
things
with
that they
other
wouldn't normally
issues,
do.
Alcoholism, schizophrenia, and the like. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. They can all be combined together. And certainly that increases if there's other family members that are threatened or live in the same home or close by. That can increase the terror. The purpose of that is to increase control, to make sure the abuser has more control over the person who's being abused.
1 second, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
He's very well versed. I really like his testimony. He's doing a good job. What we're talking about, Melty Man, is basically, obviously, battered spouse syndrome. Anyone who's ever been in that situation, what could cause them to have their breaking point?
In doing an assessment, doctor, do you look at outside materials?
Yes, sir, always.
And what kind of outside materials do you necessarily review in order to make this assessment?
Specifically to battered woman syndrome?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So specific to this, you'd want to look at a lot of different sources of information because you're trying to, make a diagnosis if there's a trauma-related disorder. You're also trying to figure out if there's the other elements necessary to make the diagnosis as well, like abuse that's been chronic over a period of time, and that the person feels they can't leave that situation, and if other people have been threatened. So you'd want to know things like not only what the facts are of the particular incident, usually some crime that's been committed, but you'd want to know the history of those behaviors. Has anyone else seen those? Or there are people you can talk to, friends, neighbors, bosses, anybody who's seen or heard of this abuse before? Have there been medical visits where the person has actually been damaged and shown up, made some other excuse, they slipped or fell or whatever it might be? You'd want to do psychological testing as a forensic psychologist, because we have very good tests that help us to determine whether someone's suffering from a trauma-based disorder or not. You'd want to know if the person who'd been accused of the crime for this type of evaluation made any statements to the police. If they did, you'd want to hear that statement. Or has there been a 911 call or calls? If that's happened, you'd want to hear that too. So any evidence you could collect, and these are some of those questions I was talking to you about before, you'd want to ask the person who's trying to hire you in the beginning, well, tell me what you have, because you'd want to see whether or not you're going to be able to make this analysis or not. So it's not good enough just to talk to the person, because that's just one form of information. It's almost like being a behavioral detective, if you will, as a forensic psychologist, because we're trying to get as much evidence wrapping around our interview with the person as possible to be able to guide our questions, but inform us and see whether there's what we call convergent validity. It's a fancy way of saying, does everything agree with each other? Does everything connect in a way that it all sort of makes sense? Or are these strange conflicting pieces of evidence that we need to explain away, or it just doesn't fit the criteria? So it's a rather comprehensive and complex evaluation that has to be conducted to come up with this. And the final piece I'd say about it is that because oftentimes the abused person is defending still the person that they've oftentimes committed a crime against, it takes a bit of time to get to where you need to go. With all victims of trauma, whether you're talking about situations where you're doing therapy or you're doing an analysis in this type of setting, a criminal setting, it usually takes some time to break through that and get them to trust you to talk about the trauma, but to stop defending the person and talk about the abuse and how they felt about the abuse. Your goal, if you will, is to be able to see what's happening in that situation through the abused person's eyes. If you look at it through your eyes, often it doesn't seem to make sense. But if you look at it through their eyes, if it meets the criteria for battered spouse, then you can better understand their world and what they're dealing with.
And real briefly, some of the things that you are evaluating when you examine, particularly the individual themselves, you're looking for anxiety and or fear.
Yes.
Low self-esteem.
Yes.
Are you looking for depression?
Yes.
Are you looking for any form of social or interpersonal withdrawal?
Withdrawal, especially if it's forced withdrawal, controlled withdrawal, if there's consequences to socializing with my family, my friends, calling them on the phone, texting them. So especially in that context.
Stockholm syndrome.
Sure, that can be part of it.
Oh, and what is Stockholm syndrome, real briefly?
So it's really adapting to someone who's captive or taking over a person, controlling their life, sort of adapting to that situation. The famous model of that would be many, many decades ago, a woman called Patty Hearst, who was kidnapped. But it's taking on the beliefs and taking on an acceptance, if you will, of a kind of a captive situation. And in these situations with women who have been abused, who meet the criteria for battered spouse syndrome, they oftentimes adapt, defend, and take on in an acquiescent way that this is okay and I'm part of this situation as opposed to the situation.
Will this syndrome exhibit itself in physical attributes?
It can, at times, even physical illness at times.
Inability to sleep, inability to keep food down, and those type of things.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Would that individual potentially experience hypervigilance?
Well, that's a large part of it. Of any trauma-based disorder is hypervigilance. What changes when you've been traumatized, any kind of trauma, not just abuse, but what changes is your perception of danger. So whether it's the lid of the garbage can hitting on your nose, or whether it's someone being abusive towards you, those situations change your perception of danger. So you no longer see that object or that person in the same way. You have a foreboding sense of danger could occur. So other people may not perceive it with that person. He's so nice at work, or he's nice in these other settings, or he's so great on the softball field, but at home he's different. So that person who's being abused, their perception changes.
Does that include denial?
It could include denial, and oftentimes that's part of the explanation. The defensiveness of that person is the denial of how bad things are that are going on.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir. Morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Nice to see you in person.
Good to see you again.
So there's a subjective component to trauma, is what I understand you're saying, correct?
Always. Yes, sir.
And so hypothetically, a couple could be in a 3.5-year relationship with physical violence, emotional violence, even sexual violence. But either or both of those partners may or may not believe that is a traumatic experience for him or herself, correct?
Yes, sir. People mistake the stimulus about what happens as the trauma. The trauma is really the reaction to it. So bad things that happen, people don't always react in the same way to them. So yes, sir, that's correct.
So for instance, a homicide detective or a homicide prosecutor may go out to a scene and see a freshly dead body, and their perception of that environmental stimulus may be very different from somebody who works at Dunkin' Donuts and just gives us muffins in the morning coming across a dead body. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. That homicide detective may be able to go eat lunch right after it, and the other person who works at the donut restaurant may not be able to eat for a couple of days as a result. So yes, perception is a big part of how trauma occurs.
And I understand your answers today, and I'm not saying that they were different the other day. But I understand you to say that it's very important to do a comprehensive evaluation to get the full picture of what is going on in the perceived battered spouse mind, correct?
Yes.
I'm just gonna, I don't know how long this doctor talked to Sarah Boone. I don't know what kind of evaluation he did on her, but I'm just because this is very triggering for me, I'm gonna say the prosecutor needs to tread quite lightly. I know he needs to get his point across, but yeah. I want this doctor to get off the stand because I really want to stop hearing about all of this. So. But Melty Man, something that you did miss is we were talking about. They said the doctor was using the facilities. That's why he was. They were waiting for him to get on the stand, and I was like, oh dang, I wish he hadn't have said that, because then we didn't know if he was going number 1 or number 2. It would depend on how long it took him to get to the stand. So I would hate for someone to be like, oh, we're waiting on the witness. They're using the facilities. And I'm like, dang, what if it takes me a long time?
Objection is overruled.
So we've been talking about the importance of doing a comprehensive evaluation with as many collateral sources as one could possibly have when making an assessment about the battered spouse syndrome, correct?
Yes, sir. Relevant piece of information. Yes, sir.
And would you agree that obviously the person who is accused of committing a crime, there are credibility issues that you do need to care for when relying upon that person's history provided about the events leading to that and the past events describing the relationship with the intimate partner?
Yes, sir. In every forensic evaluation, that's the case.
Is this particularly important if there's a comorbidity with an alcohol abuse disorder?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what alcohol abuse disorder means in the DSM-5 TR?
Sure. It's the biggest part of it is it's not just the use of alcohol, it's impairment that happens as a result. It's the excessive use of alcohol, but that could mean something different, just like the excessive use of marijuana might mean. But it's the use of alcohol to the degree that it impairs or infects a person's life. And with that may come a lot of other things like deceitfulness or aggression or unreliability, sleep or somatic problems, difficulties. So, but the important thing to remember there is that it's the use of a substance that impairs or affects a person's life.
And if there is alcohol involved in the histories being given about either the event in question or any preceding events, must the evaluator take that into account when evaluating the memories and perceptions of the person giving them that history?
Yes. So in introducing that new topic about memory, we know that substances can interfere and impair memory. So as a result of that, you want to know what they were using, how close it was. If you're talking about a particular event, like a crime, you'd want to know if there was substance usage, and if so, what the person's memory functioning was, and does that match up with other sources of information about what those events were.
Are you familiar with the narcissistic personality disorder?
Yes, sir, of course.
Is that something recognized in the DSM-5 TR?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us whether or not a person who is giving a history, whether it's the patient/client or whatnot, has traits, perhaps not a diagnosis, but even just traits of the narcissistic personality disorder? Is that something the evaluator should account for in evaluating the credibility of the history given?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, because all forms of disorders or conditions or just traits may lead to inaccurate information, either not purposely or purposely. They may be deceptive. So certain personality disorders or traits can lead to deception or inappropriate or inaccurate information. That's why you need more than one source of information. Does what this is what this person's saying to me check out with other sources of information?
And I don't mean to quiz you on it, but can you tell us some of the criteria for the narcissistic personality disorder?
I can, yes, sir. So it is a grandiose sense of self-worth. It's the consideration of yourself over anybody else. It's kind of operating in your own world. So it's an inflated sense of who you are. It's a misperception of how important you are to other people and your meaning to other people. It's a sense of specialness, that you stand out from other people in terms of special skill or skills, and that other people, if they don't recognize that, they should recognize that. So the heading, the biggest heading there is an inflated sense of self-esteem and grandiosity.
Are you familiar with an adjustment disorder diagnosis?
Yes, sir.
And is that in the DSM-5 TR?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Can you tell us about that?
Adjustment disorder is a person's reaction, and it could be emotional, it can be behavioral, or it can be both, to a situation that occurs. You broke up with your boyfriend or girlfriend, so you're upset about that. And so as a result, you're tearful, you're anxious or nervous or worried about what may happen to you as a result of breaking up with them, or you behaviorally may not start not going to work, or get into more arguments or fights with your children as a result. So it's a temporary reaction to a stressful situation that occurs in some individuals.
And hypothetically, if a person who is giving a history for criteria of diagnosis, let me strike that. If somebody is giving a history and that is being used to come to an evaluation conclusion of battered spouse syndrome, if that person has been diagnosed with adjustment disorder predating the traumatic relationship, is that something the evaluator should take into account?
You'd want to know any prior diagnosis because it may not necessarily be exclusionary, but it could. So adjustment disorder is a temporary reaction. You're upset at a temporary period, and most of them just go away on their own. Whereas something else like a traumatic stress disorder is long-term. It's something that a person's stuck with for a period of time that usually doesn't just go away on its own. So yes, you'd want to know that for that term I used before, that differential diagnosis. You'd want to know those things to compare and contrast them and hold them up against each other.
Now, hypothetically, if somebody says things like, I'm the best thing that has ever happened to you, and I'm the best you'll ever do, are those indications of the narcissistic personality disorder?
Well, they could be. You wouldn't want just that alone. You'd want to see if that was happening in other settings. Is it happening on the job, with friends, with family members? Is it showing up on psychological testing? But certainly that would be a red flag. You'd go, I want to pay more attention to that. I want to investigate that further.
And is it important when evaluating trauma-based disorders, because they're based on emotional reactions, to do that rule out on alcohol or drug use?
Certainly you'd want to do that. It's not usually disguised as a trauma-based disorder. Alcohol and trauma aren't usually rule outs for each other, but it could exacerbate a condition. It could make you diagnose a trauma condition when it's just an adjustment disorder. I say just, I don't mean to minimize it, but it's not as serious as a trauma-based disorder.
Is it important to consider whether the abuser and or the abused behave differently in the absence of alcohol or drugs?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, because you're trying to analyze a psychological condition. If as a result of drug or alcohol abuse, their behavior changes or their perceptions change, that's not a psychological condition, that's a substance abuse disorder. So that's why you'd want to know that. So if their condition remains the same, maybe it's a little worse when they're using drugs or alcohol, but it's the same perception of threat or danger, then you're going to diagnose a trauma-based disorder. If not, then you're going to diagnose a substance abuse disorder. You can have both, but you'd want to rule one out as opposed to the other.
And are you familiar with the classic three-step cycle of battered spouse syndrome or domestic violence?
Yes, sir, I
Can
am.
you explain that to the jury?
Sure. So there's a cycle of violence that was first developed by a woman in the 70s called Lenore Walker, Dr. Lenore Walker. She's a psychologist who's usually credited with developing the whole theory of battered spouse syndrome. And in the classic model, which we know oftentimes happens, not every time, but in the classic model, there's a period of tension buildup where things are happening, little arguments are happening, there's bickering back and forth, there may be some threats or some loud voices back and forth, but it's all things that are leading up to a possible violent episode. Then there's the episode that happens itself, the violent episode. It could be verbal, sexual, physical, but there's the violent incident that occurs. And then after that violent episode occurs, there's a honeymoon phase where the person who's done the abuse, they're apologizing, taking that person who was abused out to dinner, buying them things, saying nice things to them, complimenting them to sort of make up for the abuse. And it's kind of it's called the cycle of violence. And the reason why is it tends to repeat itself in a lot of these situations of battered spouse syndrome, where you see this repeating itself over and over and over again. So people are kind of stuck in these revolving doors in their relationship.
And can one cycle be enough to traumatize a person?
Yes.
Does this trauma necessarily have to be coming from a man to a woman?
No.
And in fact, as times have changed, language has changed. And so when we keep referring to it as battered woman syndrome in the courtroom today, what we're actually talking about now is battered spouse syndrome or even intimate partner violence.
Yes, so I mean, interpartner violence can happen outside of legal settings, but it's really a kind of the large over grouping, if you will, to be able to talk about all of these other things that can happen as a result, like trauma-based disorders and battered spouse syndrome. And you're right. The later research has kind of pulled us away from thinking this only happens to women in heterosexual relationships. We know now there's all sorts of derivations, and that men can suffer also from battered spouse syndrome, battered person syndrome, homosexual couples. So we know it goes around to everybody, but still, women are more often diagnosed with battered spouse syndrome than anybody else.
Does the trauma have to come in the form of physical violence?
No, sir.
Does it have to come in the form of sexual violence?
No, sir.
Can it come in the form of emotional or mental violence?
Yes, sir.
And would examples of that include such as running the partner down and telling them that they're no good and, just general insulting and lowering their value?
It could. Remember, that's the stimulus, so it would depend on how the person who's receiving that responds to it as to whether or not it becomes traumatic. But yes, sir, that'd be the first red flag you'd want to investigate.
And you mentioned isolation before. So if somebody in a hypothetical intimate partner setting is trying to isolate the partner from his or her family members or friends or coworkers, can that be, and I'm not saying necessarily, can that be indications of intimate partner violence that could lead to battered spouse?
So sure, that'd be an example of coercive control. So if a person was doing that, that's consistent with that classification of battered person syndrome. Yes.
And hypothetically, controlling another person, the intimate partner's personal property or effects, such as a birth certificate or identification papers, can that be indication of emotional
I didn't
trauma
know that,
towards
Kirsten.
the partner who is lacking the control over those identification papers?
So that's a stimulus that could result, depending on how the person subjectively perceives it, in some trauma. So yes, all of the things that you mentioned could be stimulus, if you will, that a person perceives as traumatic.
And hypothetically, if one partner A gives partner B a gift, such as a bicycle, but partner A continues to maintain that the bicycle is his or hers because he or she bought it, even though it was a gift to B, can that be a form of emotional abuse towards B?
Sure, it sounds like control, but I guess you can interpret it as emotional abuse too. But it sounds more like a control mechanism that'd be consistent.
I'm not suggesting that it's legally or morally okay, but when one intimate partner does these hypothetical emotional things, non-physical violent things to partner B, if partner B has poor personal skills and coping skills and maybe consuming alcohol, is it unreasonable or unfathomable to hear that partner B responded with physical violence to partner A?
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained. Yes.
I mean, well, she didn't do a very good job. She shouldn't have had to learn how to appear as a victim. I mean, if she was being abused, she should have come across quite naturally as being an abuse victim. So she shouldn't have to study that. I certainly don't have to read a dang book on what it's like to be in that situation. So I remember one time having to go to anger management classes, and basically they had us sit and watch Lifetime movies of men of basically abusing women and terrible relationships and stuff. And all I did was leave there angrier.
After hearing argument of counsel,
And when
the
I went
objection is
in.
overruled.
Somebody respond to that?
If you remember the question,
do.
Please go ahead.
So it would increase the probability of physical violence. So if those things, in fact, were perceived as threatening or abusive in any way or insulting to the person who they were directed towards, it would increase the probability of physical violence.
And then again, the perceptions are all in the eye of the beholder, whether emotional things that are said to one another or physical things are done to one another, whether the recipient of that behavior views it as trauma is a subjective decision by that person, right?
Yes, the perception is the impact. So that's how you would know that. It's just, water off a duck's back, or is it something that kind of sticks with me and I think about it all the time?
Now, you mentioned earlier anxiety, low self-esteem, and depression can all be components of battered spouse syndrome, correct?
Correct.
Is it important as the evaluator to rule out whether or not these conditions predated the violent or abusive relationship?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, because where things start is important diagnostically. So if all of those things were in place, all of the symptoms that were just mentioned are in place, then you wouldn't attribute those to the abuse. You'd say those things were pre-existing. Now, abuse could make it worse, But in terms of your diagnosis, you need to know where things started. So if those symptoms didn't start at the time where there was abuse that was alleged to have occurred, then it's unlikely that it's attributed to that abuse.
And independent of any narcissistic personality disorder traits, would you agree that anybody in a certain legal setting has a motivation to present themselves in a certain way?
Yes, to do impression management, either depending on the outcome. So if there's punitive sanctions, they may lie to make themselves look worse, or as a result, if they're in other settings like divorce settings, they may lie to make themselves look better. So there's always some impression management you have to kind of look through in your evaluation.
And that's important for an evaluator.
It should be looked at in every evaluation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any redirect examination?
Just want to, one more time, in response to the state's questioning, you indicated that where an individual's credibility may be in question, there is a necessity that the individual who's making the assessment corroborate whatever they're being told. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. In a number of different ways. We have psychological tests that assess for things called malingering or faking mental health problems or difficulties. So you'd want to do that. You'd want to look at other evidence to see if it's all consistent. So it's very important you don't just rely on self-report.
It's possible that an individual may exhibit one or two attributes of a particular DSM diagnosis, but not actually qualified because it's simply not there.
Right, sure. So sometimes like social isolation can be because we're introverted, or it could be part of depression. So you need to kind of follow it out and see how many of the symptoms are there to see whether or not it meets the criteria.
So I may exhibit one or two symptoms of narcissism, but not qualify because I don't meet all of those, or a significant number of the indicators that you would rely upon to make that diagnosis.
Yes, sir. Or it can be situationally based, like we may display narcissistic features here in a courtroom, but may not do that in any other part of our life.
Now, in your experience, have you determined, learned, either through your studies, experience, and so on, whether or not the abusive behavior may begin based upon an individual's perception of things occurring to him as a child or her as a child? In other words, if they grow up in an abusive household.
Okay, I understand.
Sustained.
You've indicated that there are things that, I think in response to the state's cross-examination, that there are things that may add to or may contribute to a particular psychosis or symptom. Would an individual's background as a child include those type of criteria?
Yes, sir. You're more vulnerable to certain psychological conditions based on your history. So if you've been traumatized before, or bad situations have happened to you before, if you've suffered from depression before, it makes you more vulnerable to those conditions or other conditions later on.
Finally, one question or one symptom that we
Dang
haven't
it, you and your
discussed, I don't know,
job.
maybe it was discussed by the state, was learned helplessness. What is that?
Learned helplessness, I've really spoken about it a little bit, but now we have the fancy term for it. Learned helplessness was really researched by someone named Seligson, a doctor named Seligson, psychologist, research psychologist. And just real briefly, what it is, it's when someone kind of gives up and feels like there's nothing that they can do to change their situation. It was originally done with laboratory animals, but where a person really feels that no matter what strategy they've taken, like leave, stay, fight, whatever it might be, it won't work. It usually leads to depression or developments of other strategies, like I have to appease or please or make sure I do everything correctly or apologize. So it's really believing that no matter what you do, it won't be effective.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for
Sure.
traveling up here from Miami so early in the morning.
No problem at all.
Thanks for the rest.
Thank you, sir. You can be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
I mean, he was a really good witness. He did a good job. I mean, he didn't seem to lean one way or the other, which is good because most times you get these expert witnesses and they definitely favor, obviously the defense paid him, but he didn't do one way or the other. He just gave his professional opinion. It's lawnmower day, you guys. Sorry, my dog is losing his mind. So now you guys can kind of see, if you're sitting as a juror, you can see both sides.
All right, members of the jury, it is 10:40 at this time. We're going to go ahead and take that mid-morning break. Similar instruction I've given you over the last couple of days. I'm sure you're tired of hearing it, but I got to keep telling you. Please don't have any conversations among yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved in this case, and do not conduct any independent research on those things. We'll see you back here in about 15 minutes at 5 till 11. Thank you very much. Y'all may be seated. Thank you. All right, we'll be in recess for approximately 15 minutes. Thank you.
So I actually liked him because he made it make sense. He wasn't too garbly garb with a bunch of way over your head words and stuff like that, like a lot of those expert witnesses do. So you guys feel free to give me your thoughts on how he spoke, and also obviously feel free to tell me what you think about if you're swayed in any way by and take away everything that you know. Try to take away everything that you know about the case and give it a different perspective. Now hearing all of this, what would your thoughts be if you can erase what you already know? Ooh, you're holding the chair down. I don't think the defense did. Do you think Sarah Boone should have gone first, or the doctor should have gone first? I wonder if they'll call her back up there. Did they say she'd be subject to recall? I don't remember if they said that either. I think they have one more doctor they're calling. Okay. My dog's going to go attack the lawnmower man. All right, Melty Man is catching up. The Delphi case, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the Delphi case, but even Court TV and Law and Crime are having a hard time keeping up with that case because there's absolutely no any publicity allowed around that case whatsoever. And apparently people have to sleep outside the courthouse to get in to the courtroom. And once they get in, she's even making people leave for lunch. And when they leave for lunch, they have to fight for a spot back in the courtroom. So all the people who slept all night long to get into the courtroom still have to fight for a spot back in after lunch. They're not guaranteed to get back in the courtroom. And no reporters, no one can have like any electronic devices whatsoever. So they're having to take notes. The evidence, it's really, really strict in there. So we have no idea what evidence there is. They did talk a little bit about some of the pictures that were shown yesterday to the jury. They showed pictures of the little girls' bodies when they were found. One of the little girls, she was fully nude. There was a lot of blood around the girls. In one area, there was a lot of saturation. The other girl was wearing the other little girl's clothes, from what I could understand. It was really weird. The other girl's clothing was inside out and soaking wet. I don't know. It's kind of strange. And then they were talking about some branches that were, or some twigs or something that were kind of arranged in a strange way around the girls. It seems to me that whoever did this, whether it was Richard Allen or whomever, that they took their time. They clearly took their time, and I'm not sure. There we are. Trial Junkies is here. Yeah, Melty Man, I don't know if she's subject to recall or not. Yeah, they said that the defense is trying to say that they were this was done to them somewhere else and they were moved, but the amount of blood, according to what they're saying, I don't know, because no one knows. Even Vinnie Politan is like, shocked because they have no way of knowing what the evidence is. Everyone is questioning whether or not they have the right guy. I mean, no one knows. It's so hush hush. This judge is like absolutely no publicity. So I don't know. I don't know. We don't even know. We just don't know. And even the people who are in the courtroom for Court TV and everyone is questioning whether or not they have the right guy. So it's pretty wild. They just don't know. They're really questioning. They don't know what the evidence is. No one knows what the evidence is. So the defense, though, apparently well, I know, but you and I are never on the same page, trial junkies. So you'll have somebody in prison in no time flat. So so I okay. Me and trial junkies, by the way, Melty Man, we're never on the same page when it comes to people on trial. I'm always the holdout. Okay, well, I don't know Gary Hughes. Unless Gary Hughes was there to see it. Yeah, trial junkies and I are always like, she says she's always right because I think she's old. She's older than I am. Yes, finally, somebody on here that's older than me. She says she's always right. She's not always right. She thinks she can tell me what to do, but she can't. So, she's not the boss of me. But she'll have somebody in prison in no time, man. I'm telling you. I'm always like the holdout. I'll be that holdout juror. See how she talks to me, man? I'm telling you. When are you going to be invisible again? Dang it. She's been on here. She just hadn't been able to get in the chat. I don't know what was going on, but well, I don't know how to do all that. I'm not fancy schmancy, okay? I can't do an animation timeline. Just because he can do an animation timeline doesn't mean that it's real. Wait till 40 Gram gets on here. When 40 Gram gets on here, he's going to help me on my YouTube thing. He's a graphic web designer. Maybe I'll get fancy schmancy like Gary Hughes. Gray Hughes? Gray. Oh, well. Well, I was calling that Dr. Bodden, Dr. Botnick forever. I know it's lawn mowing day. So Neo is like losing his mind. Wait till the leaf blowers come. It hadn't gotten real till the leaf blowers get here. Y'all, oh my gosh, y'all, just so y'all know, I did not sleep all night because I dreamt about Jorge all night. I kept thinking, like, it was so freakishly weird. I kept getting up and rolling over and thinking that there was a dead body in my bed. It's so freakishly weird. I kept thinking I was laying where a dead body was once there. It was so weird. So weird. I don't know what the heck. I just kept dreaming about a body. And that I was laying in the spot where somebody had okay, I did have a gummy, China, but that doesn't always happen. Okay, maybe I had that Albrelity when that like Jeffrey Herbstman had. Maybe I did that. Maybe I double dosed on that, and it made me think it is horrible. Dude, I kept thinking like all night that I was sleeping where a dead body was, and I was like, oh my God, I didn't even wash the sheets, or maybe it soaked into my mattress. I was like, ew, I can't even, like, I have a mattress topper too, and it's like, what if it's in there? Ew. And I was like all night long just thinking, he fell asleep on the sofa. It's in a gummy form. That's different. And it's not real. I mean, it's real, but we're in Texas. So Texas doesn't allow like the goody good. So it's, man, see what I mean? This is why I can't do the green stuff, dude, because this kind of stuff happens. Man, there's a dead body in my bed last night, or I thought there was. So this has been weighing on me. Whew, man, that was rough. All night long, I kept thinking, oh my gosh, I'm laying here. There was a body here. Did y'all know? Oh, so did y'all know that if somebody, you don't know, okay, so this is weird too. If somebody passes away in a hotel room, just so y'all know, they don't replace those mattresses and stuff, okay? If somebody passes away in a hotel room, they clean it and re-book it within like 72 hours. Like, what the heck? So you could be sleeping. So now I've been thinking about that. Like, you could be sleeping in the same bed that somebody just passed away in. I don't know about from a crime, but if it's like somebody just passed away, yeah. And I learned that from listening to Drinking Bros. His dad passed away in a hotel, and he went to go like obviously claim his father. And he was like, hey, can I go to the hotel room where my dad passed away? Is this last place he was? And they were like, oh no, sorry, somebody's already in there. I'm like, what? Yeah. So yeah, that's wild. So just no. Año. I can't now I'm all weird feeling about like
We are back on.
I'll be
the
dreaming
record.
about dead bodies for
2020 CF
who
2603,
knows
State
how
of Florida
long.
versus Sarah Boone. State
Their bodyguards.
Defense.
No, I'm just kidding. They're students,
County Henderson for Sarah Boone.
law students.
Ms. Boone is still seated at council's table. Yes, Mr. Owens.
Judge, we had several late witnesses that were scheduled.
Oh, see, here's the defense again. Dilly-dallying.
We've excused Detective Scott Lowen based on the testimony of Detective Cossel. We've excused Abraham Marino.
I know, same. We did too. We thought they were bodyguards. He had like 4 of them one day. No, she's wearing a gray jacket today.
The 2 deputies you heard from Dr. Brandon. Maria Gallup-Holy is a young
So he didn't get to say wearing the same black jacket.
She was a witness.
I was hoping he'd get to say that because I love it when he says the same black jacket.
And she testified about observing physical injuries to Sarah Boone. We've spoken with her over the break that in our opinions collectively, Tony Henderson and myself, that it's not necessary to call Ms. Gallup-Holy if we have other evidence of injuries. There was disagreement about that.
Yeah, they said the sticks look kind of arranged. So like it was intentional.
Calling the Orange County Sheriff's Department phone extraction expert.
Ms. Uwadden.
Yes, back to the stand. We've got 2 short videos. These are the short videos relating to George Torres with a bat and then striking the TV. They're less than a minute apiece. The problem with that is because we've excused so many witnesses, that's our last witness. So we're going to be done here in probably 11:15. And then
But Ms. Walker is supposed to be here at 1 o'clock?
that's correct.
Okay, all right.
And then I I haven't had a chance to meet with Dr. Harper, but I'm going to meet with her.
Why are you using your middle finger?
Next door.
Is he using his middle finger?
Anticipate Dr. Harper this afternoon, and then we may be really close to ending the defense's case.
Thank you for letting me know that.
But we're gonna have a gap here.
Okay, so
Early lunch.
well,
or
yeah.
long lunch.
That may, well, if you're saying that your presentation with Ms. Wadden is 15 minutes, I don't know what the cross is going to be. It may be de minimis, or you may be saving her for rebuttal. I don't know. Mr. J or Mr. Cacciatore,
I'm sorry.
as it relates to Ms. Wadden, CSI Tech, you're not calling her in
She already
rebuttal?
made a predicate during her trial testimony during our case in chief. Exhibit I'm gonna put in rebuttal.
Okay, awesome. So what we can do is we can proceed with Ms. Wadden, and we could just take an early lunch and ask them to be back here maybe 12:50. So that way, if we have any issues, we can address them before we start at 1 o'clock. Ms. Boone, you were sworn this morning. I just got a couple of things to go over with you. There was a list of witnesses that was provided to the court last night and again this morning as potential witnesses that may be called in your defense. One of those witnesses was Maria Gallipoli. Your lawyers have advised that they may not be calling that person as a witness in this case. Do you understand that?
I do.
And again, similar to other conversations we've had, I don't want to go into ethics of any conversations that you've had with any of your lawyers, just whether or not you've had them. Have you had conversations with your lawyers about calling Miss Gallipoli as a witness?
Yes.
Have you had conversations with your attorneys about why they are deciding not to call her as a witness? And similar to what we discussed yesterday, do you understand that your attorneys make the trial strategy decisions, including what witnesses to call or not to call?
Yes.
Okay. Are you still satisfied with their representation of you in this matter?
Yes.
And are you still on board with the strategy that has been employed in your defense?
Yes.
Agreement with the strategy not to call Ms. Gallipoli as a witness in this case?
I am.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Then let's go ahead and bring our jury back in, and we can call Ms. Uwad and go from there. All
Mr.
right.
Lane, can you excuse Ms. Gallipoli?
All right. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel.
Mr. Owens, how do you spell Gallipoli?
What I have, Gallipoli.
Two L, G-A-L-L.
Oh, it's 2 L's.
So this was supposed to last, they said 3 to 4 weeks. Apparently it's going to be a 2-weeker, which is not too bad. Actually, less than that. Obviously, trial junkies, I didn't get my hair did because Sarah Boone testified on Tuesday. So I had to rearrange.
All rise, presenting.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
I think you all can be seated. Members of the jury, once seated again, if you could confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our break by raising your hands. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Judge, we would call forensic phone extraction officer with the Orange County Sheriff's Department.
If I was a juror, I'd come in there one day with some funky do or something just to see if they really did
Thank you.
recognize
We'll bring her in.
me. Since he's asking that every day. I've never seen a judge do that. You recognize the jury?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
First name is Janella, Junella. Last name Wadden, UA, D as in Delta, AN.
Counselor, you may inquire.
Ms. Lloyd, again, your official title,
Digital Forensics Examiner.
and are you referred to as a detective or what is your?
Just an examiner.
Ma'am, Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes, of course.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you what has been marked as identification defense exhibit AA. And you recognize that video or that CD of the video?
All right, we're gonna see Jorge in action, y'all.
Well, I think we kind of prepped you on it ahead of time. That was extracted from the Sarah Boone phone that you were asked to extract.
Yes, one of the media files, yes.
Okay, and is that video a fair and accurate depiction of one of the videos that was extracted from Sarah Boone's phone?
Yes.
And then identification, C, defense identification, same type question. You've had a chance to review that video, and is that one of the videos that was extracted from the Sarah Boone phone?
Yes.
Judge, this time I'd like to have these.
Look at that person running on the beach
Any objections?
like they're so fit and
What
free.
was pre-marked as AA will be received into evidence without objection as defendant 17. What was pre-marked as Z will be received into evidence without objection as defendants 18.
He's got good knees, ankles, no arthritis.
We're gonna play exhibit 17 first.
You may proceed.
And is there a volume? Judge, do you have control of volume?
Volume is on.
You're gonna help me take this shit out. Real shit. You're gonna help me take it out. You're gonna help me take this shit out. As bad as I want to.
But they were two bodies and one soul. So she said that.
Publish exhibit 18.
You may proceed.
I can't believe that TV's still standing. She's not saying stop. Don't hit my TV.
You spoke about it earlier.
Say again, sir.
You spoke about it earlier.
Yes, understood.
They're tendering, no problems.
All right, thank you very much. This witness can't be released, correct?
Yes.
State.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Dude, I don't know if y'all know how important my TVs are, but if you was hitting my
Parties approach
TV,
momentarily, please.
especially during football season, it'd be over. Y'all don't understand. You done messed up.
Members of our jury, at this point in time, it's 11:08. I know it's a little bit early, but due to the pacing and how quickly we've been moving through the evidence this morning, and how the defense has teed up their witnesses for this afternoon, we do not have anyone until 1 o'clock. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. I'm going to give you a similar instruction that I've given you over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers,
Don't
watching
you go there,
television,
child junkie.
or using a computer, cell phone, the internet,
I've been
any
watching now
electronic
because it
device,
doesn't
or
even
any other
matter.
means at all to get
Everything's stuck.
information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home,
I know,
or anywhere
Milty
else.
Man.
You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or
right,
read
Brandy.
local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case.
But my Dodgers
or
are going to the
people and
World
places
Series.
involved.
That's what I'm hanging.
So
I'm
do not
hinging
let
everything
anyone
on
make
right
comments
now.
to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again
That was
that
just
just as
character
you must not
assassination.
talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at
Take
all,
that video
including
one of two
posting
ways.
information
You take
on an
it
internet
that
website,
Jorge
chat room, or blog.
hates
With that,
television.
members of the jury, I'm going to ask you to return here to 12 Alpha at 12:50, and we'll pick up shortly thereafter. Thank you so much for your service.
All right, see you, China. We'll see you in a little bit. You can take that video as Jorge hates television, or you can take it that Sarah doesn't care about television either, because she didn't say anything. She just let him beat her TV up like that. And also, you can take it that Jorge's not that strong, because if my man hit a TV, that thing would have fell off the freaking. No, it would not have made it with that many blows with a baseball bat.
State, anything we need to address?
Nothing, thank you.
Defense? No, sir. All right, we'll see you all at 12:50. Thank you very much. Court's in recess.
There's like no way the TV would still be sitting on the stand. There's no way the TV would still be sitting there with one blow with a baseball bat if my man had hit it. So just saying. So there. All right. Melty Man, you got work. You're all caught up now, finally. I think we're going to get this trial. Will be done this week. I'm excited. So this is good. I don't know how we feel about Sarah's defense strategy, but this is going to be up for the jury to decide. But we will be back at what'd they say, 1 o'clock, so 12 o'clock Central, 1 o'clock you guys on the East Coast, and then I don't know what time it is for you, Melty Man. It technically 10 o'clock for you. It's 10 o'clock already here for me. And then Germany, I don't know what time it is in Germany. So we will see y'all after this early lunch, brunch. It's brunch time for some of us. So I'll see y'all. I'm going to play a video off of my channel, of course, that y'all can watch while we're on this very long, my dog, lunch break that I will force y'all to watch. We'll see if there's something else y'all can watch besides. Oh, I did get dinged, by the way, yesterday for the 48 hours thing. I knew I would, but it kind of switched over to 48 hours after my video played. And I did. I had to fix it. Every time I play anything that has anything to do with anything, that happens. So oops. I know. Neo is just like, I told you I was going to get dinged, and I did, but I fixed it because it gives you the opportunity. Now YouTube gives you the opportunity. They used to just be like, bam, you are dinged. And now it says, yeah, I get the opportunity to cut it out. So luckily, thank heavens, I was able to cut it out. But now I'm going to force y'all to watch this video because I think it's very important. I had a lovely, lovely woman here in Austin that allowed me to do this video in honor of her friend. And I was very proud to do it. So I hope that y'all will watch it.
There's someone who's looking after me, someone beside me night and day to light the way. It's hard to conceive something you can't see, but I believe.
Annyeonghaseyo, all my beautiful people. Welcome to the alternate point of view. Welcome to everyone who is new, and welcome to everyone who is returning back to this channel. I so greatly appreciate every one of you. My name is Tracy Lee. Today is going to be a very special episode because this episode is going to take us all the way back to 1985 and 86. So buckle up if you were from that time. I was in middle school, but this was a time in the 80s when the '1 songs were Madonna, Duran Duran, Careless Whisper by Wham, Money for Nothing by Dire Straits. It's when I think MTV first started. So also like the top cars, would you believe, was an Audi Sport Quattro, a BMW M3, a Lamborghini and Ferrari, Porsches. I mean, yeah, like those cars now are hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I imagine back then they were still pretty expensive, but not like they are now. So this is a time when, like, you know, you went out and you played till the streetlights came on and you didn't lock your doors and you had fun. And, you know, we didn't have cell phones and we didn't have the internet, and we were just enjoying life, right? And especially if you were an adult, right? You're just going out and having a good time, bar hopping, hanging out with your friends, and just living your life, right? That's what you did. So I'm taking you back to the 1980s into Wichita Falls, Texas. And Wichita Falls, Texas is not a very big place. It's not really like this grand area. It's a small town in Texas. It is kind of boring, not a lot to do. So basically you just go kind of bar hopping, you hang out, you spend time with your friends, and you are going to school. And I want to make sure that I do this video justice because this is more focusing on the victims. I don't want to talk about the killer in this episode because I have had the honor and pleasure of speaking with one of the victim's best friends. And she has allowed me this opportunity to speak about her best friend, Tony, who was a victim of a serial killer. And I want to honor each and every person the best that I can, because so often, and as I have been looking on the internet actually for pictures of the victims, it was really hard to find pictures without a picture of him. And it was really hard to find details without details of him. And it was really hard to find information that didn't have the information that he gave. So I was really honored to talk to Barbara, who oddly enough I met on TikTok. which, you know how I feel about TikTok. There's a lot of damaging things on TikTok, but there was also a lot of blessings that I found on TikTok, and she was one of them. And oddly enough, we both live in the same city. We both live in Austin. It's so crazy. We're like literally like 20 minutes from each other. It's nuts. But she has given me so much information about her best friend, Tony, who unfortunately lost her beautiful life, beautiful smile, just such a beautiful person inside and out. And that's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the victims of this serial killer in Wichita Falls, which is a small area. And I want to talk about these ladies because they were all young. They were all, very successful young women who were doing something in their lives that were in their minds, and probably if they had been able to live would have made a difference, and they would probably still be doing those things today. And so, or at least being able to enjoy being married and having grandkids and pass down their love for healthcare. Most of these women worked in healthcare. And I also want to talk about the after effects of losing someone in this manner and what it does to the family afterwards, because nothing good came of any of these situations. And Barbara actually fights. She's an advocate for people to not take plea deals, for the family members to not settle for plea deals. So I want to talk about each and every person of this Wichita Falls serial killer. If you would like to look up the serial killer, you certainly can. But I would like to talk about, first of all, I want to talk about the victims first, and I want to talk about more about Tony more in depth. I'm wearing blue, which was her favorite color. She also did like black, but she really liked blue. But I want to talk about I don't want to talk about his stories of what he said happened in these situations, because you can look that up on the internet yourself. And you can tell, I will tell you what I know of the victims so far. I don't know much about, there were 5 in total that we know of. But I can't believe that there were only 5, because he was not captured until 1999. And these cases were from 1984 to 86. So I find it pretty impossible that he doesn't have more victims out there. So let's get into Terry Sims. Terry Sims was an EKG specialist. So she was working in the healthcare industry at Bethania Hospital in Wichita Falls. She was attending a nearby university, Midwestern State. And she was a coworker of a young lady named Lisa Boone, who had finished working their evening shift at the hospital. And at approximately 11 p.m. On December 20th, 1984, when leaving for work, Sims, apparently, according to the internet, she went to a mutual friend's house to exchange Christmas gifts. And Sims was planning on spending the night at Boone's house on Bell Street in Wichita Falls. Boone was going to help Sims study for her final exam the following day. But Boone received an unexpected phone call to return to the hospital for work. So Sims was there alone in her residence. So she was left there, and she was basically, according to the internet, she was dropping off a key to her apartment at approximately 12:30. But apparently what happened was she heard something, according to what I believe Barbara told me. This was the situation with Terry, was that she looked out the window and that is when this person saw her and realized that she must be alone. And he broke into the apartment and he commenced to horrifically assault her and stab her and kill her. So Sims was just there. There was no rhyme or reason to what he did, but he didn't target her per se. She just happened to be there, and he happened to be there and noticed her and noticed that she was alone. And it was the next day when her friend found her in her apartment. So she wasn't even in her own apartment. She was just at her friend's house. And it could have been her friend if she weren't called into work. It could have been anyone. This guy had no MO per se. He just did whatever he wanted. And Terry was a nice girl. She was young. She was only 20 years old. So she was literally just starting her life. Being a radiology tech is what Barbara told me she was. The internet says she's an EKG specialist. Again, I'm not sure what's the internet, where they get their information, but Barbara's been in touch with all of the family. Apparently, Terry knew one of the other victims. So you'll see all the connection with these victims as we go along. But Terry's family did not take this well, obviously. So I just want you to keep in mind she was only 20. She never even got to be old enough to go out and have a good time and drink and hang out with her friends and do any of those things and experience life and nothing. She was just at her friend's house. And it was Christmas, you guys. It was the holidays. And she didn't have a chance. So I just want to remember these young ladies, because there was no rhyme or reason to what happened. It was all unnecessary and all totally preventable. And the reason why I say all totally preventable is really maybe it was all totally preventable because this guy was on the radar for a while. And because after this incident, because he was on the radar, you'll see how all of these women connect, and you'll wonder why in the world the police didn't connect the dots sooner. But we go on, and we find out about Tony, which is Barbara's best friend. So the thing about Tony is she came from New Mexico. She went to school. She was a registered nurse. She was absolutely stunning, beautiful. She was prom queen, homecoming queen. She was a cheerleader. I know much more about her because she was Barbara's best friend in Wichita. And she was most beautiful in her school. And when you see pictures of her in this video, you'll understand why. And she was actually married for a short while. She was 23, so she got married young, but she married, honestly, as far as Barbara's concerned, the love of her life, but they were young. And so the marriage didn't last because they kind of clashed, Tony was very independent. She was a registered nurse. She was actually so smart. She already had her, her next level to being a nurse. she could have been a nurse practitioner if she wanted to be, but she actually wanted to be an ICU nurse. She didn't want to be a doctor, but she was very, very independent. She loved caring for people. She loved being a nurse. She had her BSN degree. So she was very, very smart. But a funny story that Barbara told me about how she and Tony became friends. Because I'm like, how did you guys become friends? You know, Tony's from New Mexico. You're from Texas. So how did you guys become friends? And she tells me this hilarious story, because this is funny how women bond, right? So they meet at a club up in Wichita, and they run into each other in the bathroom, and it turns out that Barbara is on a date with none other than Tony's ex-husband. And they start to talk about it, and they're giggling about it, and then they are making jokes with each other, and then they're like, you know what? I like you, and I like you too. So they ditch the husband, ex-husband, boy, date, whatever, and then they're just best friends and connected at the hip ever since. So these are two beautiful young ladies that are having the time of their life in Wichita Falls, and they hang out at this place called the Stardust. And it's just comical, the funny stuff that they did back then, because they were two beautiful women. They would hang out whenever they could, whenever Tony wasn't working, because she's a nurse, right? And they do this thing, this funny game with each other, where, because back then, you know, like I said, they didn't have, you know, cell phone numbers or pagers or whatever, anything like that. So guys would always go up to them and ask them out, and they would give their business cards. So they would have this contest with each other where they would have it, like, call it card night. And whoever had the most cards at the end of the night would have to buy that other girl breakfast at either, you know, whatever the place was they go eat, IHOP, Awful Waffle, whatever it was they had in Wichita Falls, right? So it's just crazy to me, because everybody does it. Guys do it, girls do it, but that's funny. That's funny that they did that. And then Barbara talking about it, even like looking back, was like, okay, sounds kind of bad, but this is what we did. So they went to college together as well. So they were just like connected at the hip. You know, they borrow each other's clothes. They basically, you know, they walked each other to each other's cars. They, you know, they were besties. They did everything together. So they wanted to move to Dallas together. That was their plan, was to get out of Wichita Falls and move on to bigger and better things. And Dallas, they thought, was the place to be. That's what they wanted to do. So they wanted to get out of Wichita, get to Dallas, and they were planning on going as early as December. But they decided to go in May. They were like, we'll go in May. That's when we're going to go. So they go on, they keep hanging out. They're having a good time. The last night that Barbara remembers hanging out with Tony was at the place called the Stardust. It was on Thursday night, the night before she passed away. So I notice on TikTok a lot, you guys, everybody always does these little funny things on TikTok where they're like, what celebrity do you share a birthday with? Well, funny, crazy thing, Tony and I share a birthday. We are both Valentine babies. And what's really, really sad is that Tony disappeared on January 19th. She was only 5'1". She weighed 94 pounds, you know, soaking wet. She's a little bitty thing. And she gets off of work and she's driving her white Camaro that her dad bought her after her divorce from Jimmy. Jimmy had a black Porsche that she loved. And she gets off at the hospital. Now, if you hear the way the killer tells it, he says she picked him up because she worked with him at the hospital. Now, here's where you're going to hear all the connections. This hospital. He worked as an orderly at the hospital, and he claims that she picked him up. That is not true. She would have never picked him up. As a matter of fact, another coworker of hers followed her all the way to the light, and they split off because Tony's apartment was one way and the other girl's apartment was the other way. And literally, that is the last time anybody saw Tony. And she was literally up the road from that light, was her apartment. And at some point from the light to her apartment is the last place she was seen. So January 19th, she goes missing. This is on a Saturday, I believe, because she was supposed to be at work on Sunday. And Barbara tells me that she kept trying. She was begging Tony, call out of work for Sunday for Super Bowl party. Call out of work, call out of work, call out of work, call out of work. And Tony was like, I can't call out of work, because I've already called out for something else, and I can't call out again. I'll get in trouble. I'm an RN. I can't do that. And, you know, Barbara, of course, being Barbara and free-spirited, she was like, please call out, please call out, please call out. And Tony was like, no, I can't. So that is something that Barbara says bothers her. It's, you know, when I ask her, like, what are your, you know, I guess your coulda, woulda, shoulda, because everybody has that, you know, when you have someone that has been taken so violently, is you think about the things like what could have been done differently, what could have changed, what could have been different. Like, you know, what if, you know, like Jimmy is like, what if we hadn't divorced, you know, all those things, you know, the what if I could have just gotten her to go to that Super Bowl party? What if I could have just gotten her to call out of work? What if we had moved in December instead of waiting until May? Then she wouldn't have been missing in January. This wouldn't have happened. What if, you know, all of these things? There's always the what ifs, right? But she goes missing January 19th. They are searching and searching. 2 days after she has been discovered missing, her car is found within a few miles of the hospital. Some utility workers come along on February 15th, the day after her birthday, and they find her body in a field in the southwest corner of West Jenks Road and Highway 281 in another county, Archer County, which is only 1 mile south of Wichita County. So she would have been 24. So she was literally missing for almost a month before anyone found her. She had been assaulted. She had been stabbed multiple times. She had defensive wounds. She actually, apparently there was like an old school bus on this property, and apparently the assault and everything happened in that bus, and it appears that she survived and crawled her way to where she was found. So she was a strong little thing, and she fought for her life. Now this is winter. So, you know, she was abandoned and left there to die. But she fought. She fought hard. You know, there's all the what if she was found a day earlier? What if, I mean, all the things that people ask. But I asked Barbara, I said, what were you going to school for? Because she was going to school with Tony, and she said she was going to school for broadcasting. And Barbara does not do broadcasting. I asked her, what made you change your idea of going to school for broadcasting? And she said, honestly, what made her change her view on broadcasting is that a reporter called Tony's mother. And this is exactly verbatim what the reporter said to Tony's mother. And she was a very famous reporter at the time in Wichita Falls. She in Oklahoma area, Texas, all up in that area. And she called Tony's mother and she says to her mom, what is it like for you to know your daughter was found naked in a field, dead? Her mom didn't even know they had found her yet. That was the way she found out, was this reporter calling her mom and saying the most crass thing of, how does it feel to know your daughter was found naked in a field, dead? It's crazy to me that reporters want to get a story, or they want to get that reaction, but that was so mean and heartless. The woman just lost her daughter and she had no idea. Her daughter's been missing for almost a month and she didn't even have the common courtesy. Like, no one knew. There was still hope. They still had hope. So, the sad part is that, again, you have Terry Sims, who was killed just a month earlier, actually, because she was killed in December. Tony's body was found in February. No one connected those dots. They were both assaulted and both stabbed. But they thought that Tony's killer was a guy who was stalking her because, keep in mind, she was very pretty. She had a lot of male suitors, a lot of guys who really wanted to be with her and date her and talk to her. She did have a guy that was kind of, following her around, stalking her. So they thought it was him. Thought it was him to the point that they even took him to trial. Like, they were dead set on this guy. And he was found to be actually in a hung jury. They had no DNA to tie him because at that time, it's 1985, right? So they don't have DNA, things like that to bring these cases to full on, I guess you could say, fruition, because it's the 1980s. So they didn't have all of that. So they're trying to find whatever they can. They didn't have it. The jury was hung. So they ended up deadlocking, and he was released from custody. And since then, only one of the 12 jurors thought he was guilty. So it was really the prosecution just didn't have a case. And at the time, Barbara said they really did believe he was guilty because, when you're so riddled with sadness and anger and all of that, and you think they have someone, yes, you do believe that person is guilty. So when he was found in a hung jury, it was, a loss to the family. And Tony's family pretty much fell apart from there. You know, Barbara fell apart. I mean, she lost her best friend. There were no answers. There was nothing. Tony's mom ended up dying of, I believe, cancer. If I'm not correct, Barbara will correct me. Her brothers ended up pretty much just throwing their lives away. One died of cancer. One has cancer now. Ended up divorcing his wife, has another wife, is not doing well at all. His father ended up marrying another woman who was like the evil stepmother. He could never accept the loss of his daughter. And he ended up, I believe, with Alzheimer's, and all he could think about was his daughter. And so he kept going into her room. They never changed her room. And he kept going into her room and looking for her. And so the evil stepmother threw everything out of Tony's, threw it all away because she was tired of hearing about it. And I think she was jealous because Tony engulfed everything and they couldn't get past the memory. And I mean, how could you? They lost a child. But because she was so jealous, she threw everything out and didn't even ask the brothers if they wanted anything. She didn't say anything. She just got rid of it all. So then, knowing that, you know, when her father died, he wanted to be buried in the same cemetery with his wife and daughter, the evil stepmother cremated him. And so I think it's really sad that when people die, the worst come out of people. It's crazy how that happens. But losing Tony not only shattered her family and her friends, but her ex-husband, Jimmy, still to this day has found it hard to move on. I mean, he and Tony started a business. Not only was she a smart nurse and a caring nurse, and just as Barbara says, that she was more beautiful inside than she was out. And, you know, they always say, you know, oh, this person, because I asked her that. I said, you know, what would you say about her? Because people always make this comment, you know, oh, they lit up a room. Oh, they were this, they were that. And she just said, you know, Tony was more beautiful on the inside than on the outside, like so much more beautiful on the inside. And they just had so much fun. And she was just fun. Like, loving person. And she never talked about work, you know, like she never talked about her patients. She had one kid that she did talk about, that, you know, like not major details, but she knew this one kid wasn't going to make it. He was in a motorcycle accident, and she knew he wasn't going to make it, and that really, really bothered her. It really hit her hard. So, you know, she knew he wasn't going to be okay, but she had to put on a strong front because she knew he wasn't going to be okay. And that hit her hard. But she cared about each and every one of her patients like they were part of her. Or told me about it, I chuckled because I was like, oh my gosh, I hadn't thought about this in so long. But they had a waterbed company, a waterbed store. And yes, this is the 80s, keep in mind, okay? The 80s. Waterbeds were hot back then, y'all. But it eventually grew, okay? He grew it into like a mattress store and then a furniture store. So it's grown. So he has been very successful. But not only was Tony a great, loving, and caring nurse and friend and sister and daughter and wife, but she also was a businesswoman. So, I mean, the things that she was and the things that have been taken away from this world, you know, you can only say that God has an angel that, you know, I would venture to guess that she is one of the greeters at the pearly gates, because she sounds as if she's absolutely amazing. So I love hearing about her. I love talking to Barbara about her. And I wish I knew more about the other women as well. Deborah Taylor, for instance. This is a even I don't want to say sadder, but this is also a very sad situation. Deborah Taylor was a mother and a wife in Wichita Falls. She was from Fort Worth, where she met that this actually happened in Fort Worth, not in Wichita Falls. The killer happened to be kind of passing through Fort Worth, and she and her husband Kent were at a bar in Fort Worth. Now, I don't know what Fort Worth was like back in the 80s, but I lived in Fort Worth for a short period of time, and Fort Worth is, okay, it ain't Dallas, okay? Just let me tell you that. It's a different kind of area. But she was at a bar with her husband. They were having a good time, but her husband wanted to leave, and she did not. She wasn't ready to go home, because, I mean, she's a mom. She doesn't get out much, so she was like, I don't want to go home yet. And so the husband went ahead and went home, and she stayed out for just a little bit longer. And apparently the killer tried to make advances towards her when she was trying to leave, and she denied him the advances, and he did not like that. Therefore, he decided to smash her head up against a car and shove her in the car, and that is when he assaulted her and killed her as well. And this was a very violent death. And what's sad about this situation is not just that a mother and wife was taken away, but what the after that happened was that the husband was blamed. The husband was called a murderer, even though he passed 3 polygraph tests. He lost his job. He lost his friends. Her family turned on him. He lost everything. Everything. He has been labeled a murderer all this time, up until the real killer was actually caught. And he's never received an apology, never been able to put his life back together. He has been living under the shadow of the title of a murderer to his wife, who he loved, and they never had any domestic violence issues. They never had any issues whatsoever, ever. She was only 25. They were a young married couple with a baby. She was violently and brutally murdered. How would you go from not having any issues at all to suddenly now you're a murderer of your wife? A violent murderer at that? That just does, I mean, and they never ever said, oh, we totally screwed up. Totally screwed up. They've never done that. He literally lost everything. He's never been able to get his life back and put his life back together. He lost his wife, the mother of his child. And he probably thinks every day, I never should have left her there. So there's always thoughts like, what could have been done differently? And he not only has to live with that regret, but he has to live with under this dark shadow, dark cloud of how her family turned on him, the loss of his life as he knew it. And I don't even know if he was able to keep his daughter because his family, her family, you know, he was labeled a murderer. He was you know, I don't know if they took him to trial all the way, but I know that everything changed for him, and it is really, really sad. So then we get to, and that happened in 1985 as well, which happened in I think March 24th of 1985. So you have 84 for Terry Sims in December. You have January 85. And then just a couple of months later, you have Deborah Taylor. And then you have Ellen Blau a few months later in 85. And Ellen Blau was abducted in Wichita Falls. She was also going to Midwestern State. She was apparently walking alone to her vehicle, and she was a waitress. So, but she was a student. So everyone has something in common. All of these girls, except for Deborah Taylor, were all students. They're all in their 20s. She is taken. She's abducted. She is going to her car. She is also found later after she has been assaulted and beaten and stabbed. And again, this is in Wichita Falls. And her body is found almost a month later in October. And nobody has put any of this together, right? Nobody's put any of this together. And her parents died of obviously broken hearts because they died back to back. She was in such advanced decomposition that it was hard to identify her body. They had to do it by dental records. And they couldn't really tell if she had been sexually assaulted, but they did find that her underwear were pulled down. So they weren't able to get any real analysis off of her body. She was so decomposed. But she was a student and she was working as a waitress while she was going to school. And this is just, it's unimaginable to me how these police didn't figure out that, wait a minute, okay, whole Midwestern students, all sexually assaulted, all abducted, all, I mean, what? How do you not connect those dots? Then the next year, in May of 1986, we have another girl who's 21, who is Tina Kimbrough. And she's a waitress. She had recently befriended, guess who? This man that lived in the same building that she did. Now, again, how do you not connect these dots is what I'm wondering, but they didn't. But she had been in her apartment and she was suffocated with a pillowcase, according to him. And she was found a few days later when he actually called the police from somewhere else saying that there was a body in that building. She was only 21. And again, no one put the dots together that this person worked in the same hospital as Tony, lived in the same building as Tina. All of these girls had some sort of connection by going to the same university, except for Deborah Taylor, because that was in another city. But all of these girls lived in Wichita Falls. The problem was they lived in possibly different counties because, you know, the county lines are kind of crossed over. But no one thought that there might be a same person. So his excuse for killing Tina was that she reminded him of his ex-wife. So it's just, again, crazy to me as I talk to Barbara about the aftermath of these beautiful, beautiful women that were taken from their families, from their loved ones, their friends, their futures, everything that, you know, that the police did not connect the dots. They didn't communicate with each other, that they didn't see like, hey, this is going on. And that it took them until 1999 when DNA was able to finally connect something. And I just find it very hard to believe that from 1986 to 1999 that he has not done anything since then. But again, if you want to look up, you know, the person, the killer, that's fine. But I don't want to say his name. I don't want to mention him. I just want to talk about these beautiful women. And I know more about Tony because I've been talking to Barbara. And I know that she was a very independent woman. She may have been young. She may have been 23, 24 by the time they found her. Would have been 24. You know, Barbara says she truly believes that Tony and Jimmy would have gotten back together because at the end of the day, they still loved each other very much. The timing was just off. I think that Tony wanted to experience a little bit of life before she really, really settled down. But Tony did want kids. She did want a family. But she did want to see her own way. And she was just having fun, being young, being wild and free. And, you know, enjoying not being in New Mexico, but being in a whole other state. And actually her brothers lived in Wichita Falls. So she was close to her brothers. And I think that's another reason why her brothers had such a hard time. And Barbara says she thinks one of her brothers could have possibly died from an OD. But the family was never the same since. None of these families were ever the same since. And I'm sure a lot of us have seen death in our families or we've lost a loved one, but to lose a loved one in such a brutal way is quite damaging, is quite traumatic. And I commend Barbara for fighting against this person to stay in prison. I commend her for, you know, fighting to get him finally, you know, executed. We've been paying Texas been paying for this man to be on death row for 39 years, and he's still not been put to death. I don't understand that. I can't fathom that. And I commend Barbara for helping other victims to not settle for plea deals, if at all possible, because, you know, when things don't go to trial, and you don't get that jury, which I say all the time, I would never trust my life in the hands of 12 strangers, because jurors, honestly, I don't think they understand the law or the rules of law or the definition that the judge gives them, because I feel like they are not getting what these verdicts are supposed to mean or what the punishment means. So I just find it strange. So I will leave you with Tony's favorite song at the time was by Journey, and it was I Can't Fight This Feeling. If you don't know that song, I'm sorry, by REO Speedwagon. Oh my gosh. By REO Speedwagon. I can't fight this feeling anymore. I'm not a singer, but she also loved George Strait. So at the end of this video, I'm doing a montage of all of these beautiful ladies and George Strait. And I want you to know, and please, please, when you pray at night, when you think about your loved ones, please remember it could be anybody. It could be you. It could be any one of us. We are not living in, and this happened in the 80s, you guys. So we're in 2024. Crazy things are happening. So keep in mind that someone is going through something. But these beautiful women that had bright futures and were living bright futures and had loving families lost their lives in a horrific way. But their light and their presence outshines the way they were taken. Just so you know that. I want you to know that. Deborah Taylor was a beautiful single mother and a wonderful wife. Ellen Blau was a college student who was trying to do better for herself. Tina Kimbrough was trying to do better for herself. She was a young waitress. Terry Sims was a radiology tech going to college. Tony Gibbs was a freaking RN. Do you know how hard it is to become an RN? And she was gorgeous inside and out. And she was successful. And I just want everyone to make sure that everyone remembers each and every one of these women as the wonderful, wonderful human beings that they were, the young human beings that they were, because their lives were taken far too soon. And it's just not fair. So please be sure that you like, subscribe, and share this channel. I hope you enjoyed this video. I know it was really long, but I wanted to be sure that we respected all of these beautiful souls, these beautiful women, and understood that they were people and they existed and they mattered and they matter. And I really mean it when I say, when I searched on the internet and when I looked up their names, it was really, really hard to find anything without finding information more about him than these beautiful women. So I'm very thankful to Barbara for sharing with me her story about Tony. And I really am thankful that I was able to learn Tony's favorite color and her favorite car and her favorite song and her favorite things, and just knowing the person that she was. And that her personality and her soul matched and outshines even the beauty of her on the outside. And I could feel talking to Barbara how much she still to this day misses and loves Tony just as much, and sharing the stories of Tony, like the card game, is just it's a memory that she'll always have. But I know it's something that she wishes she could laugh with Tony about today. So I know this video is long, but it's something that is meant to cherish and memorialize people who don't get to be talked about and memorialized and remembered, and their names don't get brought up enough because this world is too focused on the wrong side of the story. So I hope that you appreciate that. I hope that you took the time to listen and follow this through. And I thank you very much for watching this channel. And I appreciate you all. Please like, subscribe, and share. Kamsahamnida. I appreciate you all very much.
Teray Turner.
And how are you related to Colin?
He's my son.
And you had prepared a statement that you wish to read. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Your Honor. This is a letter I never imagined having to write. When I think of the impact the loss of Colin has made on my life, it is difficult to put into words. The grief can wash over at any time. Of course, there are the expected times of grief, such as Mother's Day, his birthday, or the anniversary of his death. There are also unexpected times, like a mother-son dance at a wedding, or when asked how many children I have. There is still a sense of unreality. I can't believe this has happened. I've watched my husband suffer as he misses his son. He is so proud to tell people that Colin was in his last semester of school for his degree in electrical engineering, following in Don's footsteps, and had been accepted into Johns Hopkins for his master's. Colin earned this degree online while being a stay-at-home dad following his retirement from the Marines. Our daughters have had the shock of unexpectedly losing their brother, and as a mother, their pain is my pain. But the greatest impact has been watching how this loss has impacted Colin's younger children, John, JP, and Lainey. We have custody of them and expect to raise them for the rest of our lives. It's been 3 years, and they're still fearful that we will die and leave them once again without parents. They worry that if we bicker, one of us may kill the other. They still ask if we have guns in the house, though they know the answer is no. No matter how many times we remind them that killing a loved one is very rare, their reality tells them differently. We talk about their dad often, but they'll never really know him as they were so young when he was killed, only 3 and 4 years old. And now, not only has Bree Kuhn killed our son, brother, father, but she's done her best to destroy his reputation. I know Colin was not a perfect man. There is no such thing, but he was not the evil man she described. He was a man who loved his wife and tried his hardest to make things work. He loved his children, retiring from the Marines early so he wouldn't miss any part of their young lives. And now he's not there for them at all due to Bree's actions. We believe Bree would do anything to get her way. She killed our son because he wanted custody of the children, and I believe she would kill again. Our hope is that Bree will receive a life sentence without parole. We plan to adopt JP and Laney and give them the security to know they don't need to worry about changing families again. Our faith has carried us along this journey, and we know the Lord will continue to carry us. He is willing that all should repent and be saved from their sins, including Bree. That is also our hope, that she would be made new in Christ and have eternal life with him. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Mr. Etheridge?
So I wanted to start this video with that victim impact statement. This is the Bree Coon military wife case in Florida, where she did take out her husband in the back with 4 shots while he was on the phone with 911. I was going to start this video with the very impactful rebuttal closing from the prosecutor with the 911 call, where that very 911 call was where you heard the actual shots and you heard Colin say, "She just shot me." And those were his last words. And you could hear the 3 remaining shots come from Bree. And then I heard this impact statement after Bree was given her guilty in the first degree, which is premeditated. And I felt this impact statement so much, because when she said those words in the end, that even God would give her and should give her lasting eternal life, and by their faith they have been given the strength to get through these last 3 years it has taken them to get to this point, to get justice for their son. I just felt that was so impactful, and I just wanted to have that to memorialize Colin and to give him what he deserves, and that is this everyone to remember him and know that he was a man of God. His family are people of faith and people of God, and to know that his children are going to be raised in a family of faith. So that was very, very impactful to me. It brought me to tears, and that is something you don't see very often with victim impact statements. It's very hard for people to find the strength to look at the person who took away their loved one and to be able to extend the Lord to them. So I just wanted to open with that, because it is something that was very, very moving to me. So I hope that that was something that moves all of you. So welcome, Yevseo, everyone, and welcome to the alternate point of view. Welcome everyone who is new to this channel, and welcome if you are a subscriber. If you are not, please like, subscribe, and share this video if you enjoy it. I hope that you do. If you are not subscribed, I will let you know that over 90% of the people who watch my videos are not subscribed, which is pretty disappointing. So I hope that you will subscribe to my channel. I hope that you will like this video. And I hope that you will share this video, because it is a video to me that is very shocking. It's unnecessary, as with all people who do these red rums. They are completely and utterly preventable and unnecessary, especially because you have taken away, or these people have taken away a loved one from someone's life. And that is what Bree Coon did to Colin Turner. She had 2 children with Colin, and she had an older daughter that was also living in the home that was about 12 years old that Colin was also helping take care of while he was getting this degree in engineering. And he was a retired Marine. Bree was a chief in the Navy. They were stationed in Florida. And the sad part is that Bree was having some mental health issues. And we talk about mental health a lot. Mental health is something that is seriously and under estimated, under looked at. I don't even know. I don't know what term I'm looking for, but it's an under rated disease. Okay. It's something that we are not looking at enough, but she was Baker acted. I'm not sure if you know what Baker acted is in the military, but she was basically being monitored and watched, and her commanding officer was aware of the couple of suicide attempts that she had done, and that she was on medication. She was supposed to be in therapy. She was supposed to be doing a lot of things to take care of herself. But here's the thing about mental health, you guys, and we've discussed this a lot on my channel. Your therapist only knows what you tell them. So if you don't tell your therapist what's really bothering you, if you don't tell your therapist the things that you need help with, your therapist can't help you. It's much like going to the doctor. If you don't tell your doctor what's bothering you, what's hurting you, what's ailing you, the doctor cannot help you. So if you don't tell your partner what's wrong, you don't speak up, then your partner cannot read your mind, nor can your therapist. So what Bree was doing was not going to therapy. She had actually been taken out of a couple of therapy classes because she was not doing anything to move her therapy forward. So that is why Bree was kind of going downhill in her therapy. And on this particular day that she did what she did, which was basically ambush her husband. She ambushed her husband and shot him 4 times in the back, and is trying to use this stand your ground that Florida has. And we have discussed this in past cases as well. I really believe that Florida needs to take another look at this stand your ground, because they are using it. These defendants are using the stand your ground all willy-nilly. Like it's, I mean, what is the stand your ground? You know, I am all about protecting yourself. I'm all about protecting your home. If someone is breaking into your home, and you know, I'm completely about protecting and defending yourself. But if you have locked someone out of your house, and in Florida, apparently, you guys, they don't have this, you don't have to retreat, much like the case where the old woman shot her neighbor through her door while she was locked in her home on the phone with 911. Now, if you have called 911 and you are locked away in a safe space, and I'm talking about locked behind a steel door that's bolt locked, okay, not locked in a closet with no way to protect yourself, okay, not locked in a trailer door bathroom, okay. I mean, this is not a situation where, you know, she didn't have a means to defend herself. This old lady had a pew-pew on her. She could defend herself in case this woman were able to break into her house, okay. So there's a difference. There's a lot of times that we have heard 911 calls where people are on the phone with 911 and they're in a closet. That closet door is not going to hold back a 200-pound man if they want to get to you. Okay. So there are extenuating circumstances. I understand that. But this woman, Bree, actually locked her husband out of the house, and he was just sitting in his lawn chair in the garage. And now the police had been called out several times that day already, and he was just doing what he felt he had to do to get back into his own house, which was call 911 and say, hate to bother you guys, but she's locked me out of the house again, and I just want to get in my house. Can you come help me? And the next thing you know, the 911 operator hears a loud bang. And she says, "What was that?" And he says, "She just shot me." And he's completely ambushed and taken off guard. And next thing you know, you hear 3 more shots. And he's done. I can't even imagine what in the world. There is literally no reason. The crazy thing about this entire situation is that what started this argument, and I don't know their internal ins and outs of their relationship. I don't know what was going on, but apparently the entire rift began the night before. Bree wanted to watch a television show, and she had the TV up too loudly. And Colin asked her to turn it down. Now, here's the dynamics of their relationship. Colin retired from the Marine Corps after serving 14 years. Thank him for his service. He wanted to stay home and raise the kids. Bree was in the Navy. She was a chief in the Navy, which is a very good salary. They had a very nice house. Okay, so she is obviously the main breadwinner. Colin, obviously, he gets some type of retirement and disability from the Marine Corps and the VA. But obviously, he's not bringing in as much as Bree is. And this is a contentious piece for them because Bree is, for some reason, she feels the need to throw this in Colin's face. Never mind the fact that he is at home homeschooling and raising the toddlers and going to school. And let me tell you, if you're going to school online and you have the discipline to do that, which clearly Colin had the discipline to do that because he was 2 weeks away from getting his electrical engineering degree, which is awesome. And being able to keep up with these 2 toddlers. If you can see them in the body cam video, holy bejeez, they are hyper, which toddlers are, but they are wanting to just be all over the place. They're just ping ponging everywhere. So I don't know how he did it, but he's raising them and he's going to school and he's taking care of a child that's not his, it's his stepdaughter, but he's taking care of her as well. And he's trying to keep his marriage together. So I'm not saying he's a superhero, but he's doing the best he can. And I'm not saying he's perfect, but I mean, come on. And clearly Bree has some issues, and her issues apparently all stem from work. That seems to be the topic when she goes to therapy. That seems to be the topic when she has had her couple of self-harm attempts, are all about work. They're not about Colin. They're not about her home life. They are about work. So I fail to understand where her way of thinking comes in. But when this argument happens over the television volume, Colin warns her, "I'm going to cut the Wi-Fi off if you don't turn the TV down. The kids have got to go to bed. The kids got to go to bed, and she's supposed to be at work the next day." But apparently, I did not know this. Now I'm a military brat, so I know you can't just call out of work in the military back in the day. Now I don't know what it is like now, but apparently now you can just no call, no show in the military. I didn't in the Navy anyway. But you cannot do that back in the day. Okay. When my dad had to be at work, he had to be at work. There was no like, oh, I'm sick, oh, I got to do this, I got to do that. Oh, no. Anyo. You went to work. Drink water. That's the military, y'all. I'm sorry. So she just didn't go to work. And her CO just texts her. It's like, are you okay? What? Yeah, I know. But I guess because she's Baker acted, they had to check on her, make sure she's all right, her feelings aren't hurt, this, that, and the other. But she was so mad at him that night because he did turn the Wi-Fi off. She put his laptop in the dishwasher. That escalated quickly. So that tells you her mindset. That tells you the type of person she is. That tells you that she is very vindictive and gets angry very quickly. Now, throughout the trial, we find out that, Colin ends up having to call her CO because that's how it works when you're in the military. Okay. In the military, if you have issues, it goes through the military. So if you have an issue with your spouse, if you have an issue, anything like that going on, you have to contact the CO, and you have to let them know, like, hey, yeah, my wife is like, my spouse is like doing this, doing that, because the military has to handle this kind of stuff the best that they can because it's an internal issue. The military has to handle it because if the military finds out any other way, then the military is not happy, because if civilian world finds out about what's going on in the military world, and that looks bad on the military. So Colin contacts her CO and he says, look, my wife has cut off all of my money. She's taking away my stuff. I just want to step away I want to remove myself from this situation. I want to take my kids and I want to go to my parents' house in Georgia and just take a breather. I don't feel like this is a good situation for us to be in right now. He's not saying, he's very calm. He just thinks they need a break. They need to separate, but she's cut off any money that he can use to do that. Now, what she does in turn, now I don't know for certain if there was a physical altercation between the two of them, but that's what she says there is. She says that Colin pushed her and threw her down on the ground. I don't know if that's a fact. I don't know if that actually happened, but that's what she tells the police when she calls 911. So she calls 911. She says, but the first words out of her mouth are, he's trying to take my kids. And she has locked him out of the house. He's trying to take my kids. But the police are like, okay, that's not for us to handle. Then she says, he pushed me in the bathroom and threw me on the ground. Okay. Where are you injured? Where are you hurt? What happened to you? Are there any witnesses? Do you have any marks on you? Where were you pushed? So they're looking for like, what is there? But there's nothing. So then she keeps saying, he's trying to take my kids. He's trying to take my kids. Okay. Are they your kids or are they both of your kids? Because this is something the police can't get involved in. So then she calls them back after locking him out of the house again. But now, at this time, she gave him the little girl because the little girl woke up from a nap and she wouldn't calm down. So she gave him to Colin. Now, why would she give him to Colin? Because she wanted her daddy. Because why? Because daddy raises the kids. Daddy takes care of the kids. And crazy mama can't calm them down. So she gives daddy the little girl and then locks them outside in the Florida heat. And they're out there for a while. And then he has to call 911 and say, yo, I can't get back in my house with my little girl. My wife has locked me out. And the cop is like, okay, is this your house? Is this both of your house? Is this both of your kids? There's a different cops coming out at this point. And he's like, yes. So, okay, then you can go back into your house any way you want to. It's both of your house and they're both your kids. So you can do what you want. But here's the thing. Colin is a Marine, he is a husband, and he is a father. And he's not going to go kicking in the doors of his own house with his children in there. That's not how he handles things, because he has kids. Okay. He's not going to go kicking in the door with his kids in there and I'll act a fool and all this kind of stuff. He's trying to handle this in the best way possible. It's embarrassing enough that he has to call the police just to get back into his own house. So she, once again, he's trying to take my kids. He snatched her out of my hands. No, chick, you gave your daughter to him and then locked him out of the house. What the heck is wrong with you? That's not what happened at all. But no, in her version of the story, he took the kid. But how's he locked out of the house? You locked him out. This is just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs crazy. So poor Colin is just like, I don't know what the heck is happening right now. This is just the craziest thing in the whole wide world. And Bree even tries recording him and trying to get him to do something while she's recording him. And he's just like, I don't want to talk to you right now. I don't want to have anything to do with this right now. And she's trying to get him to talk to her, and he will not talk to her. He's like, I don't want to talk about this. I'm done. And the entire time, he won't talk to me. He won't talk to me. Here's the thing about men and women, and I'm sure most of you know this, right? But men hate to argue. Hate it. And men will not argue. They are not going to do it. They will walk away and they will give you the silent treatment. Women do it all the time too, but men will nope, not going to do it. Not going to do this right now. We are done. When you calm down, we'll have a conversation. But all he wanted to do was walk away. And he was perfectly fine being locked out of the house. But what he wasn't fine with was his 3-year-old daughter being locked out of the house. So she locked him out of the house again. And that is when he had to call 911. And when he had to call 911, when he was locked out of the house again, it was literally the last time. And it was so awful that for him to be locked out for that final time, and know that was going to be his last time. That was his last time to be locked out of the house and not have the opportunity to go back in the house and not know that was going to be the last time that he was going to be locked out is just the most awful thing, because his children were so young that, I remember vaguely years old and 4 maybe, but what little memory these children are going to have about their father is so sad. So I want to play for you the final time, the final moments of Colin, because this is it. This is the last moments of Colin's life. The last moments that Colin was able to, that he had no idea. He was literally ambushed and had no idea this was going to happen to him.
He kept talking about a plan. I hope that every time he said that in your mind, you said, that is not required. Premeditation does not require a plan. The evidence shows this was a premeditated act. Physically, she had to go get her gun, come back, walk to the door with the intent of killing her husband. That's not a plan, but that is premeditation. She went to that door for one purpose, not to talk, not to argue, not to confront him, to kill him. That was her sole intent. Your decision should be based on the evidence. If you have any lingering doubts or questions about what happened to Colin or what took place in that garage, there's a very clear answer.
2 p.m. 45 seconds.
Your false emergency. Hi, you guys have been out to my house twice today, and then most recently, the deputy talked my wife into letting me in the house, and then she locked me in the garage, and I decided to break my arm, and I'm trying to get back inside. What's your address, sir? 6184 Kenks, Kenks Drive. Currently got me locked in the garage because earlier she broke both of the big doors, and then when I came out here to fix it after getting in the house earlier, she locked the door behind me. And what I said, what was that? She just got me. She just shot it.
Thank you, Judge. Bree Kuhn murdered her husband, Colin. Now it's time for you to make that official. Found her guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Thank you.
So that is an ambush. And those were his last words. He had no idea that was coming. And I want to let you know that when the defense attorney was giving his closing arguments, he mentioned something that was absolutely disrespectful to Colin when he said that being locked out of his house, he said Colin was a Marine. You know, how could he not get back into his own house? Other Marines would find that laughable. First of all, how rude and how disrespectful of you to say such a thing, because Colin had some self-respect, and he had character about himself, and he loved his children, because he did not break down the door of his house and do all this crazy stuff like Bree did, because Bree broke the doors and made it so Colin could not get back into the house, and she locked him out of the house, and then she shot her husband in the back. Colin didn't do anything like that because he obviously thought about his children first. He put his children first. And that makes him a man of character, and a man of dignity, and a man of love, and a better person and a better human. So for him to say such a thing in his closing arguments, that Marines would find that laughable, makes that man laughable to me. So Bree, who has shown absolutely zero remorse and clearly has zero motherly instinct, because there are better ways. Colin was not on the verge of taking her children from her, as she so thought. He just wanted to get away from her crazy. If you haven't heard of the Bree Kuhn trial in the state of Florida, I think that it is something that you should take a look at, if for anything, to look at the dignity and the poise of Colin's parents. I applaud them. I can seriously, I pray for this family. I pray to have as much poise and dignity as Colin's parents. Her victim impact statement was very impactful for me. And I wanted to start this video off with that because it was very, very wonderful. For her to be able to look at Bree and say that she hoped that she got God's forgiveness and eternal life, because it was God's faith, her faith in God and strength, that has gotten her through these last 3 years. So I hope that message comes across to all of you, because it definitely hit me. May Colin rest in peace, and I hope that Colin is there seeing his children being raised with love and with God. So this just really hit hard for me, because just Colin's mother is a beautiful, beautiful person, and that impact statement is one of the most amazing impact statements I've ever heard. So I hope everyone will take the time to appreciate Colin James Turner and remember him, and know that he was an amazing, again, like his mother said, not perfect, but a Marine, a loving father, and he has beautiful children. And I just hope that everyone remembers him for who he is, and not for how he was taken out of this world. So if you would like to give to his, I know his family, his obviously it's been 3 years, but if you would like to plant a tree for Colin, if you would like to memorialize him, or light a candle for him, you may do so here. His obituary is here. He is laid to rest in Michigan. So if you would like to plant a tree for him, or if you knew him and would like to share a memory, if you would like to do this, there's a tribute book here for him, and you can do that. So if you would like to remember Colin James Turner, this is Colin James Turner. If you have not seen this case, I just want to take a moment to be silent for Colin. And praise God for justice, you guys. Bree was found guilty of first-degree red rum, and she is going to serve life in prison without the possibility of parole. And she was sentenced today as well. and the judge did not have any words for her. So I think that that is telling. Actually, a lot of judges have things to say, and this judge did not have anything to say for her, because actually I think that she really wasn't worth saying anything to. But Colin's parents were much more poised than I would even be. So I appreciate you all so very much. I hope that you will continue to pray for Colin's family and his children. They seem to be doing very well, considering their father is no longer here, and now they have lost their mother too, and that's really sad. So I hope that you will all continue to think about all of the cases that we do. Somebody has lost their lives, and we cannot forget that. We cannot forget that these cases are not just about these trials and, you know, us poking fun at the attorneys or witnesses or what have you. These trials are happening because someone's life is gone. And we have to remember that. We have to remember that we must continue to pray and understand that somebody has lost a family member, and in a brutal way. So I appreciate you all so much. Please like, subscribe, and share. Please keep each other in your thoughts and prayers, and please love each other as if it's your last day. And really, please just be there and be kind. It does not hurt to be kind. And happiness is a choice, you guys. I appreciate you all so much. 감사합니다. And I will see you in the next video.
I'm Betty Politan. The subject of my investigation is the suitcase murder trial. Sarah Boone and George Torres, they had issues with substance abuse and issues with one another. And in the end, those issues resulted in a grown man dying locked inside of a suitcase. Here's the story. On February 24th, 2020, Sarah Boone and her boyfriend, George Torres, were spending an evening together at Sarah's home. The couple had a bit of a tumultuous past. Both had been arrested on domestic violence charges, but they always seemed to get back together. On this night, the two were drinking, but what happened next is almost inexplicable. George got inside of a suitcase that was then zipped shut. Why and exactly how he got into the suitcase is not 100% clear. But what is clear is at one point, he wanted to get out. He pleaded with Sarah to open the suitcase, but she refused. Instead, she turned on the video camera on her phone and started to record George as he begged for his life. The following morning, she eventually called 911. She said she and George were playing hide and seek, and George ended up in the suitcase. When police responded, they found George dead in the suitcase. Sarah has been charged with second-degree murder, but now claims she was the victim and is claiming battered spouse syndrome. What is the truth? So in most cases, when you're talking about a murder trial and a suitcase, that's where the remains end up, right? Sometimes people are unfortunately dismembered, put into one or more suitcases, and their bodies discarded. Someone finds them, and then investigators try to put the case together. That's not the situation. Here, the suitcase itself is the alleged murder weapon that George Torres is inside there locked and can't get out and dies as a result. So I want you to take a listen. This is Melissa Roughgarden, who is one of the CSI people, describing that suitcase and its dimensions.
Prior to placing the suitcase into evidence, did you process it?
I took measurements of the suitcase.
What are the measurements of the suitcase?
It was 28 inches in length, 20 inches wide, and 8 7/8 inches deep.
So there you see the suitcase inside the courtroom. And that was the first thing that struck. I saw that. I was like, that looks like pretty much a normal suitcase, not an oversized suitcase, but a very normal sized suitcase. Again, the first time you hear the story, you're like, what? A man was inside of the suitcase? I want you to take a look because what I have here right next to me is a suitcase with the
Hello. Hello, Akron Slim. Welcome. How are you? We are getting ready to go back to Sarah Boone. We're about to be back from lunch. I honestly don't know. I was I was playing some old videos of mine. We were talking about the Florida woman who took out her husband in the garage. That's what we were watching, but I think it ended sooner than I expected it to. I was sorry. I was watching something on TV in the other room. My bad. My bad, my bad. We are back. Welcome to the channel, Akron. Please like, subscribe, and share. That was a long lunch. I hope they have, I think they might rest today, the defense. And then I wonder if they're ready for closing arguments today. What do y'all think? As I fix my lipstick. Back with the two bodyguards.
All right, we're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Steve Castro on behalf of the state. William James, state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone. Tony Henderson, Sarah Boone. Kevin Becker, behalf of Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same dark gray suit and maroon blouse from this morning. She is in custody. However, there are no restraints as she will be standing as with the rest of us when our jury enters and exits. It's 12:57. State, anything we need to address?
No, sir.
Defense.
Judge, I've got something. Can we approach the bench?
Every single time. Every single time. They can never have just a smooth entry back into court. The defense always has something. Without fail. Y'all, did you hear about the Walmart in Halifax? China, did you hear about it? You're over on that side. Oh my gosh. It's wild. I need to do some digging into that. They think it's intentional. It sounds terrifying. Absolutely awful. Somebody was locked in a human-size cooker, a walk-in cooker, and cooked. Ugh. I mean, that's pretty gnarly. It's all over the TikTok, so. And then there's a fire up in Dallas near the airport, the Dallas-Fort Worth airport. Oh my Lord, it's a fire. That's what they said. It's a fire. All right, defense. Let's get on with it. Anything? What in the world are they going on about? I bet they don't have their witness is still not ready.
All right, thank you all very much.
Oh,
Mr.
my
Owens, if you
word.
could see to calling Dr. Harper at this time to advise her to be here at 1:30 for her testimony.
Yes, sir.
I knew it. They're not ready. They just keep putting stuff off.
Just 1 second, sir. Thank you. I'm waiting for Mr. Owens to return.
Oh. This trial could have been done like in a week, like last week. This could have been a 2-dayer.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Judge, may we approach a minute?
Without Mr. Owens?
Again?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Oh my gracious day. Oh my gracious day.
All right, as we've discussed, we're not going to be having the charging conference regarding the jury instructions at this time. That will be conducted tomorrow. I have requested the defense to provide any instructions that they are seeking to be provided to the court and to the state in Word format tomorrow, including but not limited to 3.6F or 3.6G and any portions thereof that the defense is seeking to utilize for the purposes of jury instructions. The court throughout the trial has been redlining the jury instructions that were provided initially by the state. At the end of the evidence and testimony presentation this afternoon, the court will email those to all parties. Once Mr. Owens comes back in from advising witnesses of when to be here, we will bring in our jury and proceed with the evidence presentation this afternoon. State, anything else we need to address? Defense, anything else we need to address?
No, you are.
All right, very good. As soon as Mr. Owens enters, we'll bring in our jury. The deputies will assist Ms. Walker in the wheelchair into the jury box.
I've called her 3 times. I did text her. I don't know if she's in the process of switching rooms.
No worries. We'll cross that bridge at 1:30 if she's not here, sir. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and
1:30?
stand and bring in our jury.
I hope they have a witness.
All rise, jury's in room.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, everyone can be seated. Thank you. Members of the jury, again, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I see juror number fifth from the right to left, second row. His hand's already up. He knows what's coming. If you can, just raise those hands, confirm you complied to the court's instructions. Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, members of the jury, the defense is going to continue with their evidence and testimony presentation this afternoon. Thank you. Mr. Owens, you may call your next witness, sir.
Your Honor, the defense calls Mr. Pearl Walker.
Oh my goodness. Lord, if this is going to be like a 5-second witness and they drug her all the way there.
And press the release, Your Honor, just in case.
I think the deputy's got it.
Got it, okay.
Ms. Walker? Ms. Walker? Can you raise your right hand to be sworn? Please do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
What did you say?
Can you state and spell your name for the record
Pearl
for us?
Walker, Pearl, Walker, Walker.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Beck, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Walker. Ms. Walker, do you know the defendant, Sarah Boone?
Yes.
How do you know her, ma'am? How do you know Ms. Boone? If you can't hear me, just ask me to repeat myself. And I will
Okay,
do so.
okay.
How do you know Ms. Boone?
She lives in the same apartment building that I lived in.
And can you tell us how long the two of you shared the same apartment complex, apartment buildings?
About 4 years.
And how is it that you became familiar with Ms. Boone?
My husband and I was sitting out on the porch and we see her coming with her 2 dogs.
And what happened then?
Then I will call her over with, with her dogs.
And what do you mean by call her over?
When I see her walking with a dog, and I see her and I look at her and I said, "Hey, Sarah, how you doing?" And that's it.
And would she generally respond to you?
Yes.
And how, well, I won't go there. Would you spend time with Ms. Boone?
Did I spend time?
Would you spend time speaking with Ms. Boone?
Yes.
How long would you speak with her?
About 15 or 20 minutes. That's all.
And was your husband sometimes involved in those conversations as well?
He just say hi.
So you and Ms. Boone were the two primary communicators?
Yes, sir.
In the time that you knew Ms. Boone, did you witness anything about her person or her body that
I know,
gave you
Brandy.
cause for concern?
Sometimes I would see it like she had been choked around her neck or her arm be hurt. Have a mark on her arm. And I just asked her.
And would she describe how that happened?
Just say, I had a,
Hang on. The objection is sustained.
I know some people are having
When
trouble
you
getting
would
in the
ask
chat.
her that, how did she appear to you to respond emotionally to your questions?
I'm getting
about her
bored talking to
injuries?
myself.
she just say, one of them days or something.
Objection sustained.
Just for the record, instead of telling us what she would say, would she demonstrate any emotion on her face?
Well, I would see the emotion that she was upset about something.
And did you ask about her
I see you, Gwen.
obvious upset persona? Her upset, the fact that she was upset? Would you ask her about that?
Yeah, well,
Okay, you have to just limit your answer to the question.
This poor old
Would
lady.
you ask her about that issue? About why she was upset?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I just can't go beyond that. Thank you. Now, how frequently would that occur?
I would say on the weekends when I see her.
Was that primarily when you saw her on the weekends?
Mostly I would see her walking through, going to her place. And and I'm sitting on the porch and I see her then.
Now, strike that. While you were there in that apartment complex, and excuse me for getting ahead of myself, do you still live in that apartment complex?
No.
How long have you been gone from that apartment complex? If you don't know, that's fine. Thank you, ma'am. During the occasions that you had to interact with Ms. Boone, how did she treat you?
She was a nice lady,
Overruled.
nice to me.
Did she ever act uppity?
What?
Overruled.
Did she ever treat you in an uppity manner?
What you mean, sir?
Did she ever look down on you as a person?
Oh, no,
Did she ever treat you with disrespect?
no.
I'm going to check this is character.
Sustained.
May I approach on this, Your Honor?
Yes.
They made this poor old lady come over here. I mean, basically, why don't they ask her that? Yeah, they made this poor old lady in a wheelchair come to the stand, basically as a character witness for Sarah. They have no one else to be a character witness for her. I mean, does Sarah have no friends? No one? I mean, even yeah, I mean, that's just so mean to bring this poor old lady in a wheelchair up here to talk about somebody that she just was a neighbor with, like not anybody that she even. This sweet old lady that just was like, "Hey, how you doing, Sarah?" I mean, I think even the Shiver chick had people that would have nice things to say about her, and she buried her husband under cement in her backyard. Of course she looked upset. Look at her. She looks upset all the time. Except when she's got that weird poop-eating grin on her face. Where she thinks she's winning at life. I don't really know. I don't know. This jury can go. I don't know how long the jury's going to take on this one. I mean, this is a tough one, actually. I didn't think it would be, but it actually is. It's actually kind of I don't know.
Objection sustained.
I'm sorry, I'm back, Mrs. Walker. In the time that you and Ms. Boone lived together, on occasion, did you see law enforcement arrive at the apartment complex?
A couple of times.
And did you ever get involved in any of their investigation?
No.
Were you ever approached by law enforcement and asked for information, evidence, insight into what might be going on?
No, sir.
Now, in all candor, were there occasions when you believed that Sarah Boone may have been under the influence of alcohol?
No, I can't say.
Did you also observe George Torres during the time that you lived there in the apartment complex?
I didn't see him very much. If we sitting on the porch, that's the only time I see him.
Did you know Mr. Torres very well?
No.
Was there an incident when you saw Ms. Boone with a black eye?
Yes.
Did you witness a pattern between Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres wherein you observed signs of abuse?
Sustained.
You testified that you saw Ms. Boone on occasion with bruises, other injuries, and a black eye. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And was there any pattern to what you observed in regards to those injuries and bruises that you observed on Ms. Boone?
One time I seen with a black eye and like she had been choked one time.
Okay. Did Ms. Boone complain to you about those marks?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any cross-examination?
Hi, Ms. Walker.
Oh,
Is it fair to say you're not sure when exactly you saw any of those injuries on her, correct?
say that again?
You're not exactly sure when you saw any of those injuries on her, correct?
When she come past the apartment, I'll be sitting out there, 'cause we always sit out there.
Right, but we don't know if this is December or 2018 or anything
I
like that.
can't remember, sir.
Okay. And
Bless her
is it fair to
heart.
say you have no idea how she got those marks? Is that fair?
Repeat that again?
Do you have any idea how she got those marks?
On the weekends, I see him and her go in.
But you don't know who, if anybody, put those marks on her, right?
Well,
Just call us for yes or
I
no.
can tell when they must have had an argument or something. I hear the dogs barking.
And you're 5 doors down, right? Unit 8, Unit 3?
Yeah.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Can this witness be released?
Poor lady.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Y'all should
Ms.
be
Walker, the
ashamed of
deputies are going to come get you
yourselves.
and take you out, okay?
You all done?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Oh, bless her heart. This makes me, I don't know, but if I'm a juror, I do not like Sarah Boone at all right now. This does not make me like Sarah Boone. Bless her heart. She didn't even look at her though. Like Sarah, that woman did not even look at Sarah Boone, but I feel bad. That's so sad. That literally, like, they've shown all these pictures. They've shown they've had Sarah Boone up there as a witness. They had that doctor man up there.
Defense ready to
They
call your
did
next
not
witness.
need that poor old lady. Yeah, I don't think the doctor actually, I think he helped in describing what battered spouse syndrome is, and I think he did an excellent job describing, being a victim and survivor and all that stuff is. I think he did a very good job describing his field. In layman's terms, I think he did an excellent job being a witness as far as that's concerned. But as far as describing Sarah herself, I don't think he did. I mean, he wasn't leaning towards her, so I don't think he did anything in her favor, like some of those witnesses do. We've had this discussion before. I remember I had that friend of mine who dated that woman that he met on Christian Mingle, and she actually faked cancer and faked going to I mean, she didn't fake going to get treatment. She actually had his mother drive her to treatment and would go in there, and his mother would wait in the waiting area for hours. Like she was going back there to get treatment. I don't know what she was back there doing, but she would even come out with burns and stuff on her neck, but she would burn herself with a curling iron. Yeah, exactly. Trial junkies. He could have been talking about anything. I think it's just really sad that they brought this lady in for something.
Yes.
And of course, their witness is not ready. It is time for their witness, and they don't have a witness ready. The trial will end early today because they only have one more witness, and then the defense is going to rest. And they'll do closings tomorrow. Unless the prosecution has rebuttal, but I don't think they do because the prosecution is ready. So, yeah. So this case could have been done like Monday, Tuesday. This case could have been done yesterday if it weren't for them, the defense, just like constantly with the motions and the just this delays over and over again.
Members of the jury, witness is
running late.
a couple minutes late. I think they may be stuck in the security line downstairs. So we're just going to be in a short recess for them to join us this afternoon. Similar instruction that I've given you, please do not conduct any independent investigation or research regarding the person, places, things, or charge involved. And do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else, and we'll bring you back in as soon as that witness arrives. Thank you again for your patience.
You know, what's so irritating about this witness knew they had to be on the stand after lunch. This isn't like they didn't know. They literally just took nearly a 2-hour lunch. I mean, my God, they got a woman in there in a wheelchair.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you. We'll be off the record until Dr. Harper arrives.
I mean, look at Wade Wilson. I mean, he went to trial. There's a lot of cases that go to trial when you know you're like, why didn't you just take a plea deal, or why didn't you just why are we wasting the state's time and money and all of this stuff to go to trial for something that you're just clearly they did it. Right. But I mean, look at all these people gifting Court TV. Court TV don't need to be gifted any money. They make plenty of money. Dang, Court TV. Oh, I'm sure they didn't. Which is stupid because, I mean, honestly, if they should have just told him to plead guilty and give him, I mean, he's going to serve life anyway. Well, that stinks because that's a waste of money. It's a total waste of money. I like the way Court TV is getting all these memberships and gifting stuff. They're already rich. I know, right? I'm like, you guys already make tons of money. You're rich. Go to little channels like mine. Unfair. Life's not fair. It's not fair. Sarah's big. This is not fair. I don't know, but you know, I mean, don't you remember being a kid and you get in trouble and you're like, that's not fair. This is not fair. And then your parents always tell you, life's not fair. I mean, like, that's the lamest thing, to just be told life's not fair. Like, what the heck? And then my dad used to always say, I'm going to hold you to that, Brandy. I got a lot of people saying they're going to become a member on the 1st. My dad used to always have this stupid saying, to like want in one hand and crap in the other. Like, why would you want to crap in your hand? Doesn't even make any dang sense. He'd say, and wait and see which one piles up faster. Well, I got a lot of wants, man. So I don't know. I'm thinking, I don't know. But I'm not gonna crap in my hand. That makes no sense. I don't know why he said that. I know. It is very childish. But I will say, okay, I'm not defending Sarah Boone in any way, but I'm just saying that if you're in a relationship like that, that my mom would say that too, but you never get to see it happen. If you're in a relationship like that, you do want to try to appease the other person and keep them occupied. I don't know if arts and crafts is necessarily, I mean, each their own, but if that's what kept him calm was arts and crafts, I don't know, maybe. But also, like, you know, I know I know, Gwen tried until YouTube shut me down, but now I'm back. I'm coming back with a vengeance. I mean, I guess if arts and crafts, I know, dang it, my mama says that still. The people in hell won't ice water. Yep. That's funny. I mean, she could have been, but she also could have been that way because of him. I mean, they seem very toxic to each other. And when you're in a relationship like that, you do try to do everything you can to appease that other person and just try to keep the situation as calm as possible. But also you give in to their habits as well. You like, he was a drinker and alcoholic. She was clearly an alcoholic. So they both just fed off of that. It just kind of weirds me out that she said that they were two bodies, one soul. That kind of freaks me out. I mean, I know we've been waiting for this trial for a long time, but I honestly am very excited for it to be over. I can't wait for it to be over. I've been trying to get that man's attention for months. It's amazing how my dog is like completely knocked
We are
out
back on
under the
record.
desk.
Case number 2020 CF
Until I pull
2603,
out
State of
coffee.
Florida versus Sarah Boone. State.
Judge,
Because he's in
before we
Detroit.
began trial, I had indicated that in the past, historically, in these types of cases, there were problems with cameras showing attorneys' laptops. It's been brought to my attention that that is going on again. I'm asking the court to order whoever it is who has a camera, whether it be phone or TV, pool camera, that they not do that.
Okay, all right. Members of the gallery, good afternoon. And the TV crews as well. Information that's contained on both parties' laptops, be it the defense or the state, is protected by work product and attorney-client privilege. It's not something that's viewable, not something that should be disseminated, and not something that can be looked at unless there is a knowing, intelligent waiver, and that stuff's going to be put out to the public for consumption. So I'm going to ask you as best as possible not to view, take pictures of, or look at any of the laptops, be it the defense's laptops or the state's laptops, to avoid that. With regard to the camera, if we can, when zooming in on either the defense counsel's table or the state's counsel's table, if we can try to avoid their laptops, I would greatly appreciate you, sir. And the podium. Thank you.
What did they see? I'm sorry. Hey, Trial Junkies, I don't know if you heard the other day he kicked somebody out of the court because they, I guess, had an outburst or something. I don't know what the outburst was, but they did something. But when he kicked them out of the courtroom, she said some stuff on the way out of the courtroom. It was funny.
All right, we are back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State appearances for the record.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state.
Defense.
James Owens on behalf of Ms. Boone.
Tony Henderson.
Ew, that's disgusting.
All right, Ms. Boone is standing at counsel's table wearing a dark gray suit and maroon blouse. Let's go ahead and bring in our jury as Dr. Harper is here.
All rise, jury's in.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you recognize our jury. All right, thank you. All can be seated. Again,
I
members
would
of the
love
jury,
it
if
if
you could
one
just
of them
raise
would
those
be like,
hands,
wait, I don't
confirm you
know that
complied with the
person
court's
right there.
instructions. Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, defense, at this time, you may call your next witness.
We call Dr. Julie Harper.
Finally, been hearing about this woman forever. She better have something spectacular to say.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Doctor, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Dr. Julie Harper, Harper.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think you've already stated your name, but just introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Dr. Julie Harper, and I'm a licensed psychologist.
Would you tell the jury your educational background?
I have an undergraduate degree from Oberlin College in biopsychology. I have a master's degree from University of Denver. I went on from my master's degree to earn a psychological doctorate. That's called a PsyD. That was also from University of Denver. In completing that education, I specialized in psychological assessment, which means I had extra coursework in that area of learning to administer psychological tests to other people. I completed an APA-approved internship at Washington State University, which means that I was matched, and that was my site to practice being a psychologist for a full year, and that was between 1999 and 2000. And following that, I turned in my dissertation, which was in the passing of power in couples relationships. I then graduated and started my postdoc work in Pullman, Washington. As part of becoming a psychologist, you have to have over 1,500 to 2,000 hours of supervised work as a psychologist. The person that supervised me was a forensic psychologist. So during that postdoc time, that was my introduction to forensic work while I worked at a community mental health center.
Dr. Harper, how long have you been licensed?
I was first licensed in Washington State in 2002, so 22 years.
What type of position have you held as a psychologist?
Well, I was rehired at my internship site, so I worked at Washington State University College Counseling Center. I also worked 2 times at a community mental health center. The first time was in Pullman, Washington, and that was during the period of time where I was getting my postdoc hours completed, and then I stayed on after licensure. I also worked in Florida. When I came to Florida in 2005, I took a position in the Fort Walton Beach area at Bridgeway Center, which is a community mental health center. And while working there, I completed a variety of psychological assessments. I was directing the testing program. I also began working doing the Department of Juvenile Justice contract work for evaluating adolescents that had gotten into legal trouble and needed an assessment for consideration of program placement. I worked in that community mental health setting doing clinical assessments and the DJJ contract and Social Security evaluations, and continued that until about 2010. In 2010, I opened my own private practice, which is Northwest Florida Psychological Services. And in the beginning of the practice, it was a combined clinical and forensic practice, meaning that I spent a majority of time doing psychological assessments to answer questions from physicians about things like ADHD, depression, to make treatment recommendations. I had the therapy patients, and I also did, again, Social Security disability evaluations, so numerous kinds of assessments. And then over time, I began doing more and more forensic work, including receiving appointments from judges to do competency to stand trial evaluations, sanity at the time of the offense evaluations, for Circuit 1 in Florida. And I continued to do the Department of Juvenile Justice contract briefly But then that it came up for bid and I discontinued that contract. What I did is I slowly reduced my clinical practice because when you do forensic psychology, it means you have to travel. Your individuals that you're seeing are not usually out in the community. A lot of times you have to see them in jail. So it's hard to maintain a therapy practice, and I scaled that back over time. Eventually, my practice became entirely forensic. And then in 2017, I took a job with the state of Georgia to be an evaluator full-time. I was working doing competency to stand trial and sanity at the time of the offense evaluations, and then assisting with risk assessments in the inpatient setting. I did that until 2021. At that time, my private practice was just quieted down, of course, from COVID, and I was not in full-time practice. So I wished to return to full-time practice with my own company, and I did that in May of 2021. And since then, obviously the courts are busy again. We're all recovering from the COVID era and back to full-time practice.
Now, where do you live?
I live in Okaloosa County, and that is in the panhandle of Florida.
All right. And is that where your practice is currently?
Yes.
All right. Is it fair to say you travel the state to?
Bless you.
Is it fair to say you travel the state to do assessments or evaluations?
That's correct. I travel to a lot of cities throughout Florida, as far south as like Miami, and then of course working along.
Is it fair to say that you testify in various counties throughout the state?
Yes.
And I know that yesterday you were set to testify in Bay County, Panama City.
That's correct. I was testifying yesterday in a death penalty case in Bay County.
All right. And when you finished, you drove here?
Yes, I did.
My understanding is you got here after midnight.
Yes.
What other counties have you testified in?
Well, I've testified here in Orange County, in Miami-Dade, in Duval. It might be hard for me to list everywhere. Alachua, Escambia, Santa Rosa County, Walton County, Bay County, Washington.
So just so the jury understands, the nature of practice is you have to travel throughout the state.
Well, I do work in cases where the person is at risk of, succumbing to the death penalty. And so those cases require repeated evaluations in different vicinities. And so I have been, traveling to work on murder cases. There are psychologists, I suppose, that do forensic work that might just confine their work to one circuit or stay, but I actually broadly travel.
You said that your practice is now entirely forensic?
That's correct.
What you said? And you've testified about what kind of forensic work you do?
Yes. So as a forensic psychologist, sometimes I am tasked with testifying about something very specific. So for instance, a person's ability to stand trial if they're knowledgeable and can go forward with their trial process. I've testified about a person's sanity at the time of the offense, meaning if they had a mental health condition that met the statute as to not being sane at the time of the offense. I've testified in sentencing hearings. I've been an expert witness for Department of Children and Families. I've testified in vocational rehabilitation hearings as their expert in what's called social investigation. That's what they used to call custody evaluations. So in numerous capacities.
And would it be fair to say that a lot of times you're appointed by the court to provide the service that you provide and you're paid by the state?
That's correct.
What percentage of your work is where you're paid by the government to do the work?
I would say that the majority of my work comes through with that court-appointed funding. Percentage-wise, probably about 90%.
Okay. I realize you testify on occasion by the state, but majority of your time, 90%, 95% of the time, you testify on the behalf of the defense?
Yes, the evaluation's complete and either side can call me for testimony, and the majority of the time I'm called by defense.
And so you make a living by traveling the state, and generally the court system, I think they call it JAC, pays your fees.
So I make a living by performing work as a forensic psychologist, evaluating individuals, most of the time that are incarcerated in a prison or a jail setting, providing consultation to attorneys who might just have questions that would, need a psychological expert to explain something to them. I also do fitness for duty evaluations for law enforcement, pre-employment evaluations for law enforcement and firefighters. So depending on the work that's needed, I do those.
Doctor, how is a forensic psychological evaluation different than a regular psychological evaluation? Can you tell the jury?
Sure. So if any of us went into a psychologist's office and had an evaluation done, it would be most likely for treatment. So things like if you qualify for surgery or you're going to have treatment, maybe you've got a condition that you want therapy for. A psychological assessment is very helpful in identifying a diagnosis and then setting a course for treatment. A forensic psychological evaluation has many of the same procedures, but the aim is really different. The aim would be to answer some kind of legal question that is posed. So as an expert, I might be in the position to provide some education or experiential descriptions of something that a person might be suffering from to people that are going to make a decision. So for instance, if it's a competency evaluation, I would educate the fact finder. In that case, it would be a judge about what is wrong with the person or if they had any deficits at all, or if they were competent to proceed. In a situation like this, a forensic psychological evaluation might be geared more to identifying, again, if there is a mental health condition present in the defendant I'm evaluating, and then to provide a jury with education about what I found in my evaluation.
How many forensic psychological evaluations have you conducted? Estimate.
So just as an estimate, it's clearly more than 4,000. I've been doing forensic psychological evaluations as far back as 2007.
Have you been qualified as an expert to testify in forensic psychologist in court as a forensic psychologist?
I have.
And you said you've testified for the prosecution.
Yes.
And you've testified for the defense.
Yes.
Is there any difference in the work that you do depending on who hires you? Which side?
Absolutely not. A forensic psychological evaluation is an objective assessment of what's going on with the person. So you should be performing the same kinds of procedures in doing the evaluation. It should not matter who's retained you. What you're trying to do is answer a question.
Are there times when you actually do an evaluation and assess an individual, but then you're not actually called to testify?
Yes, many times that's the case. You will provide your feedback to the attorney, and then it's up to the attorney to decide if there's anything in there that would be useful to them, or if they're pursuing a certain kind of information for the court, they would choose to call you for testimony.
Dr. Harper, do you recognize Sarah Boone at the defense table with Tony Henderson?
I do.
When did you first get involved with Miss Boone?
It would have been in around June of 2020. It was the first I heard of her case.
And what were you asked to do?
A comprehensive psychological evaluation of Ms. Boone.
And did you do that in Miss Boone's case?
I did.
Okay. Were you given materials to review?
I was.
Is that standard operating procedure?
Yes.
You assess the client individually, one-on-one, and then there are collateral evidence or material that you also consider?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes. So in forensic work, there are a variety of documents that are usually available in assessing a defendant. In this case, for criminal court, you would see things like witness statements. There might be body cam footage or just more information about the offense itself. Sometimes there's an interrogation video. So you would get kind of the legal description of the offense and the things that have occurred. I also will often get educational records of a person, mental health records, hospital records, things of that nature that would describe their biopsychosocial history to me.
And you were given materials as it relates to Sarah Boone to review?
Yes, I have it.
How many times did you meet with Sarah Boone?
So 9 times.
All right. Can you tell the jury what you did as part of your evaluation of Sarah Boone?
Well, we had a clinical forensic interview in which I reviewed her background history, so her early childhood. I also assessed her with assessments, meaning I administered 3 psychological tests to her. I reviewed her prior mental health records, her interrogation video, some prior information about her legal history. So she had been previously arrested. I reviewed that as well. We had an opportunity to review the transcript of her interrogation video. So there were a variety of things that would be considered what I did with her.
Okay. So you considered some medical records?
Yes,
And did you also consider some records from George Torres's records?
I did see his hospital records.
Now, do you consider in doing an assessment and forming any opinions, an individual like Ms. Boone's upbringing in terms of where they grew up and what their family environment was like?
Yes, that's part of gathering their background history, so biopsychosocial information.
And did you consider Ms. Boone's upbringing in forming any opinions?
I did.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, so of her history, I found it pertinent that she was raised with.
Roach.
I mean, I would say your childhood, like how you were raised, definitely paces what your choices you make in life are. But at the same time, I don't know if it would make you take someone's life later on in life, if that makes sense. Psychologists always want to like revert this back to your childhood. They always want to take it back, like way back. Yeah, you know, like I don't.
The objection is sustained.
Would you have considered, as part of her family background, whether or not some of her family members had passed away early in her life?
Sustained.
Do you consider the entire family background and history without going into the details of what she said or what you learned from looking at records?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And did you consider her relationship with her mother as part of her psychological development?
Yes.
Now, do you believe that Sarah Boone does have some narcissistic traits?
I do.
We all do.
She doesn't qualify or meet the criteria for that diagnosis, does she?
I did not diagnose her with that.
Can you elaborate on or explain how you feel that Sarah Boone does have some narcissistic traits?
Well, in meeting with her as part of the evaluation, the narcissistic traits that I identified would have to do with, as she described, being a straight A student. She reiterated about her abilities, and I felt that that was evidence that she had low self-esteem, and her coping mechanism was to identify what made her stand out. And that would be consistent with a narcissistic trait.
Now, I know there's been reference in this case to a manual.
Yeah,
that
kind of like
all
how Child Junkies
psychologists,
always
all
tell me she's right
psychiatrists
about
refer to.
everything.
Do you have that manual with you?
And then I have to be like, no,
And
you're
what is the
not.
name of that manual?
It is the
We're all-
Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the text revision. So it's the DSM-5 text revision.
Now, Dr. Brannon testified earlier today, and there was some
Yeah,
evidence.
I'm the one on
relating
camera.
to when you suffer from narcissism, there's a sense of grandiosity. But is that from this manual in your studies and your experience, were they
Right, Brandy.
require excessive admiration and whatnot, there's a reason for that?
Child Junkies clearly isn't paying
If
attention.
I'm understanding your question, there's a criterion in narcissistic personality disorder related to that.
What I'm getting to is many times you may have these narcissistic traits, but really you suffer from very low self-esteem.
That's the underpinning of that criterion.
Would you explain that to the viewers?
If I'm allowed to reference the DSM, then I can explain it best.
Just don't read from it, just
All
if
right.
you need to review, if you need to read a paragraph and then explain it to the jury.
So based on the description in the DSM, if a person's self-esteem is very fragile and they have low self-esteem, they may require more outside admiration or even appear more grandiose in their abilities because at root, they don't feel secure and confident. And so it's what we would call a defense. And so that criterion is actually a way that a person tries to make themselves feel better.
Anything else you want to say about that issue?
Well, you asked me about why I didn't diagnose narcissistic personality disorder. And again, from the
Randy,
DSM,
you're amazing.
we're to
You're my favorite faucet.
there are criterion for each disorder.
And so when you're
That I
assessing
know will fit in a
someone, they
suitcase,
have to
you just
meet all
won't show
those
me.
criteria for you to form that opinion that they actually suffer from that disorder.
Well, the first, I guess, issue is do they have the criterion that are listed? And then the second would be, is there a different mental health disorder that would better explain the criterion that you're seeing? The criterion within the DSM overlap considerably across disorders. And so there are some helpful guidelines within the DSM to remind you of that you may have what's called differential diagnosis. So if you're considering one thing, that you also are directed to look at other things. So that happened in this case, in this instance, that the DSM guided me to also look at other things.
But just for purposes, to make it clear, you did not diagnose her with narcissism, that disorder.
That's correct, because the DSM's description guided me that that would not be an appropriate diagnosis.
Why did you not diagnose Ms. Bing with a personality disorder?
Well, first of all, it has to be a pervasive pattern of distorted relational abilities. So basically, if she is demonstrating in a variety of settings that she has these symptoms. And then secondarily, the diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder is listed when you're considering personality disorders. The DSM guides you that if there are personality changes that are associated with the exposure to a trauma, then you should consider post-traumatic stress disorder and not a personality disorder.
Have you diagnosed her with anything, and we'll elaborate on that, but through your assessment, have you diagnosed her with anything?
Yes, so she has a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. She has symptoms of anxiety that would be consistent with post-traumatic stress disorder. So that is an anxiety disorder.
And you feel like she suffers from post-traumatic stress?
I do.
Well, that's a good question, Brandon.
Now, at the time of this incident, this event, we're talking February 23rd of 2020, you were aware that she did not have much family support.
Yes.
Doctor, why do you administer psychological testing?
Psychological testing allows an objective measurement of what the person's symptoms may be as compared to sort of an average. So if we can see what the average range on a standardized measure would be for any person, if there is an interpretable difference, that gives me clinical information. So it's not just relying on what the person has told me. I've got an objective measurement that I can compare to other people. And then I also administer psychological testing in a forensic evaluation to help assist me in making sure that the person is intending to put in good effort with me. In some forensic settings, a person may have a reason to present symptoms, like if they're in a custody evaluation, for instance, they might have a reason to minimize symptoms, or they may exaggerate something else. And so assessments as to the person's response to you and if they're validly participating are important.
So there are tests to see if you're faking or malingering or that type of thing?
Right. And so you would call it feigning mental health symptoms when the person is either far exaggerating a symptom they do have, or if they're pretending to have a symptom that they do not actually have.
Now, as it relates to Sarah Boone, what type of psychological testing did you administer?
I administered the inventory of legal knowledge, and that is a test that has to do with whether or not she was validly participating regarding her understanding of the legal process. I also administered the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test.
Now, explain to the jury what that Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test is.
So that is also a test of feigning to identify if she's validly participating in the evaluation. So if she had endorsed psychological symptoms or psychiatric symptoms that would be unusual or not typical of a valid psychiatric patient.
What were the results of Ms. Boone's test on the Miller Forensic?
She validly participated. There was no indication of any feigning or malingering.
And as far as the inventory of legal knowledge case, what were the results?
Again, she was validly participating, and she did not even come close to the cutoff that would put her in the range of feigning.
Can you tell the jury what the purpose of the clinician administered post-traumatic stress disorder scale is?
Yes. So that would be considered a very useful assessment of post-traumatic stress disorder. It allows me to interview a person about exposure to a traumatic incident and then identify if there's a change in behavior that has occurred as a result of that exposure to trauma.
At the time that you administered that test, did Ms. Boone in fact have post-traumatic stress disorder?
Well,
or tell me the results. Just
yes.
explain.
So the results would be consistent with a person having post-traumatic stress disorder. I do not diagnose from one test. That wouldn't be appropriate, but it is consistent with the background and the symptoms that I had previously, taken down during my evaluation of her. So the clinical portion, when we go through symptoms, that was consistent with the outcome of that test.
And would this testing, all the testing, help you determine if Ms. Boone had a change in functioning from before the alleged trauma to after the alleged trauma? And I'm referring to the trauma. We're going to talk about what the trauma was, but The trauma was the intimate partner violence?
That's correct.
Okay. But would that testing help to determine if she had a change in functioning from that trauma of the intimate partner violence?
Absolutely.
And did you determine that she did suffer from a trauma as a result of intimate partner violence?
That was my conclusion. Yes, that's my opinion.
Now, in considering all the available information, you don't just rely on what Ms. Boone tells you to
No.
make your decisions.
No, I don't. I do interview a person as part of the clinical forensic interview, of course, but I also consider things that are reported, like in the arrest narrative, witness statements, all of the medical records. So there are a variety of sources of information, collecting data points and reviewing those to arrive at a conclusion.
So you did review Ms. Boone's previous diagnoses in her history?
Yes,
Did you consider the previous diagnoses in arriving at your own?
I did. Yes.
What did Ms. Boone, what had she been diagnosed with prior to you getting involved?
Roach.
So what I'm gathering is that we're all narcissists and we all have PTSD. And I don't really know what the average is, because these days everybody's psycho on some level. And now that we have social media and TikTok and all this, that and the other, and everyone's on it, I mean, including myself, you know, being on YouTube and all that. I mean, we all have some sort of level of this. So does that make us all at some point in time possibly, I mean, like I said earlier, we're all capable. Every single human on this planet is capable. It just takes that right button to be pushed. And her button was pushed. And you can go back to your childhood and how you were raised and all that stuff, but your childhood also influences on things that you choose not to do. You know, like my whole family smoked. It's disgusting. And I chose not to smoke. But I get asked all the time if I smoke cigarettes. I don't know why people look at me and they're like, oh, you're a smoker. No, I'm not. It's disgusting. But my whole family smokes, except my grandma. My grandma didn't smoke. But like that makes me not want to smoke. So there's things that your family did, or like habits that your family had that you don't want to have. Or how many of us ever said that to our parents, I'm never going to raise my kids like you raised me, or I don't want to be like you.
The objection is sustained.
Because we thought we were being so cool.
But you would agree, and I think this is a fair question, you would consider prior other experts who may have diagnosed her with something.
So I would definitely consider her mental health records, diagnoses previous clinicians may have arrived at the time when I diagnosed her myself.
Okay, and given the assessment that you did with Sarah Boone, and considering the totality and the time you spent with her and the other records, did you diagnose Sarah Boone with anything?
Yes, so post-traumatic stress disorder, it's my opinion at the time of the offense, she had depression and she had an alcohol use disorder.
All right. I know we've talked about post-traumatic stress disorder. I don't know if I need to ask you anything further. I think the jury probably understands that. Is there anything else you wanted to add about that disorder?
I'm not sure what the jury's already been told about post-traumatic stress disorder, but in Sarah Boone's case specifically, because of enduring, she specifically noted the time that she was stabbed with the knife as being an extremely.
Sustained.
You have viewed.
And you can tell when she was talking about it, that was a bad moment.
Have you viewed some exhibits involving her being stabbed?
I think that we have had exhibits in common. I'm not sure what was admitted.
Have you seen the physical scar from Sarah Boone being stabbed in the back of the leg?
Yes, I've seen her scar.
Overruled.
Just generally, without getting specific, I think I've explained post-traumatic stress, but if there's something else the jury you believe the jury needs to know, but it's a sort of trauma that occurs as a result of one or more events.
Post-traumatic stress disorder is the psychological after effect of being exposed to a very significant stressor or cumulative stressors that make the person's behavior, thinking, and mood change. And so the change can include things like the person becomes hypervigilant, is easily startled, has trouble thinking, has trouble sleeping. So their body is in a state of agitation. It can also include changes in mood that would include irritability, difficulty relating to others, and that they might be resistant to trust easily. So those are all features.
They have trouble sleeping sometimes.
Yes.
Sleep deprivation is a real issue.
It's associated with things like nightmares and having trouble
sleeping on a
settling.
dead body.
Now, you mentioned that you had diagnosed her with depression. Can you just give us a general?
That had nothing to do with it.
For the jury with depression?
So the persistent sad mood, including feelings of hopelessness, helplessness, having difficulty concentrating, sleep problems, changes in appetite, those would be typical of depression.
And Sarah Boone suffered from that?
Near the time of the offense, yes.
All right, can you explain to the jury alcohol use disorder? That's a fairly new name. That's 5 or 6 years ago. The manual came up with a different name.
It did, right. And so that would be, in layman's terms, you might call that alcoholism.
Yeah.
It's a tendency to drink too much and then have some kind of consequence in your life as a result of your substance use.
And alcoholism can be depending on how much you drink and then how often you drink.
That's right.
All that is something that you would consider in diagnosing.
Yes.
The many people who suffer from alcohol use disorder, I don't know how to put this, are they in denial?
I would say that that is one of the stages of alcohol use disorder and amenability to treatment. So in denial, it's because you do not want to acknowledge that there are consequences from your use, because in doing that, you might have to reduce how much you're using. So to deny means that you feel that you can continue your use without having to change that. So you want to maintain the access to the substance.
You don't have a problem.
That's right.
What is the difference between traits and a diagnosis?
Well, we all have personalities. And so you're going to have coping mechanisms that include personality styles. So for instance, even though you might not be diagnosable as something, there are times when if you're upset, hurt, frustrated, you have a mood state that's unpleasant, you're going to deal with that by using some kind of coping mechanism. So traits of personality disorders might be present in the way that you deal with inner pain, things that you don't like, feeling. So some people, for instance, if they feel uncomfortable, they may cling too much or become excessively bonded to try to escape a feeling that they don't like. And that might be a dependent personality trait. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have a personality disorder, because that would have to be pervasive across like all the environments. But when stressed or upset or not feeling good, you're going to use some kind of coping mechanism, and that might be one of the criterion, for instance, of the personality disorder. You would call that a trait.
So see, trial junkies, if you haven't been diagnosed, then you are
Understanding
perfectly
that
normal.
this trauma that one suffers from repeat domestic violence can cause one to be considered suffering from the syndrome, we call it battered spouse or battered woman syndrome.
Yes, so the diagnosable condition would be PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder. That's how a clinician would label the response to trauma. The pattern between partners, the person's coping mechanism because of that trauma, that would be what's considered battered spouse or battered partner syndrome.
And you're aware that that concept of being traumatized by the battered spouse syndrome or the post-traumatic stress is relevant to a self-defense case.
Yes.
In a criminal context.
Yes, I understand that.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, under the battered spouse syndrome, the person would experience a trauma or a situation in which they feared harm. And based on that fear of harm, they would react in a certain way that might not be understandable to other people. So their fear is based on the pattern of behavior between them and their partner. That might not be the case for another set of people.
Now, I know that Dr. Lenore Walker is the one who first uncovered this syndrome back in the 70s.
Her research study generated the term. She was interested in why battered women specifically at first, that was what was studied, didn't leave their partner because, of course, they're experiencing traumatic events, risks to their life, but then they didn't leave. So she undertook the original research study on that.
Just briefly touch on, because I know Dr. Brandon has this, there was a 3 stages that Dr. Walker developed for that syndrome.
I think you're referring to phases that a person may go through, or the cycle of the relationship. That includes the tension building phase, in which there is the first instance that tension is building within the partner. There might be a change in tone, a signaling that there's a difference in agitation. The second is the true battering event. So something has happened between the partners that's violent in nature. And then third, there's the honeymoon phase, which is to keep the relationship intact. The batterer would engage in what's like called honeymoon behaviors, like trying to repair the relationship, apologize, essentially keep the victim from departing from the relationship. So those are 3 phases.
And is it fair to say that psychologically, the abuser, does alcohol often involved in the abuse?
Yes.
And as far as the victim that's getting abused, and you say it's a cycle, is the victim, when they go through that last stage, the honeymoon stage, are they thinking, okay, it's going to be better?
Yes, the hopefulness in that, trying to believe that the behavior has changed, that they're not going to be abused again, the hopefulness to maintain the relationship, to forgive. That's part of that last stage, phase 3, is maintaining the relationship.
I don't think I've asked this. Why would someone who has been exposed to intimate partner violence perceive the likelihood of a new violent event about to appear? Why would they perceive the likelihood of that violence differently than, say, a normal person?
Well, it speaks to the pattern. So any relationship will have its own special pattern, that you have things that only your partner knows about you, or certain looks that you give that mean something, and you learn that over time. So over a period of incidents, basically, the victim begins to perceive cues that would signal impending danger. Those cues could be really subtle, just a change in tone or some small behavior that might not mean much to another person, but it has preceded other violent acts. So for instance, if your husband decides that he is not going out that night, he might put on different clothes to stay home. And that could be a signal, like abuse and violence has occurred in his stay-at-home clothes. For instance, that might not mean much to another person because, again, it's specific to that dyad. Those two people know those patterns. So the victim may perceive a small or subtle change in their partner as a cue because they've become hypervigilant. The body knows when it's experienced a threat to itself, and it will take note. We record memories differently when we're at risk. So these subtle cues become very well memorized by somebody who's being victimized.
Now, on this, and battered spouse syndrome is a subset of post-traumatic stress disorder, which you've diagnosed Sarah Boone with. When those personality changes occur and they persist after an individual has been exposed to this extreme stress, is that when the diagnosis occurs?
The changes would be as a result of the pattern. The person experiences a change like in their sleeping, in their hypervigilance. That's when you can diagnose it. So you can have a trauma or an experience of a scary incident, but it doesn't mean that you will absolutely have post-traumatic stress disorder. You have to have those reactive symptoms that would suggest that it's present.
In your opinion, and I know you've gone over this event with Sarah Boone, this February 23rd, 2020 event, is your opinion that she was suffering from battered spouse syndrome at the time of that event?
Yes, she had the patterns ingrained in her behavior that would be typical of a victim who's responding to traumatic events in a predictable way. So that would fit that.
And it's fair to say that because of the intimate partner and the prior violence, that you would have a heightened sense of when danger was about to occur.
Yes.
When a threat was about to occur.
Yes.
A threat of danger.
That's right.
Now I want to talk about placating the abuser. A victim placating an abuser. Are there predictive cues which an abuser may exhibit to a victim that result in a high level of anxiety arousal in which the battered woman may attempt to reduce through several different means to delay the beating? Can you explain that?
Yes. So the phase of the relationship that starts with that tension building, that is a jumping off point potentially. So if you can stop the escalation, you might stay in phase one for a period of time. Phase one being that tension building phase and trying to reduce it and not allow it to escalate. So placating the abuser might include distraction. It could include substance use. It could include a change of scenery. There are a lot of things that a partner will learn to do so that they don't have the escalation into an abusive event, if possible. It doesn't always stop it.
Now, in reviewing all of the data, all the reports, medical records, and whatever reports you considered, videotape that you may have watched, as it relates specifically to Sarah Boone, are her words her power?
Her words, I would say, are the weapon that she has.
Explain that to the jury.
In reviewing the available videos that I had to review, you would see that when Ms. Boone is very stressed, when she's experiencing a high level of anxiety, she becomes short in her tone. You can hear that in her voice. There's a strain, sharper words come out. I think that that is the way that she would try to respond to Mr. Torres, you can hear that sharpness in her voice when she's very stressed out.
Now, would you agree that victims may exhibit a range of behaviors when they're suffering from intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Self-isolation,
Yes.
suicidal thoughts,
Yes.
substance abuse,
Yes.
and there are often physical signs of injury such as bruising,
That's correct.
chronic fatigue,
Yes.
learned helplessness.
Yes.
Can you tell I know Dr. Brandon spoke on it, but could you tell us a little bit about that?
So learned helplessness is when you start to form the opinion that nothing's going to make any difference. It comes originally from an animal study in which dogs were shocked, and the research study indicated that even when dogs were given an opportunity to escape the environment in which they were being shocked, if they were shocked enough, they just stopped trying to escape. So even though they had an opportunity to do so, they did not do that. That's called learned helplessness. It's the idea or belief that what your actions are going to do are not going to make a difference. So don't try.
What are intrusive memories?
Intrusive memories are an element of post-traumatic stress disorder in which you don't want to be thinking of a traumatic event, but it intrudes on something else you're trying to do. Like maybe you're folding socks or something like that, just doing something mindless, and that's what takes over your thought process. It's not something that you're trying to think about. We could plan what we're thinking about, or sometimes if you're just having this intrusive experience, that's not what you were intending to think about at all.
Is that one of the conditions that someone may suffer when they have this syndrome of battered spouse?
Yes. Kind of like you right
I
now.
know there can be triggers that bring on these memories. Am I
Kind of like
correct?
you
That's
right
correct.
now.
Are there also symptoms of this syndrome where, like in the alcoholism, where you have denial that you're in the middle of this cycle?
Well, as part of the relationship, there's an element of pleasure. Like you have early on in the relationship something that binds you together. So you're remembering that, you're hoping for that, even though the repeated cycle is going through the phases 1, 2, and 3, you keep hoping for elements of that honeymoon phase, wishing that it was better. So it is like denial. You're imagining the way it used to be. You have a recollection of that person showing you positive behaviors, and you're hoping for that. I also think it is typical for victims to not reveal to other people that the abuse is going on, and it seems like denial. In other words, your coworkers ask you, like, are you okay? Did something happen to you? You're not likely to disclose that. That looks a lot like denial. It is a denial in public of some of the private issues that you're having in your relationship. And that's because it's embarrassing. It's revealing a loss of control to other people. It's revealing that things aren't perfect. You might even get feedback that you should leave your partner, and that's unwanted because you're already having that, concern in your own mind about it. And so, it seems like denial on the outside to hide it.
Would you agree many people who suffer from this, they're minimizing what is happening to them?
Yes.
And they're numbing their emotions to it.
Well, to stay present and keep that relationship, it's very difficult for a lot of people because they're experiencing physical and emotional harm. So they want to numb it, because numbing it means that you can keep that relatedness no matter how bad it's getting.
That some people with this syndrome disassociate.
Relevance.
Approach.
Yeah, I don't know how the jury is taking this. I know how I'm taking this.
Objection to relevance is overruled.
Do you agree that battered women often develop the defense mechanism of being able to psychologically detach from their body during a traumatic experience?
Some people do experience that.
I'm just going to list some of the symptoms that you find in battered spouse women, and just to see if you agree with these. We talked about intrusive memories and flashbacks of the past traumatic events. You agree with that?
Yes.
The severe anxiety and hypervigilance,
Yes.
the panic attacks,
That is sometimes present. It depends on how the person experiences anxiety, but some do have panic attacks.
very low self-esteem,
Yes.
poor body image,
Sometimes.
feeling that they have no control,
Yes.
sexual dysfunction,
It can be, particularly if the trauma includes sexualized attacks.
short-term memory problems and confusion,
Yes, that's part of PTSD sometimes.
and they can actually have physical health problems from the chronic stress and physical violence.
That's correct.
Fear,
Yes,
constant fear.
that's correct.
Now, the abusive partner, the abuser, part of the abuse would be hitting, kicking, punching, choking, burning, and biting.
Approach.
I mean, there's all kinds of forms of abuse. You guys can feel free to chat about this. I just want this part to be over. These are hard for me. Like, I don't even know. I don't understand how I'm so into crime, because these are highly I hate to use that word, triggering for me. They are highly triggering for me. This would be tough for me to be on the jury, because I would be like, whew, man. Like I said yesterday, I wouldn't lose a wink of sleep if this was oh man, this is tough. She's definitely, has no, I mean, she doesn't have any remorse. I wouldn't have any remorse. Doesn't make it right. Just saying. We all make choices. And the Bible does say thou shalt not kill. So
You may proceed, sir.
All right, I'm asking about common things that occur by the abusive partner towards the victim that create this intimate partner violence or create this syndrome in the woman. Hitting,
Yes, that could be an overt act.
kicking,
Yes,
punching,
yes,
choking,
yes,
burning,
yes,
using weapons to hurt you,
yes,
a knife,
correct.
curtain rod,
Yes,
threatening to hurt you, your children, or your pets,
yes,
belittling and humiliating you,
that's correct.
taking your car keys,
That would be considered a form of control. So yes,
controlling your money,
yes,
control where you go and who you see
correct.
and who you can talk to,
That's right.
force you to have sex when you don't want to,
Yes.
stalking you,
Yes.
slapping you,
Correct.
you agree victims that suffer from this abuse experience feelings of anger,
Yes, that can be in some of the phases. So,
sadness,
yes.
hopelessness,
Yes.
worthlessness,
Correct.
intense feelings of fear.
Yes.
She did make a bad choice, Gwen.
Abusers have a tendency to have low self-esteem themselves.
Overruled.
Abusers.
Overruled.
The abuser can have low self-esteem himself,
Yes.
have a desire for power and control,
Correct.
have a tendency to use alcohol or drugs.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean that's true, Brandy. I
Abusers
mean,
oftentimes have temper,
That's correct.
become jealous easily,
Yes.
very possessive.
Can be.
I'm hearing what y'all are saying. I'm picking up what y'all are dropping, but sometimes I don't know. I didn't do it because
The victims can suffer from
I had a
severe
child
psychological distress.
That's correct.
that I didn't want to lose.
Is that what Sarah Boone suffered from?
Yes.
He wasn't worth me losing my child over. So the risk did not outweigh the reward. But again, would not lose a wink of sleep. Just
Yes, sir.
Dr. Harper, I'm showing you Exhibit 14, this is 5 photographs. Did you watch the video of the TV, the back of the TV?
no.
I did.
You considered that in your analysis and your diagnosis?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you some
That's right.
pictures. Exhibit 12. I believe she's testified that this is where the curve line. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Exhibit 11, are you familiar with this photograph over here?
Yes.
Exhibit 10, which is her arm. Are you familiar with that photograph? Exhibit 9, picture of the bloody knee. Exhibit 8, picture of her black eye.
Yes, I've seen these.
Picture, exhibit 7, picture of her, Sarah's lips and eyebrow.
Yes.
And this is a composite exhibit 6, which is of the stab photo. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And I don't know if you've seen this exhibit 5 is where she spilled some soup as a result of his behavior.
I'm not sure if I've seen this photo, but I've seen the medical record associated with that.
Of that burn. Exhibit 4.
You know, it's amazing what the human body can go through.
Familiar with that?
And the
Exhibit 3. She was slapped.
healing.
Yes.
Exhibit 2. Picture of bruising in this
Because sometimes you see those kind of things and you're just like, oh my
Consider
gosh.
all those photographs informing your opinions that you've expressed here today as it relates to Sarah Boone?
Yes, under the substantiation that she has indeed experienced past instances of intimate partner violence against her.
Is it fair to say that it takes time, a number of times, to visit with someone like this to build trust?
Yes, traumatized people are slow to disclose information. You have to build rapport. You have to make sure that they experience you discussing other things without an emotional reaction. They feel easily judged, as we mentioned, have defensive denial, things like that. So you need to build good rapport in doing an assessment with somebody that's experienced trauma.
So a lot of times, they're very slow to open up and tell you about the abuse.
That is correct.
And they'll actually often lie about it.
Deny it, yes, and just say that that's not the issue or they're fine. So oftentimes I'll have an evaluation request come from an attorney who's having difficulty interacting with their client, and then ultimately it's a result of trauma.
Now, I know that you viewed everything, and I know you've seen her 9 times. Is there did you feel like you had enough time? Was 9 visits enough time for you to feel like you had enough time and information to form the opinions that you've expressed here today and given to this?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Dr. Harper.
Good afternoon.
So you have done some evaluation work on battered spouse syndrome for a prosecution in the past?
No.
All right. Have you done insanity evaluations for the prosecution in the past?
I have been called to testify about that.
So you understand when the government obtains a court order for their expert to come in and do an evaluation, it's for one evaluation, correct?
I believe that you're saying that the government can retain their own expert, yes.
No, man, what I'm talking about is you just went through that you had 9 visits with Ms. Boone,
I
correct?
did, yes.
And that was over the course of 8 different days because 2 of those visits were morning and afternoon sessions, correct?
That's right.
And what we are trying to help you have the jury understand is that when you get hired by the government and the court gives you an order to go evaluate somebody, you get one crack at the apple. Is that your understanding from your past work working for the government?
No, that's not always correct. There are many instances in competency evaluations where evaluators will request additional visits if they cannot determine their opinion on the first visit.
Right? Specifically when it comes to an affirmative defense, such as battered spouse evidence and insanity, what is your understanding and your expertise?
What is my understanding of the issue? Oh,
Judge, the question.
Legal objection.
Objection.
Legal grounds.
He asked a question about battered spouse and
Approach.
insanity.
So 9 visits, I'm so sorry, but 9 visits, like I've been seeing my therapist, I've said this a dozen times. I've been seeing my therapist for over a decade, and the amount of information, you guys probably know more about me than she does. So I mean, and it's and you guys probably know more about me because I don't have to see y'all's faces.
Objection sustained.
So I mean,
When it comes to an affirmative defense,
no,
such as
9 visits is
battered
not
spouse
enough.
syndrome being used for self-defense or insanity, it requires a court order for the state to go have an evaluator go, right?
yes.
All right. Now, what are the agreed upon criteria for battered spouse syndrome?
Well, you would evaluate if the person is indeed suffering from a behavioral response, like a mental disorder. So first of all, has the person demonstrated that they've got a behavioral change? And is it in response to a violent act? Do they perceive threat where they've been exposed in the past? So pattern of violence that has repeated.
Does control over another person in an intimate relationship have anything to do with it?
Yes, it can.
Does isolation have anything to do with it?
Yes.
And by control, I mean controlling who you go see, who you hang out with, so on and so forth?
Yes.
And could it involve controlling personal items?
Apparently
of the other person
not,
as well?
Brandy.
Yes, it can.
So that's what I'm asking. Like in the DSM-5 TR, I believe you pulled up narcissistic personality disorder.
Yes.
And so when you do that, it pulls up and it says there's 9 criteria and 5 of those criteria must be met to make a diagnosis for narcissistic personality disorder, correct?
That's right.
Now, battered spouse syndrome is not recognized by the DSM-5 TR, correct?
No, it's not a diagnosis. You wouldn't use it as a diagnosis.
And what I'm asking is, even though we haven't written it down in the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, and I mean the like the Ohio State University or something, is it written down anywhere? Can one psychologist or psychiatrist rely upon a recipe or a list of criteria that everyone else would be using in your field as well?
There is no standardized approach you must follow. In other words, sometimes if we have a statute, for instance, it would identify what we must investigate. It doesn't exist like that. There's no statute directing it.
And there's nothing written down anywhere that says, of these 9 criteria, these things must exist. Controlling your partner, isolating your partner, beating your partner, so on and so forth, correct?
That's right.
All right. Now, this kind of abuse can come in the form of emotional or mental abuse outside completely of physical or sexual abuse, correct?
So that is a component. You can have extreme mental abuse occur of a person, yes.
And if that person responds to that environmental stimuli of whatever it is the partner is saying or doing to them, they may internally view that as traumatic,
They could.
or they may not.
That's right.
It's entirely possible for 2 people to be in a 3.5-year relationship that has physical violence and neither one of them feel traumatized by that. Is that correct?
That's right. If they have enough supportive or positive experiences that would negate that ratio, so of positive to negative, they may feel okay.
And a man can be subjected to this sort of trauma, whether it be physical, emotional, or sexual by an intimate partner as well, correct?
That's right.
And it's basically it's unique to each relationship, right?
That is right.
But trauma is in the eye of the beholder. Is that fair? Whether a negative experience traumatizes somebody is going to be in the eye of the person who experienced that stimuli, correct?
I only partially agree with you. It's a complicated answer because some of the manifestations of trauma are behavioral. So for instance, when I evaluate veterans who have returned and they may not know that they've been traumatized, their bodily responses that include like difficulty concentrating, they can't sleep, they're hypervigilant. The PTSD diagnosis encompasses outward manifestations. So even though they don't acknowledge trauma, you can still identify it as a clinician.
But still, somebody like a homicide detective or a homicide prosecutor can go to scenes where there are dead bodies, go to autopsies where there are dead bodies, and not walk away with any trauma, correct? Whereas somebody else might.
Right. The environmental, I guess, cues for that person, and also working with law enforcement, they become seasoned to micro traumas. So almost every police officer can remember the first dead body they've seen. So it's in their memory. And then they become accustomed to seeing gruesome scenes. They have an increased tolerance over time because it's part of their job. It may not be part of their intimate relationship that they have with someone else.
Now, you brought up veterans. Is something common with PTSD with veterans, something like firecrackers may set them off because it reminds them of acts of war?
That's right.
You're not suggesting to the jury today that if somebody who returns with PTSD from service and hears firecrackers is justified in going outside and just shooting bullets everywhere, correct?
No, that's not what I said.
I'm not saying you did.
Okay.
What this battered spouse syndrome evidence is helpful for is not that subjective mindset, but rather helping to explain the objective circumstances that are presented to somebody and how it might be different from somebody with those experiences. They may view something objectively.
Yeah, that's why I would not be a good person.
I
That's why-
partially disagree with your question because I would say that there are incidents or actual events between partners that would be a factual thing, something has happened. And then the person subjectively experiences that as, intrusive or controlling or traumatic. So that is the person's felt or subjective experience. The objective part is what happened.
But again, as a forensic psychologist, you're familiar with the justified use of force instruction, correct?
I'm not a lawyer though, so I'm aware of it, but I cannot debate fine points of that with you. I'm sorry.
I'm just helping, I'm trying to understand what you said before, because there's a subjective component, whether or not a person believes subjectively that they need to use some sort of force, deadly or non-deadly. You agree with that, correct?
I do.
And then there's also a second component that it's objectively reasonable to the ordinary person to use force, correct?
I understand what you're saying, yes.
And what I believe I heard you mention earlier about battered spouse syndrome was originally it was meant to help understand why people stay in these relationships.
Originally, yes.
Because it may not just be intuitive to somebody who doesn't understand these things, why somebody who is abused time and time and time again would remain in that relationship, correct?
That's right.
And again, and I know you're not a lawyer, but if the law has evolved about retreat and not having to retreat and so on and so forth, that kind of changes some of the lens of this, correct?
Judge, I'm going to reject.
Approach.
I mean,
Question withdrawn. You may proceed.
All right. So you would agree that hypothetically, if somebody is running down their partner, saying negative things about them, telling them they're unattractive, telling them things that would potentially hurt their feelings, that could be an element of control of a verbally abusive relationship.
It could.
Propping one up, hypothetically saying, I'm the best thing that has ever happened to you. You'll never do better than me. Is that a potential component of the control that one in an abusive relationship might exert over an intimate partner?
Yes, to try to not encourage their partner to leave them. Yeah.
Considering gifts, hypothetically, that one partner has given to another partner, but considering it still to be your property because you gave it to them, is that a form of a potential exertion of control over an intimate partner when you give somebody hypothetically a bike, but still consider it your own bike?
I mean, I don't think that's strong evidence of that. I think that it does happen in relationships and people do that in general, but I wouldn't say that's like really specific to this.
whatever that irks the
How
crap
about
out of me.
hypothetically exerting control over your intimate partner's identification papers, such as a birth certificate?
So that can happen. People will hide things that are required for work. For instance, like your driver's license or things like that.
Now I'm asking yes or no questions. If Mr. Owens would like you to elaborate further, he's going to have that opportunity in a little bit. Okay. Hypothetically, if one partner destroys another partner's belongings, is that a potential example of exerting control in a relationship?
Yes.
Hypothetically, is threatening to or actually using legal process as a threat against your intimate partner in a potential indicia of controlling your partner? For instance, X, Y, or Z, or I'm going to get you arrested.
Yes, I would agree that happens.
Now, I assume you would agree that this cycle of violence that we've described, the tension building, the blow up, and then the honeymoon phase, you would the defendant described her first date with Mr. Torres to you, did she not?
She did.
And at the time of this first date, they had obviously just met that night at a bar, correct?
Right.
They were not financially intertwined, correct?
That's right.
They shared no children in common.
That's right.
They did not live together.
Correct.
And after this description that she provided you, which included him smashing her phone, correct?
Yes.
Hitting her, first time she'd ever been hit in her life, correct?
Yes.
And making her crouch in like a fetal position on the porch for several hours to the point where it hurt her back, correct?
Yes.
Threatened to sodomize her.
Correct.
And she described that she was all bruised up, correct?
Yes.
After that, despite not having any of that intertwinement that we went through prior to this description, correct?
That's right.
Now, it is possible under what we've discussed, right? Just that quick one date can be that buildup of tension and blow up, correct?
Yes.
But it's different hypothetically than saying a spouse who is financially dependent on his or her other spouse in a 20-year marriage with a house full of kids than a first date, correct?
That
You
was
would
the
agree
first date.
severity and the intertwinement, there's a difference.
Where did I
There's a
miss
difference
that?
in intertwinement. The pattern can be exactly the same.
Now, of course, there are many different reasons why somebody will stay in a relationship that, when perceived from the outside, others would say is abusive, correct?
That's right.
The defendant described that she felt like she was making Mr. Torres a better person, correct?
That's right.
A better father, correct?
Right.
A better ex-husband.
With phone call.
Christmas gifts,
Yes.
and make sure he sent his ex-wife money when she asked, correct?
Yes.
So you would agree those are indicia or indicators, sorry.
Understand.
I know you know. That perhaps she wasn't necessarily financially dependent on Mr. Torres, correct? I'm not saying conclusion, but those are indicators. If you're saying, please spend your money elsewhere, that I don't need your money, correct?
No, because even if there was money
She is
that
right
was
now.
needed by Ms.
Right.
Boone, her tendency to put
wonder
the
what
needs
she's
of her
writing.
partner before her would direct her to do exactly that. Like make him better, make him have the availability to visit his children, send them presents, even if she's the one that needed the money.
And in her perspective, Mr. Torres needed her to do this to make him a better person, correct?
I believe that, yes.
Their first date, he beat the crap out of her.
How many years of her adult life did she describe working?
I don't think she gave it a specific quantity. We just went through a variety of her jobs that she had in the past.
And, you know, she was low 40s when she met you 4
Yes.
years ago.
That's right.
So she had been 18 for probably about 24 years. Did she give you a 24, right? 24 plus 18, 42?
You said
Look-
for 24 years. And that's why I was confused. You can't be 18 for 24 years, but
Did
24 years ago, I would agree.
Did her work history kind of flesh out to be 24 years is what I'm asking?
I'm not certain.
And at the time, in the apartment in 2020, she had not been working, correct?
That's right.
And had not been working for some time.
That's right.
And what she was doing was living off of the settlement that she had been bought out of with her husband, was lump sum plus $1,000 a month in alimony and $100 a month in child support, correct?
Yes.
It was Mr. Torres who would work, correct?
He worked at Ace Hardware, I think.
When he would show up.
Right.
Sometimes he didn't show up, is what she indicated, correct?
Yes.
Because of his drinking problems.
Yes.
Did she describe to you, well, let me strike that. She did describe to you one instance at least where violence occurred in front of her child, correct?
Yes.
And that her child had gone to school and reported it, correct?
Yes.
And you understand as a forensic psychologist that teachers are mandatory reporters, right?
That's right.
Did you review any DCF records in this case?
No, I didn't receive any DCF records.
Did Miss Boone ever indicate to you at any point in time she became too afraid to let Lucas come over to the house?
Yes, there were times where she would ask Mr. Boone, so Brian Boone, to not bring him there.
And Mr. Boone was aware of this because she would say things like that, correct?
Yes.
And at different times, she told you that she would go over to Mr. Boone's house to escape the violence of Mr. Torres.
That's right.
And February 24th of 2020, the child was scheduled to be picked up by Miss Boone, correct?
That's right.
Despite everything that she was aware of and what Mr. Brian Boone was aware of, correct?
Right.
And you saw in her police interview that she swore on the life of her son that she was telling them the truth, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Object.
Approach.
I mean, if, see, I don't, guys like that don't start abusing you out of the gate. Like, they're very sweet. They're,
Objection sustained.
it's not like that from
Let's
jump.
face it, she swore on her son's life that it was not intentional that she ended up with Torres, correct?
That
I object.
Approach.
But today but in court now they're saying that she did intend to do it. They're actually owning up to her doing it. And that she did it because he was so abusive, right? And that she was so afraid of him doing something to her again. Right. So now she's flipping the script. So this is where it gets hairy. This is where this doesn't make any sense anymore. So, I mean, granted, obviously Jorge was not the best. He wasn't a winner, okay? But
Objection sustained. Question is stricken. Members of the jury, questions are not evidence, and you're not to give them any weight whatsoever. Mr. J, you may proceed.
She's quote unquote swore on her child's life that it was not intentional. That. Correct?
before I answer, I'd like you to direct me to that part of her interview. So
I'll strike it with you. It's on video. Some of Miss Boone's diagnoses predated her relationship with Mr. Torres, correct?
Yes.
And so when diagnoses predate a violent intimate partner relationship, there is an independent cause, even though they may then later contribute to the phenomenon we see, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say that all mental disorders have an independent cause.
Okay.
Sometimes they're spontaneous or biological in nature.
Well, let's talk about hers. I mean, you're familiar with her prior diagnoses and you went through her childhood, so on and so forth, correct?
I did.
So she was bringing some things with her prior to Mr. Torres' relationship, correct?
She had
Also, yes or no, ma'am?
Yes, she did.
Thank you.
She is
You
note taking
reviewed,
like crazy.
some Advent health records, correct? Of hers?
Yes.
And some Aspire records of hers, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that there are times in the Advent health records where she goes to the hospital and then leaves before getting treated, correct?
Yes.
And there is a time when she goes to the hospital where she is described, their words, not mine, as having ETOH on board.
Yes.
Do you understand what ETOH means?
In a medical record, you would use that shorthand for alcohol.
Or ethanol, right?
Yes.
Drinking alcohol, not the other stuff.
Correct.
And in the records that you reviewed from Aspire, she came with complaints of depression in January of 2018, correct?
That's right.
And ethanol or alcohol is a central nervous system depressant, correct?
Yes.
And I know you're a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. So let me know if I'm pushing you too far and you're not going to answer. But you are familiar generally with the effects ethanol has on the body.
Generally, yes,
And you can and do make diagnoses of alcohol abuse disorder.
I do.
And in your professional life or personal life, are you familiar with the standard serving size of drinks when you're evaluating somebody's drinking? For instance, hey, I only drink 2 drinks a day. All right, well, are they 64-ounce mugs of beer or are they 12-ounce? So are you familiar in that context?
It might be a question I would ask during evaluation. What are you referring to? Is it a mixed drink? Is it a shot? Like I try to identify that.
And do you ever ask if they drink 2 glasses of wine, well, how big are the glasses of wine?
Sometimes.
And is your understanding that 5 ounces is the standard serving of wine since it's about 12% alcohol?
I'm not sure what the standard size is, but I would ask regarding like a wine glass.
And in January of 2018, when she came in crying and complaining of symptoms consistent with depression, she had a blood alcohol level of 0.165, correct?
I believe so.
And in October of 2018, when she ended up going to Aspire, when she was found stumbling by police, she had a breath alcohol of 0.185.
I'm reacting to your description of her stumbling by police. I know she approached police for help. So
So she's been an alcoholic for a while before Jorge. I wonder if that's what caused her divorce.
So there have been 2 sets of
Other than
records
the fact that her
I
husband
believe
bats for the same team.
that I received on September 27th, 24. Can you turn to page 21?
My professional
57 of the
opinion.
Aspire records.
mine aren't numbered, but I will.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, may I first look?
You may.
What I'm showing you is what is page 2157 on records from Aspire that was provided to me by the defense on September 27th, 2024. And just at the top, you can read the first or the 4th lines.
Judge, I would ask that she be allowed to read that entire paragraph. Under the rule of completeness.
Approach.
Oh my gracious day. They don't want this in there because they don't want people to know she's been an alcoholic for longer than when she met Jorge. She is a note taken full. Look at all those notes she's been writing to her attorney. I mean, she has a lot of people. She went from no attorneys to all these people. I wonder, I mean, he was an okay witness. He didn't really like say anything negative either way, other than that she hadn't called 911. She called him first. Clearly she relied on him for everything. Still, like, even though they have been divorced for quite some time, she obviously needed him, and he was still there. No, he wasn't for or against. He was just kind of, you know.
You may proceed, Mr. J.
Thank you. All right, October of 2018, or of 2018, there was a second visit to Aspire, and that was based upon her being found stumbling by law enforcement with a .185, correct? And that's
She
yes or
walked
no?
up. Okay. So I'd have to say no, the way you phrased the question.
Ma'am, Boone was stumbling due to her level of impairment, paren .185.
Yes, I would agree.
Is that part of the records you relied upon?
Yes.
Thank you.
True, Gwen, and he probably doesn't want to be
When
that
you talked
dad.
to Ms. Boone about that, she kind of just described an event of June of 2018 and blurring those two.
I mean, their poor son already has to go through this.
No, she told me she had two different Baker Acts.
Did she describe it as being June of 2018?
She been
I'll
Baker
have to
acted
reference my interview note to find that.
twice.
If you would like me to.
No. Do you remember giving a deposition on October 1st at the state attorney's office downstairs?
I do.
And at that point in time, and I'll ask opposing party, you want me to show her prior statement before I ask her that?
I think she's got a deposition.
Do you have your transcript?
I do.
Just,
So for the record, it's page 34 that I'm referring to.
Yeah, the other doctor was very
17.
precise. He was much more just easier to understand.
Yes, I'm with you.
She described that as June of 2018.
That's what I said in my deposition, that she was describing her experience in June of 18.
And she described this experience as going to the hospital to find a pastor, correct?
Yes.
And ends up going to what we call Lakeside Den and Aspire now, right?
Yes.
And then what you described was she was talking about more of the violence that occurred specifically regarding a significant episode of Jorge driving her roughly in the car, so on and so forth, correct?
Yes.
All right. Those were two separate incidences. January, when she came looking for the pastor, correct?
So I'm just clarifying that there's a record that we started with this conversation from October of 2018. And there is a description of her trying to go to the hospital to seek a counselor. So those are two different instances.
In January of 2018, when she went to the hospital crying and signs of depression,
Bless you.
she indicated that was because her husband and son had gone out of town and she was feeling lonely and sad about having lost her job a few weeks earlier, right?
There were numerous stressors there, yes.
Nothing mentioned about any problems with somebody named Mr. Jorge or George Torres, correct?
You're talking about January?
Yes, ma'am.
So at the end of the day, battered spouse syndrome is just another form of PTSD. No, they haven't asked that, Gwen. Because there's no levels or things requirements you have to meet. It's just basically another form of PTSD. I mean, obviously, it's just trauma. It's definitely trauma.
So the hospital records
He'll
are
be
not
14,
referencing
the 28th,
her
Randy.
relationship with George on the January date.
Now, in talking about February 23rd, 2020 with Ms. Boone, you talked to her about that on several occasions, correct?
I did.
And part of one of those conversations, at least, was about an incident that she indicated had happened the night before February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Yes.
She indicated and told you that she had been dragged down the stairs the night before the suitcase incident, correct?
That's right.
And in part of your review of this case, you reviewed all the crime scene photos, correct?
Yes.
Those include photographs of Miss Boone, correct?
Yes.
And were there any indications in the photographs of injuries on her consistent with being dragged down the stairs of carpet?
I didn't see inside her scalp. So I didn't see photos of inside, her hair follicles and this area of her head. On her outward body, there were no indications of that.
And did you ask her how it was that she was injured during this dragging down the stairs?
I don't think I went through specific injuries to her, no.
Well, I don't think she can't be doing it for free.
Do you agree that alcohol intoxication affects the credibility of a historian that's providing history to you, patient or a client?
If they're actively intoxicated, yes.
We had talked, you and Mr. Owens, had talked about narcissistic personality disorder earlier.
Yes.
And that is a recognized diagnosis in the DSM-5-TR.
That's right.
And there's 9 of those, correct? 9 traits?
Are you're talking about the criterion of narcissistic personality disorder? Yes.
Yeah, he's getting paid back through fame. He's going to write a book about it later or something. That's how he's going to get paid back.
All right.
Was I close? I have a digital copy.
760, but
One of the criteria is has a grandiose sense of self-importance. For example, exaggerates achievements and talents, expects to be recognized as superior without commensurate achievements, correct? Yes. 2 is preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love, correct?
yes.
3, belief that he or she is special and unique and can only be understood by or should associate with other special or high status people, or institutions, correct?
So 3, just caveat, it says believes, not belief, but the rest of what you said I agree with is the criterion.
4, requires excessive admiration.
Yes.
5, has a sense of entitlement, unreasonable expectations of especially favorable treatment or automatic compliance with his or her expectations, correct?
Yes.
6 is interpersonally exploitive, takes advantage of others to achieve his or her own ends, correct?
Is interpersonally exploitative.
7, lacks empathy, is unwilling to recognize or identify with the feelings and needs of others, correct?
Yes.
8, is often envious of others or believes that others are envious of him or her, correct?
Yes.
9, shows arrogant or haughty behaviors or attitudes.
Yes.
Now, You believe that she has traits of that disorder, correct?
Yes.
Grandiose sense of self-importance?
There are indications that she feels like that or has expressed that before.
So that's a yes. Preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love?
No.
You remember going to the state attorney's office on October 1st, 2024 and giving a deposition?
I do.
It was in front of a court reporter, like Madam Court Reporter here.
Yes.
And you swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, correct? And referring to page 89,
This lady has so much stuff up there.
lines 18 through 20. Let me know when you're ready. Are you ready?
Yes.
Did you give the following answer to the following question? Preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love? And your answer was yes?
I did answer yes there.
She does not, according, in your estimation, does not believe that she is special and unique and can only associate with high status people, correct?
No.
Does not require excessive admiration, correct?
Correct.
Does have a sense of entitlement,
Yes.
is not interpersonally exploitive,
Correct. She's not.
She's looking at her deposition now.
and when discussing whether or not she lacked empathy or was unwilling to recognize or identify with the feelings or needs of others, you indicated that that might be the case, but it's not intentional.
In other words, she's not aware she's inconveniencing others.
With
There
the
was
87-page
3
letters.
traits, correct?
Yes.
Not 5, which would be required, correct? For a diagnosis of the personality disorder.
If that were the correct diagnosis, you would need 5.
All right. During your conversations with Ms. Boone, the defendant in this case, she explained to you that cheating to her means when Mr. Torres would look at pornography, correct?
Correct.
Not a real life woman, right?
No, not that he was engaging in sexual intercourse with actual women.
Part of the records that you did not review were the text messages that were part of the phone extraction of her phone device, correct?
That's right.
You indicated in your conversation with Mr. Owens that some of the traits that are commonly seen in abusers would be control, jealousy, easily angered.
This could be, yes.
What other traits for just common for abusers?
Being a person who segregates their victim away from other sources of support, somebody that exhibits coercive control, meaning that they would prevent the person from engaging in activities that would be independent, so restricting their ability to have independent like life, job, money, things like that, that would be supportive of them being left, for instance. Other things would be using emotional expressions like rage to cause a physiological reaction in another person. So those could be additional descriptions.
Specifically, the materials you reviewed. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Paperwork from prior cases involving Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone.
Yes,
Medical records for Mr. Torres.
that's right.
The medical and Aspire records for Ms. Boone that we've discussed.
Yes,
The crime scene photos from the incident in February.
that's right.
Pages 1 through 413 in discovery in this case.
Right.
A photograph of a suitcase and 2 videos involving the suitcase.
That's right.
And additional videos on that phone, correct?
Yes,
Such as baseball bat smashing the TV.
that's part of it. Yes.
And then did you view any other videos where there's conversations between Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres.
Yes.
One prior 911 call?
Yes.
Now, today you had indicated that you had reviewed the photographs from some prior incidents of violence, correct?
Yes.
When is it that you did that? Is that recently?
No, there are photos included with the
The prior case packages?
case packages. Thank you. I'm not sure what to call it. So
That's fine.
All right.
All right, and did you review any body worn camera from those prior case packages?
no, I did not. I didn't have that.
Anything else that you reviewed that I've not covered?
Are you speaking of documents only?
Yes, materials other than your 9 visits with Ms. Boone.
All right.
She has so much stuff.
Just checking with the
That's fine.
folders I prepared
just
for
wanna make
today. I don't know if, I guess that would be part of the discovery. The investigative report is within those 413 pages.
Did you interview anybody else personally besides Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Who else did you personally interview?
Melissa Sexton?
All right, anybody else?
No.
You didn't interview Brian Boone, correct?
I did not.
You did not interview their child in common, correct?
No.
And you didn't review the phone text messages extracted from her device, correct?
No, I didn't.
Did you review any records from the jail?
No.
And
Judge.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's his job to make her look like a bad person, obviously. I think they were both not good for each other. I mean, obviously, but she was clearly an alcoholic and had issues before she met Jorge. They were obviously both not in good places, and they just stayed stuck in that not good place together. Well, I mean, who knows, Gwen? If they did, it could have been her at some point. I don't know. They were both pretty nasty to each other. They were obviously not fun drunks. Maybe they were the kind of drunks that thought they were fun when they drank, but they weren't really fun. She is a note writer, man. She is like passing notes. Like she's like that kid in class that would get caught by the teacher all the time, like passing notes back and forth. And I mean, the suitcase, this kind of reminds me of the Shabusiness. She makes me think of Shabusiness. For real, because that was another odd situation where they were both high as kites and playing games. And I mean, somehow managed, that guy fit in a dog choker. I mean, who does that? But that's what happened. And he ended up no longer here. But she went further. Yeah, and they tried to use her, messed up childhood and all the things she went through, losing her mother at a young age also. I don't know, Gwen. I mean, I'm not the right person. Again. But the Bible says thou shalt not kill. So that's the only thing that's saving her for me or him. That this is thou shalt not kill. You're right. What are they meeting about? See, this is why, I thought today was going to end early, but clearly the defense always finds a way to make this trial just linger. I'm actually surprised that the prosecution is asking this woman so many questions.
The objection is sustained in part and overruled in part.
You testified earlier in the normal course of practice of forensic psychology and psychiatry, you all do rely upon the diagnoses of other experts, correct?
You can inform my opinion, yes.
And you have not reviewed any electronic communications in the form of text regarding Ms. Boone's case, correct?
No, I did not.
Or recorded phone calls of any type, correct?
Well, 911.
Other than that.
No, other than that.
Now, let's talk about the February 23rd of 2020. She told you that they didn't really have anything going on to do that particular day, correct?
Yes.
It was a Sunday, correct?
Yes.
Did some chores, and then as a reward, they could rest after doing those chores, correct?
Right.
She indicated to you that she and Mr. Torres did not begin drinking till about 4 p.m., correct?
I'll have to reference.
Page 36 of your deposition, if you care to use that.
Great, thank you. 36?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm with you. Around 4 p.m.
And you reviewed the crime scene photos of this case, correct?
I did.
That included receipts for some purchases that were made at Publix on February 22nd and 23rd, correct?
That's right.
And one of those receipts was a purchase for a 1.5 liter bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay at 12:17 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Did you question her about the inconsistency of them having purchased a bottle of wine at 12:17 that afternoon and not start drinking until 4 p.m.?
No.
And did she tell you that they had any wine left over from the day before that they consumed that day?
At some point, I'm not sure if it was the day that I was going through this line by line with you in my deposition, but I am aware, yes, that there was an unfinished bottle of wine from some other date.
And then, as the receipt showed, there was 2 additional bottles of 1.5 liters of wine purchased at 12:17 p.m. and about 5:30 p.m. on the 23rd, correct?
Right.
And were you aware of approximately how much Ms. Boone, the defendant, weighed at the time of this offense, February 23rd, 2020?
Around 100 pounds.
And in the first 413 pages of discovery, I believe, was the autopsy report, correct?
Right.
And so you're aware that Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at his death?
Yes.
Do you take into account this alcohol consumption when evaluating what Ms. Boone is telling you about the events of the day?
Yes.
Did she tell you whether or not she was intoxicated by the amount of alcohol she consumed that day?
Please silence your cell phone.
Ooh!
You may proceed.
So she did not describe herself as intoxicated originally when we discussed this. So
Of course not.
The answer is no. She did not describe herself as
intoxicated, right?
Hypothetically, if she had told the jury that she was intoxicated at the time of the offense, would that affect your evaluation of her credibility in the history she provided you?
No, because that was also my opinion.
Did she indicate to you in describing the events of February 23rd, 2020, that there was any point in time she just simply did not remember?
Yes.
What points in time were those?
So she did not remember taking the videos of the suitcase or the incident in the suitcase until she was at the interrogation room, I guess, and then they were going through them with her. Then she recalled that.
I'm talking about specifically with you. Did she indicate that there were any portions of the night or day or night that she did not remember?
I can't recall anything specifically right now.
Hypothetically, if she had indicated to the jury that she did not remember the 9 or 10 minutes immediately preceding the first video being taken, would that be inconsistent with what she told you then?
No.
Well, she didn't indicate to you that she forgot any part of the night, right?
Right. She just didn't say that. So
Would it affect your evaluation of what she told you about the events of February 23rd, 2020, if she hypothetically has testified that she did not remember 10 minutes before videos?
not really, no, because the event and the course of events that she narrated to me occurred over several hours. So when you interview somebody about circumstances of an offense, it's the usual for someone to not remember every single minute for hours at a time. I can't imagine that anybody's memory could hold that much unless they have like photographic memory or something.
I'm not asking about hours and hours, itemization.
You don't
of
remember the
days and
suitcase
weeks.
part?
We're talking about
The most
20 minutes
important
of the
part?
offense. Does that affect the weight that you give her history she provided you? Just yes or no?
No.
Now, what she indicated to you was the day had been going well. It was fun and games, correct?
Yes.
Conflict-free?
To her, she said it was a good day. So
Okay.
that's what she told me.
She said it was a good day.
Yes.
And there comes a point in time where the activities turn toward hide and seek, correct?
Yes.
And she goes up to the shower.
Right.
And when she comes down from the shower, that's when Mr. Torres is in this suitcase, correct?
Getting into it.
And she goes over to the suitcase and zips it, correct?
Yes.
And did she describe whether it was 100% zipped to you or just a certain percentage?
She said that it wasn't zipped all the way.
And still then, that was funny to the two of them at first, correct?
That's right.
And then there came a point in time where Mr. Torres was getting mad about being zipped in the suitcase.
She told me that he was getting mad.
And that, in turn, made her mad.
That's right.
What Mr. Torres was saying was, I can't breathe, correct?
That is what's recorded on the video.
Well, I'm asking you about what you reported her saying.
Well, what made her mad was not that he was saying he couldn't breathe. It's what he was saying that was making her mad.
Well, what else was he saying?
At the time, she said that he said something that was making her mad. And so that's the extent of what we talked about at that moment.
So you didn't elaborate what something was that made her mad, correct?
Right. She said he said something that made her mad, and that started making her mad.
You didn't find it important to learn what specifically he said that made her mad, correct?
I don't agree that I didn't find it important
Okay, then explain. Why wouldn't you ask that question?
because as a person who is traumatized is describing their experience as a trained clinician, you will allow open-ended discussion of that experience. And so it's not an interrogation. You don't go asking confrontational questions at the time of their first narration.
Well, you had 9 visits with her. Did you follow up on your 9th visit?
I asked her different questions about
Did you ever ask
being
her?
confrontational.
Did you ever ask her specifically in any of your 9 visits with her what it was that he said that made her mad?
No.
She never described him doing anything to make her mad, but it was words, correct?
Right.
And once she got mad, she decided that she was going to leave him in there for 2 minutes.
That's right.
Not 3, not 1, but 2, correct?
That's what she said.
Timeout. 2-minute timeout.
And the reason that was because she wanted him to understand how it feels to be choked and what she had experienced.
That's right.
Did you ask her why she didn't let him out of the suitcase after 2 minutes?
Yes, I did actually ask her that.
And what did she say?
Well, she thought that he could get out himself. That's one thing. She said that when she was able to unzip it, it was not some significant thing. She was able to unzip it easily. So she said it never occurred to her that he couldn't get out.
You may proceed.
And you reviewed the still photograph of the suitcase as well as the 2 videos.
Right.
And did you understand what the metadata or what the timestamps were for each of those items?
I'm sure when I reviewed it, I saw the timestamp. Yeah,
Would you agree that 20 minutes is 10 times as long as 2 minutes?
I would.
And if Mr. Torres had not been able to get himself out of the suitcase within 20 minutes, she didn't indicate that she let him out, correct?
She did not.
She described to you, Ms.
Right,
Boone being
Brandy.
that she was helpful to the police.
Yes.
Do you agree with that assessment that she was helpful to the police?
In the sense that she was having conversations with them without counsel, I would consider that helpful to the police.
Do you think lying to the police is helpful to the police's investigation?
No.
Do you agree that she was not truthful with them?
Yes, I think that I would agree with that.
And when she described getting Mr. Torres out of the suitcase, she described stretching his little legs.
Yes.
And she stated to you there was no fight that day, correct?
That's right.
Just wanted him to be uncomfortable.
I need to clarify. Physical fight. though.
Right.
Yes.
Just wanted him to be uncomfortable.
Yes.
Correct. And then there was a description of a bat and her using it to nudge, right?
Poke.
Poke. And so do we agree that that means like poking out like this as opposed to swinging it like you're a baseball hitter?
I would agree with you.
And you reviewed the autopsy report, correct?
I believe so.
Did you get an opportunity to review the autopsy photos?
Yes.
Did you question her when she said that she only poked him with the bat?
No.
Not in any of your 9 visits?
Did I question her about whether, can you just repeat the question? I want to make sure I'm answering it correctly.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Did you ever, in considering the autopsy report and the autopsy photographs that you reviewed,
Yes.
when she said that she nudged or poked with the baseball bat, did you ever question her about that, given the severity of his injuries?
So to answer correctly, I did question her
What did she say?
about how she used the bat. And she reiterated that she poked and she gestured what she meant. So I did question her about that.
And did you have any questions about that history she relayed to you, given the other evidence in this case that you reviewed?
Just in contrast to the interrogation video. So that,
It didn't contrast to the autopsy photographs or report?
Judge, I object.
Roach.
So this is where it's getting murky because her story completely changed. Granted, the police did lie to her, but that's what they do. I do not agree with it. You all know that. But they didn't lie to her in the
You may proceed.
interrogation.
Did she indicate all this nudging or poking with the bat was done while he was inside the suitcase?
yes.
She never told you that there was any nudging or poking with the bat when he was outside the suitcase?
Correct.
She indicated that
They just did a really
she
bad
ended up
job.
flipping the suitcase over face down.
That's right.
Did she tell you about Mr. Torres calling his brother earlier that evening?
No.
Did she ever give you a history about a loud boom occurring inside of her townhouse that evening?
No.
And you never had the opportunity, obviously, to interview Mr. Torres about these things, correct?
Of course not.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination?
Briefly, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Briefly means another hour.
The state attorney talked to you about power and control.
that an abusive partner will use power and control over the victim in a intimate partner violence situation?
Yes.
Threatening someone's dogs, is that an example of someone using control?
Yes.
Taking car keys from the other party, is that an example of control?
If they're withholding, yes.
Taking a phone and withholding a phone,
Yes.
a debit card,
Yes.
destroying a home, TVs, putting holes in the wall,
Yes.
not helping pay the rent and other bills.
So I would say that that could be withholding, that could go under coercive control of another person.
What about violating a court order to have no contact with the person?
Yes.
That's all the questions.
Thank you. Can this witness be released?
As far as the state is concerned.
Mr. Owens? Thank you, doctor.
Oh my gosh. First of all, that's anger issues.
Collect all your stuff, ma'am. No worries.
Punching holes in the wall
No apologies necessary.
and not paying the rent and stuff. That's just your laziness. Okay. That's just being a cheap, worthless, no good, nothing, good for nothing. And she had the only phone. She controlled the phone. Remember, he had to hold the phone up to her face in order for him to be able to use the phone. He had no passcode to the phone, nothing. She had to unlock the phone. So she had control of the phone.
Yes.
His only control he could have over the phone was taking it and hiding it from her, because he didn't have any way to use the phone. And the same with the car. That was her car, not his. That was her townhouse, not his. Everything in that townhouse was hers.
All right, members of the jury, it is 4:01. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take that afternoon break. I got a couple things I got to address with counsel as well, so maybe a little bit longer, but we'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, same instruction I've given you before. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved in this case, and do not have any conversations amongst yourselves or anyone else about that. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
All right.
That means we're going to bring you back in, and then we're going to excuse you for the rest of the day because the defense has more garbly garb. To go over. Excuse us, Your Honor. That witness didn't turn out as well as we planned. Is that plea deal still up for grabs?
Y'all can be seated. Let's go ahead and take a recess, a comfort break for any of us, and then we can address any argument with regard to the any other evidence that the defense may be seeking. Let's come back here in about 10 minutes, so 4:13. Okay? All right, thank you. We'll be in a short recess.
Yeah, the judge is like, I'm not trying to hear y'all right now. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, granted, Jorge was probably like not the, he was obviously abusive. He was obviously an alcoholic, but she owned the car. She owned the phone. She had the townhouse. She had the income. Jorge had nothing. I mean, she controlled whether or not he went back to his family or he stayed with her. She had all the control. And that whole violating a court order to stay away from her, that also falls on her as well, because again, she allowed him to come back. If she had a court order for him to stay away from her, then I mean, I don't know. Now that I'm thinking about all the things that she actually had control over, she had control over everything. And if she told her ex-husband not to bring their son over there, then that means that she's so messed up that she chose that screwed up relationship over her child. That she was so screwed up that she chose that over her child. And that's really sad. But she's an outstanding mother. Outstanding. That's what she said to the police. She is the perfect, most outstanding soccer mom in the whole world. So outstanding that her ex-husband has to call and make sure that she's going to pick their own child up every week. Because he's worried that she's not going to get there. Because she's too drunk. Can you imagine? Oh my gosh. Yes, I can. I can totally imagine that very scenario. Yeah, she excels at everything. So like, but that's what I'm saying. Like here everybody is like looking at this situation, obviously, and I can see that Jorge was he was abusive, but she controlled everything. She had everything. He had nothing. He had a boatload of kids, ex-wives, no job, nothing of his own. Yeah, so I mean, there you go, Brandy. So that's right there. You can see the power and control dynamic. And Sarah had it. She had the power dynamic in her favor. And even listening to her say that after they first met and they hit it off so well. I mean, obviously in her drunken mind, they hit it off so well, right? And then she got her own place and they moved in together. She even said it like it was kind of an agreement that he would move in with her, and he agreed to pay his portion of the bills or whatever. But like, it was kind of like they just kind of moved in together as a convenience kind of thing, but they were dating. So I'm kind of just curious if it was more because he needed a place to live, then because I guess his whole family must have like lived together or something, or I don't know. So I'm sure he was looking for a way to get out, and she had it. Where did our mailman go? Yeah. Our mailman didn't come back from lunch. I saw China back for like a second. I don't know. I know. I didn't see Mr. Postman come back. It was a long lunch, so. Dreams to deliver. This is interesting. I need to update on Daniel Penny. Oh. Mm. Oh, there we are, trial junkies. No, you went to sleep. Sorry, I'm looking at something. I was trying to look at something on YouTube. Oh wow, that's okay. I had the same thing happen to me on Twitter. Oh, I was doing my membership titles. I don't know what to call them, so I'm still playing around with names. Oh, I should call y'all weirdos for memberships. Oh my gosh. Freaks. I'm just calling y'all OGs and super OGs. The OOG. I should just do OGs and OOGs. The OOGs. The originals. Yeah, I don't think the prosecution's going to have any rebuttals. Yeah, I had them named alternates before, Brandy. But every time I do my intro, I always say, I always call y'all OGs. So I always say, welcome my new members, new peeps, and my OGs. So I don't think the prosecution's going to have a rebuttal, but I mean, they may. They keep saying they want to get this over with. So I'm not sure.
All right,
We're
we're back
back.
on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Appearances for the state.
Dave Ketchtar on behalf of the state. William J.
Defense.
James Owens for the defense.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Beck, Sarah.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same dark gray
Same.
suit and maroon blouse from
Same.
this morning. Mr. Owens, are there any other matters we need to address before you rest in the presence of our jury?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Judge,
There's two orders that I'm going to be requesting the court to take judicial notice of under 90.202 sub 6. And the orders of no contact. I have copies of the certified copies of the orders. May I approach?
Yes. State, have you seen them?
Doesn't change my position.
Understand, you have seen them.
I have not.
You have not seen them. Okay.
Doesn't
She's like, I haven't, and I don't care.
Okay. You can bring them on up. Thank you, sir. Court has been provided no contact orders issued in case number 2019 MM5062 on or about June 16, 2019, and a no contact order in case number 2019 MM5114 issued on or about June 19, 2019. Both cases styled State of Florida versus Torres George Jr. Let me hear any argument as to the judicial notice from you, Mr. Henderson.
Judge, I think they're relevant. I think just from the testimony of redirect of Dr. Harper saying that an element of control is talked about greatly by the state when I point out things hypothetically that they refer to. They refer to them as hypothetically. However, they refer to things that they're developing on this Boone. These show that they were in fact orders, and the orders were for no contact. So these are elements of control in relation to George Torres.
Okay. Response.
So in regards to the judicial notice aspect, we don't dispute that that can be a substitute for authenticity. However, they're not admissible. They contain statements that were made by people who are not testifying. Just because an expert relies on something doesn't mean that it's admissible. What happened during redirect with Mr. Owens was he was asking, what are the hypothetical things that we rely upon in making these determinations as an expert about whether there's battered spouse syndrome or not. So one of the many inadmissible things that he mentioned was pretrial orders of no contact. So it's fine. The expert can certainly rely on the fact that there may have been pretrial contact orders or no contact orders that were involved in this case, and she considered that. That doesn't make them admissible. There has been testimony, I believe, from Ms. Moon that there was pretrial no contact orders and violations of them. It's not a fact in dispute. It's just that doesn't mean that the paperwork comes in as evidence. So that's our objection is it's irrelevant and hearsay. Just because an expert relies on inadmissible evidence doesn't make it admissible.
What's your response to hearsay?
Judge, I think under the, as to hearsay, I think the statute takes care of that itself because it says that the court can take judicial notice. So that's the foundationary part. And it's not hearsay. It's an order of the court. We're in a case where we've gotten evidence of past domestic abuse. There was evidence of it started with the state about control. And these are things of control. And I'm sure the state's going to, in rebuttal, they're going to come up with things that they feel either by body cam or any other evidence that shows her exercising control. This shows Mr. Torres exercising control. It is very relevant.
But how's it not hearsay? Just because it's a court record, it's still out of court statement. Certainly being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, no contact order.
Judge, that's why we have the thing that the court could take judicial notice of. There are certain things that
But the case law says you can't utilize judicial notice to get around hearsay. I know 9202 says that I may take judicial notice. 9203 says that upon sufficient notice being provided, which the state is conceding based on their argument, the court shall take judicial notice of items identified in 9202. But my question is, the case law, as identified in Professor Earhart's treatise, specifically says in Dufour v. State, 69 Southern 3rd, 235, which specifically talks about notice of judicial documents at a court file, that doesn't get you around hearsay. So what's your response?
Let me go through hearsay in my mind again.
You're fine.
He's like, I don't have one. He's got nothing. His head's about to pop off his body. He can't think of anything to say. He's like, come on, give me something to work with here. Well, crap, that didn't stick. So come on, you just got out of law school. You're still in law school. Come on, tell me something. What can I use? How can I word this?
Judge,
Yes.
I'll start this way first. One of the exceptions to the hearsay rule is business records exception. So if it's a business record and it's kept in a normal course of business, then someone can come in and lay the foundational things for the business record exceptions to the hearsay rule. However, in this case, that would not be needed if the court takes judicial notice of it. That eliminates the necessity to do a business record in that foundation, because the court, under the statute 90.2026, can take judicial notice of court orders. This is a court order, it's certified. I think it's an exception to the hearsay rule. Also, I think the probative value of these documents outweighs any prejudicial effect.
Any other argument?
No, you wrote.
Any other argument, State?
The fact that there was a pretrial court order of no contact between them is going to come in. I mean, on one of the body worn cameras, Mr. Torres is like, well, the court said I couldn't, but she said I could come. And I believe she testified to that during her examination. My objection is to the paper and the grounds that I've argued.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. State v. Mobley, 98 Southern 3rd, 124 by the Florida 5th District Court of Appeal, cited in 2012, says that there's a procedure that specifically needs to be followed for judicial notice, as set forth in 9202 and 9203. State is conceding that although there's not a writing, they're not objecting to the judicial notice concept. They're objecting to the evidentiary bases. I do find that it is relevant, but the problem is I have with hearsay. And the court, in relying on the Florida Supreme Court decision in Dufour, D-U-F-O-U-R v. State, 69 Southern 3rd, 235 at pinpoint 253 by the Florida Supreme Court in 2011, which states, while the court may take judicial notice of documents in a court file which were properly placed there, this notice would not make the contents of the documents admissible if they were subject to challenge, such as when a document is protected by privilege or constitutes hearsay. It is an out-of-court statement that is being offered for the truth, to wit, it is a no-contact order, and the requisite requirements for a business record under 98036 subsection A have not been met, nor has there been a certificate from the custodian of records as to those things, as required by section 6, paragraph C, and the timeliness of a certification. So I cannot accept judicial notice of these two documents, even though the state is not conceding the procedure for judicial notice. I am sustaining the state's objection as to hearsay under the grounds and the exceptions that you have offered.
Did you used to do it this way, trial junkies? Nanny boo boo.
Judge, we do have the clerk of court subpoenaed. I don't know where they are. I assume they're somewhere in this building. I believe they sent some message to us back before the hurricane about what date they were to come, and we said to be continued. So we haven't gotten back up with them yet, so.
What?
It would take me some time to check on that. It's 4:30.
Was the subpoena still for this time period?
Yes, I believe it was a 3-week period.
Okay,
But we haven't followed back up with them. This came up.
sure.
Oh my
I'll give you an
gosh.
opportunity to do that.
I don't know whether you could just go ahead and send them to home for the evening, and let me see if we could find the clerk maybe in the morning, and then we could rest in the morning, and if the state has Dr. Warner. It's probably going to take me a little bit.
Yeah, I'll give you that opportunity. Absolutely.
Right now?
If you want to, sure. If you want to try to do it now or do it tomorrow, I'll leave it to you. Because I can't imagine it would take long if we're able to get a records custodian or a person to lay the foundation. I can't imagine it would take that long.
Aren't they in the building?
Yes.
Yeah.
Third floor.
Yeah.
Sure.
I suggest we go ahead and let the jury go. It's 4:30.
Okay.
I don't know how long it's going to take them to do that, but we could present that in the morning and then rest in the morning, and then they
All right. That works for me.
I knew it.
I'm not gonna make some poor employee come in and do that. I was conceding the authenticity. I don't understand the relevance of it coming in.
Are you now withdrawing your hearsay objection?
Well, I still believe it's hearsay, but I think it's cured by, it's a public record and it's stamped and all that stuff.
I know, but no one's made that argument yet.
I don't want to punish some poor clerk.
Ah.
I won't object to them coming in, but it's a slippery slope for other records. We'll see what we do.
Okay. All right. So the state is still maintaining its hearsay objection. I do find that it is relevant.
I don't make it perfect.
So then what do you want to do, Mr. J?
I'm stipulating to, if the hang up for the court and the defendant is that they believe a clerk in the court needs to come in and testify, I'm conceding that issue so that person does not have to do whatever that issue is.
Okay. All right. Fine. Then based on the court, on the concession by the defense, or I'm sorry, by the state, excuse me, do you have any other objections with regard to these two non-contact orders? Mr. J?
No more.
Okay. For the reasons previously articulated, I do find it's relevant. The state has withdrawn its hearsay objection. Do you want these as a composite or individual?
Individually.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you pre-mark them and then we'll identify them, please?
Wow. Well, you know what? She cannot say that this defense team did not throw everything at the wall. They were literally going to go find a court clerk to say that these were legit or something. That's ridiculous. Okay, he had 2 no contact orders, but yet she still had him at her house in 2020.
The no contact order in 2019 MM 5062 dated June 16, 2019 has been pre-marked as AB. And the no contact order in 19 MM 5114 dated June 19th, 2019 is dated as AC.
If I were
Mr.
the
Owens, you can
prosecution,
approach.
I'd use that totally to their advantage. That video
Let's just
of him
tackle
in
a couple other
public
housekeeping matters that we have.
together.
You can move those in when our jury returns
Negates
into
those
evidence.
no
Are there any other
contact
witnesses, evidence, or testimony, sir, that you're going to be offering this afternoon?
I don't believe so, but we're intending on resting either this afternoon or first thing in the morning, but we want
Dude.
some time to talk to Sarah Boone and explain to her why we think we should rest, not call any further witnesses, not introduce any other exhibits, just to make sure that we're all on the same page with her about what our strategy is. So we need a little bit of time. I don't know if you want to go ahead and excuse the jury for the night.
Oh my gosh. He is adamant about excusing the jury.
With the defendant, but we do need some time with her.
Okay. All right. So then here's what we'll do. I'll bring in the jury and I'll excuse them. You can save those pieces of paper and you can move them into evidence tomorrow morning and then present. That'll work.
He just
Thank you, ma'am.
wants he's been trying to
We'll
get
bring the
this.
jury back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. And you can
Dang.
continue with your evidence presentation at that time, including but not limited to calling any additional witnesses. Court can have any further colloquy with the defense at that time. The state then can put on its rebuttal case. State, how long do you anticipate ballparking it for the court, your rebuttal case?
I don't believe Dr. Werner will take long on our part. I'm not sure how long it'll take on their part. And then there's about,
How long is that for your part?
I'm not going to hold you to it, Mr. J.
probably less than 30.
How long do you anticipate your cross being? And ballpark it. Again, I won't hold you to it.
If his
Just,
direct is 30, my cross is probably going to be 30.
okay, what else do you have to present?
And then there will be about 2 hours of videos from body worn camera and from the phone extraction.
Mhm.
And then reading a good bit of phone text messages with the record.
Separate and apart from the 2-hour video presentation. Okay, got it. All right. Okay, so that's going to take us in tomorrow afternoon. Are we going to be in a position for the state to rest its rebuttal case tomorrow and proceed with closings? Or are we going to proceed with closings Friday morning after had the opportunity to have a full, not that we would not have a full charging conference, but after having a charging conference Thursday afternoon with regard to the jury instructions?
I just don't know how long. I think all the instructions are pretty relatively simple and straightforward, except for 3.6.
Agreed. 3.6F. I agree.
That's not going to be simple or straightforward in any way.
The instruction is complicated. I agree.
And the special jury instruction about a spouse that we're going to be requesting.
Okay.
There'll be some
Oh, I got to hear these jury instructions then if they're not going to be,
special instructions. They're
they're going to be so complex.
in other states that have used a different instruction. We've looked at a bunch of them, so I don't know what this court is going to be inclined to do if court would be so inclined to give a special instruction on battered spouse, whether or not you want to consider one of the local courts, the Palm Beach County case that I mentioned before with Dr. Brennan. There was a special instruction in that case. And then we've got some from other states. I don't know what the state's position is going to be on that. So we may
Has a draft of that been circulated yet?
not to the court.
Okay. All right. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Okay. Let's just see how long the rebuttal case takes. And then if we have to do closings Friday morning, we'll have to do closings Friday morning. I'd rather go through and spend the time to make sure that we're all on the same page with regard to the instructions, especially due to the complicated nature of 3.6F. With regard to those, the court will have Ms. Barrios email you all. She just started her drive back to Kissimmee, so it might come a little bit later this evening. I will have Ms. Barrios email to you all the red line that the court has worked on so far of the jury instructions provided by the state. The defense is to provide its markup of the 3.6F and 3.6G instructions and any other defensive instructions that the defense seeks to have read to the jury.
Before 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
I think so. That gives the state the opportunity during the lunch hour to review them in advance of our charging conference.
I'll have it done.
Okay.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
There was one thing, the state had filed a motion requesting a special instruction as to, I think it goes to voluntariness. I read the motion and the proposed instruction. I have no objection to it.
Okay. All right. So just so the record's clear, we're referring to the state's request for special jury instruction regarding Florida Criminal Standard Jury Instruction 3.9B, defendant's statements, filed October 22, 2024. The provision that the state seeks to add to the 3.9B instruction reads as follows: law enforcement is not legally required to ask a suspect whether he or she wants to talk to law enforcement after Miranda warnings are read to a suspect. This is, however, one of the factors you may consider whether the defendant's statements were voluntarily made. The state defense state, have I read that correctly?
I believe so, without repeating myself.
And defense, you have no objection.
No objection, Judge. And it's my understanding that's going to, there's already the standard instruction. That's an add-on to the standard.
It's just a matter of where y'all want it. So I will add this to the red line to be set out this afternoon. Ms. Boone, I want to have a couple other conversations with you, ma'am. Again, I don't want to know specifics of anything that you or your attorneys have discussed, just whether or not you've had those discussions. Did you hear the court read the proposed additional language to the jury instruction about your statements?
Just now?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please read it one more time?
I can. So just to give you some background, ma'am, there's a form instruction. It's 3.9B, and it talks about how the jury is to consider your statements that were read to them and provided in evidence through the course of the trial. And that they're to consider the voluntariness of those statements and whether they were coerced. The state is seeking to add the language to that instruction. Law enforcement is not legally required to ask a suspect whether he or she wants to talk to law enforcement after Miranda warnings are read to a suspect. This is, however, one of the factors you may consider whether the defendant's statements were voluntarily made. Do you understand that portion of the instruction?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about it?
No.
Okay. Have you had conversations with your attorneys about the proposed additional language that I just read to you?
Not yet.
Okay. Let's go ahead and have those conversations tonight when you all break, and we can go over this tomorrow when we have the charging conference. But I'll go ahead and add it to the red line for the purposes of our discussion tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, state, we need to address?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Defense, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring our panel back in, and we'll tell them we'll
Good
commence
gravy.
tomorrow with additional evidence and testimony at 9 a.m.
Y'all keep her son Lucas in your prayers and keep Jorge's family and kids in your prayers because they're totally being forgotten in all of this hoopla and mess of Sarah Boone. Let's not forget, he's lost his outstanding mother. And I mean, Jorge, who clearly didn't have much of a relationship with his kids, they were too far away. But I mean, he's not here anymore. And his family was close to him or near him. I don't know how close they were, but there are children involved in all of this that are missing out on parents. I don't know if that's good or bad or what.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? Thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, good late afternoon, early evening, I think. Again, could you just raise those hands, confirm that you complied with the court's instructions? All right, record reflect all hands have been raised. Members of the jury, it's 4:43. We're going to go ahead and break for the evening. I'm going to ask you to be back here
Thanks,
at
been
9
sitting
a.m.
back there for
tomorrow
45
morning.
minutes.
We'll continue with evidence and testimony presentation by the defense, and then we'll proceed accordingly thereafter. I want to read you the same instruction that I've read you multiple times over the last week, and I beg your forgiveness as you hear it again, but I just have to keep reminding you. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With
Once
that,
you're
members of
here,
the jury,
I'll
again, I
check one
thank
of
you
you.
for your time, your sacrifice, and your attentiveness in this matter, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Just don't tell me you're on the jury. He's such a nice judge, but he's firm and he knows the case law, which is really great. It's hard to find judges that are as considerate but stern.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you. Anything else we need to discuss, State, before we go into recess for the evening? Defense, anything else?
No, sir.
All right, we'll see you all
thank
tomorrow
God.
morning at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.
I was
Court's
like
off the
so
record.
worried they're gonna be like, one more thing, Judge. Okay, you guys. So tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. I will see you all in the morning. Tell all your thousands of friends where to be. The defense is gonna rest. Look at them. She's disappointed. She's like, I don't want to go. I don't want to get up. They're gonna put the chains on me. This isn't fair. She doesn't want to go. All right. See y'all in the morning.